Very good morning, everybody. Welcome to round 9 of the Club 100 Senior Sprints Championships here at Buckmore Park. Final day of the season and, well, the first order of business, Jacob Harris, alongside myself, Andrew Mather in the comms box, is this the wettest Buckmore Park we have ever seen, Jacob?
If you mean we, as in yourself and myself, I don't think so.
Okay.
Based on my own previous experience of BUKC here every February for the last decade or so, certainly throws a few monsoon-like conditions at that time of year. But for Club 100 sprints, Andrew, I think so. We've had a few damp Buckmore races in the past couple of years, but the stream we saw in picture now, or coming down Cafe Hill, and indeed coming down Simon Sweep as we're seeing now, was flowing quite heavily this morning.
The good news is the rain has stopped in the last 25 minutes or so. It's actually broken out into quite nice sunshine here at the circuit, but there is a topic of discussion. We're going to see the heat starting in a short few moments' time, but anyone starting on the outside of the grid, 2nd, 4th, 6th, they've got a great big puddle to run through, and they've got to run through those tram lines all the way to the start line, of course. That's all for in a moment. This is, of course, the last day of the season, so let's talk a little bit of championship. It's the heavyweights to go first, of course. Jacob, how are we looking in the championship standings?
Current standings, Joe Holmes leads the way in first place with Anwar Burrell Smith in second. Kurt Holmes is in third, Alex Pritchard fourth, and Tim Penny is fifth. Rounding out the top 10, you've got Miguel Hall, Adam Natha, Mikey Nichols, Marcel Chimleski, and Scott Parker. In terms of connotations and where people can finish, Andrew, I believe the top 2 are still in mathematical contention for the title. Yeah,
top 2 are in contention now. I had a very quick chat with Anwar Burrell Smith just as we were coming up stairs from filming our little Paddock Walk that you'll be able to see during the lunch break. He reckons there's not a title fight on. Well, I always say if it can mathematically be done, it's still possible, but the likelihood is that Joe Holmes, if he continues on Joe Holmes-like form, could wrap the title up during the heats. Remember, it's 3 rounds of heats for everybody today. You start 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back, unless you're a novice C3, where they almost have that repetition again in a little mini grid at the back of each field. But yeah, a nice couple of heat wins for Joe early on this morning will seal the deal, but you never know on the last day of a season, particularly when the weather conditions are like this. C2 is done, so well done to Marcel Chmielewski for wrapping up that title. However, there is still the business of tickets, pathways to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals in Belgium at the fantastic Genk International Karting Circuit at the end of May next year. It is the top 10 overall that get pathways to Genk. The champion gets a fully paid-for spot on the grid for the first ever international finals for the Rotax Racing Club, with drivers from here in the UK, the United States, over in California, many other different nations, as well as the Club 100 concept is taken around the world with great support by Rotax and the Rotax Racing Club. So that is still a reason for Marcel to keep pushing on today to make sure he holds in that top 10. The other drivers currently in that top 10, Holmes, Anwar Burrell Smith, Kurt Holmes as well, Alex Pritchard, Tim Penny, Miguel Hall, Adam Natha, Mikey Nichols and Scott Parker. C3 is still open as well, but it's looking pretty good for Ross Sandwell. Super heavyweights is a topic of discussion as well, very much going down to the wire with Matt Salmon and Mike Bodner. Let's take a quick moment though, because drivers for Heat 1, they're out right now. Let's take you through the grid then for Heat number 1. So therefore the drivers at the front of the grid, this is their one from the front. Aidan Kitchener and Stuart Kirk start on the front row. Tim Penny and Matthew Cooper on row 2. Alex Pritchard and Andrew O'Neill go from row number 3. Row 4, Dan Grocott and Charlie Newman. Miguel Hall and Marcel Chmielewski, they go from row 5 in this one. Mike Bodner and Gerard Moore, row 6. Sam White, Kurt Holmes on row 7, and then Ross Sandwell and Tony LaCastro the two C3 novices in this one, starting from the back. So Ross Sandwell will be looking to get a good number of points in this one, Jacob. He's had a great second half of the season. Spot of bad luck last week in the BIKC National Finals in the heavyweight category, but still in very good form, looking to overhaul the early season leader Alexandros Guerrero across the course of the races today.
Yeah, another one to look out for in this one, Andrew. Andrew O'Neill is back for his third round of the year. Hasn't finished any lower than third in a race in Club 100 sprints this season. In fact, he's got just 1/3 to his name, but that is obviously to the benefit of only having done 2 rounds. It'll be interesting to see both in this heat and the day overall how much he can figure. We're talking about championship connotations. I don't think anyone in that top 10 is safe in terms of position. Joe can be caught by Anwar, Anwar can be caught by Kurt, Kurt can be caught by Alex for an overhaul for 3rd place. Tim Penny can catch up with Alex for 4th, Miguel Hall can catch Tim for 5th, Adam Nath is still in the mix for 6th, Mikey Nichols can catch Adam, Marcel can still move up a couple of places himself, and Scott Parker is certainly not safe. He's got Henry Lopez-Gracie, Steve Bosley and Adam Hadfield potentially looking to overhaul him for that final invitation to Genk today. So it very much is all to play for. As I said, mathematically the title is still up for grabs. You've got the likes of Andrew O'Neill dipping in for 1 round here. There's a couple of other drivers I think who are dipping in just for this round. We saw James Johnson on the stairway just before we came in, and he ran well yesterday as well, didn't he? So he could feature in some of these races as well. So yeah, lots of talented drivers out there today and lots to play for in terms of every single position in this championship.
Yeah, you mentioned James Johnson there. I saw on his social media last night, 2 top 10s in SP60 would normally get you the super heavyweight win. Well, not in 2025 because it's been a great year for Alex Pritchard, who's of course clean sweeps the super heavyweights in the SP60 competition. All of the reviews from yesterday will be coming out on social media. Apologies, I was a bit busy last night with festivities up at Silverstone for the British Karting Awards. So don't worry, that will all come in due course as we wrap up the season. The drivers at the moment, if you're just joining us, you're not missing anything. These are the standard practice laps that all drivers get before their first round of heats, because in theory, there are drivers out there who did not take part in the optional pre-event test earlier on this morning, so are just sampling the conditions. I'd actually question, how useful do you think that early morning test will have been for the race conditions, Jacob? Because as we're looking down from Cafe Corner now, when we arrived here a couple of hours ago, this was a river running, cascading down the hill. The water flow has stopped. Yes, it's still very wet out there, but I imagine to a degree there have been some changes in conditions.
Yeah, normally I say the pre-event test is almost essential to get your eye in. The conditions when it's like this do change very much from the start of that half an hour to your race, especially if you're in one of the later heats, 2 or 3. But what it does do, Andrew, in any instance is give you that baseline that you can then go out in these practice laps and just move your benchmark up slightly.
That's very true,
you put your braking spots a metre or 2 back rather than starting from scratch. It is still very beneficial, even if, as you said, the conditions change significantly. You'd rather, if you're sharing that half an hour test, you'd very much rather be in the second half an hour as it's closer to the conditions you'll be racing in. It's still beneficial, I think, to go out in that first 15 minutes and get yourself a little baseline.
So the grid now forming up. As I say, to note, we've gone through the things in C1, just to further go into the realms of C3 for a moment. Ross Sandwell, by our calculations here in the box, counting score 954. However, Sandwell has used all of their dropped scores. Wasn't at round 1, wasn't at round number 3, so any score counts for Ross Sandwell, whereas Alexandros Guerrero has been to every single round, so he's got a few more points already locked in, 993. Anyway, we'll keep on top of that. I think we're going to roll at least one more time here. And how much? This is actually quite a... now, that's interesting. The big puddle that was on driver's left at the end of the pre-event test has already gone, Jacob. So that's really good news for the likes of Stuart Kirk and everybody else on that side of the grid, because I think there were some concerns that was going to really hamper drivers into turn one. It'll still be a big challenge to start from the outside of the grid here this morning, but not as much of a fearsome challenge as it was, say, half an hour ago.
Yeah, looking at the drivers on that outside of the grid, I'd imagine they were ploughing through it every single practice lap for this one to try and clear it, and indeed it does look to have paid off for them as we head towards race start.
So into those tram lines. We are good for a start then. Round 9 of this year's Senior Sprints in Club 100 is underway. Good start for Aidan Kitchener. Tim Penny trying to hold on to second place. But in fact, he's going to lose out there to those starting on row number 3 into the first hairpin. Tricky braking zone. Alex Pritchard's had a decent start. Is already up to P3 as they head towards the second of these hairpins at the top end of the circuit. It's Matthew Cooper coming to the fore then in the 103. Oh, one driver around in the middle of the pack. It's the number 18 of Dan Grocott who's gone for a spin there. Zesty drink fans will not like to see that on lap 1 of the first race. Aidan Kitchener holding on to the lead here, Jacob.
Yeah, excellent start from our red-plated drivers. You mentioned Alex Pritchard in hairpin 1. Tim Penny went really wide in hairpin 1, but then tucked right up the inside of hairpin 2, and he's now up into second place. Alex Pritchard, though, looking to do exactly that, tuck up the inside, and yeah, holds the line. Alex Pritchard now takes second place. Tim Penny settles for third. Way at the front, though, Aidan Kitchener, our pole sitter, has got a little bit of a gap. It's been a dream start from pole position. Look at that. That's 4 or 5 kart lengths already. Tim Penny is under significant pressure for third place. Up the inside there goes the 72. That's Andrew O'Neill, isn't it? And he's got the better of him. Oh, there's contact going down into hairpin 1.
Oh, very close there.
Tim Penny managed to hold on to it, but he's lost out to a couple of drivers.
Into that braking zone. 2 penalties have come through. Gerard Moore, the number 29, braking formation before the race starts and loading from the number 29. So that will relegate Moore down a few places at the end of this race. He's currently running 9th on the road. Keep the comments coming in. Oh, spin for the race leader. Was that the race leader? Aidan Kitchener going off. It was. The number 50 has made a driver's error there. Well, that's how tricky the conditions are. That didn't look to be forced by another driver. There's another spinner in the background at Paddock Corner. Alex Pritchard has taken the lead of this race and is looking to break away now with Andrew O'Neill. Andrew O'Neill's looking good here. He's making good progress through the field, as is Kurt Holmes. There he is, a good drift out of centre corner. The number 2 seed from last year is looking good, now up in 6th place, but this is a real heavyweights battle, is it not, Jacob? Pritchard versus O'Neill.
Yeah, excellent looking battle shaping up here, and indeed for third place as well. Miguel Hall is leading Matthew Cooper, who's running an excellent race at the moment. And Tim Penny tries tucking up the inside again, as he did on lap 1. Not as much grip there, but it'll be side by side going down into the chicane. No, they won't, unfortunately. Kurt Holmes there, only in 6th at the minute. He's got 4 minutes left to try and improve on that, as Andrew O'Neill tries an alternative line to Alex Pritchard, and still remains in 2nd place. Can he duck up the inside there? It looks like he has. We're focusing on the battle for 4th, where Tim Penny has just about got the better of Matthew Cooper now and makes the overtake stick.
Just looking further down the order, Jacob, really good start for Ross Sandwell, up to P8. Remember, the points are set by overall position in all of these races here today, not by class position. So Sandwell now up to P7 is making good inroads into that lead for Alexandros Guerrero. Into hairpin 1 again. Pritchard good on the brakes there ahead of Andrew O'Neill. Hairpin 2 up next. Is this going to be the opportunity for Andrew O'Neill? It is indeed. And through goes the Titan Motorsport driver, who says to Pritchard, just sit on my rear bumper now, and we'll work together to stay away from the others. They've got a good gap to Miguel Hall in 3rd. Over 3 seconds is their advantage. But classic calm move there from Andrew O'Neill. Very experienced driver, of course. Won a a medal at the FIA Motorsport Games in the karting endurance event in Valencia just over 12 months ago. Him and his brother Jack and Rihanna Percox, the other members of that team. But this is sprint racing. This is a different kettle of fish. Right now, 2.5 minutes to go. O'Neill leads this one. There's a spin for the 69 of Tony Locastro. We'll see Leo Locastro in action as well later on today. Not good races as well so far for Charlie Newman and Johnny Fletcher. Two names you wouldn't necessarily expect to see 16th and 17th, but to say the conditions very, very tough out there. As here's your battle for third.
Yeah, Tim Penny shaping up on Miguel Hall. Coming into hairpin 2, Tim to the inside, very sideways on entry there, and it looks to me like he's got the better. They potentially side by side into the chicane. Yeah, Miguel's not letting this one go, but the next one's a right-hander, and the one after is as well. Tim Penny takes third place. As we said, Tim is currently battling for 4th and 5th in the championship, currently sits 4th. The man just up the road, Alex Pritchard, is currently holding 4th. So he'll want to be picking up as many points from heats as possible today, will Tim, especially with Alex out there in 2nd. Miguel himself is in 6th, and so that, Andrew, is pretty much a battle for the championship as well as track position, as Miguel needs to beat Tim in order to jump him into 5th in the championship.
It does indeed. They've still got time here to make some inroads, just over a minute to go. Remember, it's races on time, no +1 lap at the end of 0 minutes and 0 seconds for Club 100. Penny drifting through hairpin number 1. Just to note, Jaffa Cake talk that we like to talk about in this box. If you're not aware, if you want to resist the commentator's curse, buy us Jaffa Cakes. New benchmark set by Tim Penny this morning, who I think has gone to a wholesaler's or something and bought a whole cardboard box. 80 Jaffa Cakes. 80 Jaffa Cakes for many more points than that today. So thank you, Tim. That'll keep us sustained across the course of the day. 25 seconds to go. Andrew O'Neill now at 1.2 seconds ahead of Pritchard. Similarly, 5.5 second gap back to this set of drivers here. Kurt Holmes, interesting to think what will be going through Kurt's mind at the moment. A 5th place isn't really what he needs at this stage of the day. Might even still be a drop at the end of things, but field spread always very, very large in these conditions. It's going to be difficult, I think, for anyone starting at the back of the grid today, Jacob, to make early inroads and turn those points over. Absolutely.
You can clearly see he's got great pace, but he might have to settle for 5th, a second behind someone like Miguel Hall with the final lap board showing is not really the position you want to be in if you're lining up an overtake. Andrew O'Neill has superbly driven this race, as so is Alex Pritchard, to be fair to him. They are a standout pair for this one. Tim Penny's done well to battle ahead of Miguel Hall, but this race, Andrew, belongs to your namesake, Andrew O'Neill, as he rounds to come up the hill for the final time.
He does indeed. Andrew O'Neill takes a very good first race win of the day. Maximum points for driver number 72 and finishes with a flourish over the line. Alex Pritchard will be happy with that. P2. Good start as he looks to get into another A final here today. Tim Penny, 3rd. Miguel Hall should be home in 4th place and indeed is ahead of Kurt Holmes. So it's the 5 C1s locking out the top 5 positions. Cooper takes the win in C2. Marcel Kirilewski, useful points there in his quest to hold on to a top 10 place and a ticket to Genk. Aidan Kitchener, Ross Sandwell. Good recovery from Dan Grocott there as well after that first lap spin. Good points as well for Ross Sandwell and his quest for the C3 novice honours at season's end. White, Moore, Kirk, Bodner, Newman, Locastro and Fletcher complete the 17 runners. Bit of a difficult start there for Mike Bodner in his super heavyweight battle against Matt Salmon in the championship stakes. 14th place for Mike Bodner. That will give a little boost, I think, to Matt Salmon, who will race in one of the next heats. Talking of that, Heat 2 drivers, they're out for their practice right now. So we'll go for the grid then for Heat number 2 here, Jacob. Once again, practice laps ongoing for these drivers. As for some of them, it is their first time out on the circuit today. Who have we got in this one?
We've got Jake Hicklin starting on pole position with Will Emerson for company. Luke Fletcher's in third, but beyond that, I am lost, Andrew. We'll have to wait till that loads properly before we give it another run. Let's see if it works this time round. It does indeed. There's your top three. As mentioned before, Jake Hicklin starts on pole position. Will Emerson will be in second place with Luke Fletcher in third. Sam Pike is going to be starting this one in fourth position on the inside, as Paul Williams to the outside of him is on row 3. Joe Holmes, our championship leader and reigning champion, starts in sixth position. Steve Bosley is behind him on row 4. Steve Bosley still in the shop of making Genk. Sam Pooley, who won on the track last time out in our A final but was given a penalty, returns for his second Club 100 heavyweight sprint round. Vijay Patel is ninth with Anwar Barul Smith, the other man who can win the championship, starting in 10th. James Johnson, we mentioned earlier, starts this one in 11th. A good day for him yesterday. Can he translate that to a sprint result today? Sam Iddles is on row 6 with James. Kieran Hyde-Moody is 13th. Vinod Harani 14th. Alessandro Guerrero still hoping to win that C3 championship. Starts this one last but one. And Phil Jackson rounds out the 16 for this one. Heat 2, Andrew, is stacked in terms of championship contention. Indeed, that right-hand side of the grid, well, the inside line, going into turn 1, has the championship leader, his championship contender, and the man who beat them on track last time out.
Does indeed. I do owe a very big apology to Sam Pooley, who took it in very good spirits, but my goodness, he got hit by the comms curse at Shennington. A little bit. If you know, you know. So I do apologise, Sam. No commentary curses today. You got them all out of the way back in October. Just a quick update on points. As I say, this is the first race for both of our championship contenders in C1. C2 we already know is done. Ross Sandwell with that 9th place in the previous race. By my calculations, we always stress that these are provisional, folks, just in case. That 9th place moves him to a locked-in score of at least 969. In comparison to Guerrero, he's closing in. 993 is confirmed at the moment for Alexandros. Yes, that is slightly different to what Alpha Timing is showing at the moment, because effectively Alpha Timing on the public side of things shows the number of rounds up to today, which is 8, minus 2 rounds worth of drops. But of course, that 7th best round for a driver, in theory, could come back into play if a driver has a complete and utter disaster. And this ends up as one of the 2 dropped rounds. So that's just something to bear in mind. It's why we always like to go with what has a driver got locked in, secured, before anything else happens here today. So Sandwell now up to 969. Could go as high as 1169, because of course Ross didn't do round 1 and didn't do round 3. Alexandros has done all of the rounds. In total has scored 1,100 points, but them have some already gone in the drops bin. So that's why we focus on the counting score, which right now we've got as 993, but could go up as high as 1,094. We'll keep you up to date with all of those points as and when we receive them. Likewise for the super heavyweights competition. So Mike Modder's got a 14th place on the board in that one. We're going to go around again. Track conditions very tricky still. I'd actually say there's probably more standing water now on the inside line, Jacob, for first, third, 5th place into turn 1 after a full race there has cleaned up the normal racing line.
Yeah, the normal racing line isn't too grippy in these conditions. You might even find yourself at a bit of an advantage to be on that outside line that Jake Hicklin will be finding himself on. We come here for BUKC test days.
Yeah.
1st November, Halloween kind of time. And what we tell the students in the wet is you go wide of the first apex to cut across the second.
Yep.
which is where you'll find the grip. So it'll be interesting to see if the drivers can take advantage of that in this race start and race starts to come.
Here we go then, heat number 2 then for the heavyweights. Elliot Alt pulls off to driver's left. We're ready for a race start for 7 minutes here at Buckmore Park. Away we go then for heat number 2. It's going to be a good start for those on the inside line. Slightly shorter path towards the first turn. And a good start indeed. Oh, very close there between Phillips and Emerson. Will Emerson's going to have the lead, but not for long, because here comes Sam Pike. Pike down the inside to take the lead of turn number 1. Joe Holmes has had a good start as well, at least second place. It is the number 52 coming out of hairpin number 2, still in the lead of this one. Sam Pooley out wide there in the number 99. That's a good start though for Joe Holmes. I think the key here in terms of championship, be ahead of his title rival. That is the easiest way of taking points off of Anwar. Anwar really needs to go all out to win every race that he competes in today to stand any real chance of snatching the title away from Joe Holmes at the same circuit where he did so a couple of years ago, of course. It's a driver who wasn't at Shennington, was busy winning the T4 Nations Cup in his category in Valencia that particular weekend. But a change of lead once again here, Jacob. Joe Holmes to the front.
Yeah, makes a move on Sam Pike, and Sam Pooley ducks down the inside at turn 1. Brave lunge with the limited grip levels there, but he's ahead of Sam Pike as well. Apologies, Andrew, midway through, I think hairpin 2 of lap 1, I got confused that you were talking about Sam Pike leading the race. I was seeing Sam Pooley duck up the inside of hairpin 1 and thought you'd mixed up your former BUKC drivers. Pooley tries to get by on Joe Holmes, doesn't quite make it. Sam Pike maintains 3rd, which he'll be happy with. He's battling over 19th place with his other former BUKC driver, Sam White, who's also formerly of Warwick Uni. Anwar Beryl Smith up to 4th now. He's got the better of the fast starting Steve Bosley, who holds 5th position. And that's your top 5. You can see there the number 10 of Sam Iddles has made his way up to 6th as well. So the red plates to the front once more. Can Pooley make a move on Joe Holmes, or is he going to settle for 2nd place? If I know Sam Pooley like I think I do, he's going to try and make a move.
He is indeed. I tell you what, Sam Pooley's got a bit of a role to play here in terms of keeping the little bit of championship intrigue going perhaps for another round. If this result was to stay this way to the checkered flag, I reckon this would be it. Because Joe Holmes would move his counting score to 15.23. Anwar Barul Smith's max possible would be 15.20.
Yeah, Pooley trying to find a little bit more grip on that inside curb there as Joe Holmes goes wide to the less rubbered up line. Seems to be working for Joe so far. He's got plenty of experience around Buckmore Park, and as does Anwar, who's just outside track limits there, trying to find any way past Sam Pike. I think he's not quite close enough just yet, but we're thinking about diving up the inside potentially here or in the next sequence of corners. Yeah, not much between those two karts now. You'll see them coming out onto the rise. Anwar probably thinking about it up into turn 1 as Joe continues to extend his lead. That's taken a whole second from Sam Pooley on that last lap. Real fearsome stuff from the number 1 plate. We dip back to Sam Pooley there, who's doing his best to keep wrestling with the steering wheel, as is Sam Pike behind him. Let's see if that gives Anwar a gap to go for into hairpin 2. Not quite. I think Sam Iddles might be eyeing up Steve Bosley for 5th place as well. The two of those are quite evenly matched just behind the pair we're watching here. Good drive so far from Sam Pike though.
Yeah, very good drive from Sam Pike in the midst of some very illustrious company at the moment with Holmes, Pooley and Beryl Smith. So again, to reiterate, just going over the points, the spreadsheet of doom is in action. And right now is calling this one. Joe Holmes as your champion once again, making it 3 on the trot with just that break in 2022 when Anwar Barul Smith managed to take the number 1 plate away. With a move though, Anwar could secure 2nd place in the championship here. He's down the inside of Sam Pike. looking for third place and almost getting it. I think Sam Pike was going to try and run it around the outside there towards Henry's Bend, but Anwar Barul Smith gets up to third. That is another championship point onto his tally. However, he is still 2 points short in terms of a max possible over what Joe Holmes is achieving with this result. So either Anwar Barul Smith's got to catch up to Sam Pooley, overtake Sam Pooley, and I think he's then got to still get past Joe Holmes as well, or Sam Pooley catch up to Joe Holmes, take the lead away from him, take 2 points off of Joe Holmes. That's the scenario or set of scenarios we need if the title picture is to remain slightly open into the second round of heats. Otherwise, we are going to be calling it here for C1 in the first round of the day. 90 seconds to go. Looking a little bit further down the order. Great drive from Alexandros Guerrero. I'm really intrigued how this C3 fight is going to be playing out across the day here, Jacob. I've already seen a good result for Ross Sandwell go in there with a top 10. Guerrero up to P7, and this is a good circuit for him. Looked very strong here at the start of the season for round one.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell with those drop rounds from Ross Sandwell just how this one will pan out, because he could finish absolutely anywhere in his next couple of heats. And indeed, the final is so open, given those drop scores, that could go any which way possible. Unlike C1s, which to me looks like it's got a lap and a half to run.
Yep.
Joe rounds the sweep once more. Sam Pooley just hasn't had an answer for him this morning in these karts, in these conditions. But the experience will serve Sam well. He's not driven badly at all, has Sam Pooley, but Joe has really driven masterfully in this first heat of the day for him, heat number 2 for us. And in any instance, we're going to see a good A final. Joe, Sam and Anwar all on track at the same time and picking up top 3 positions in their first heats. They've still got 2 more heats to go, and if they pick up similar, they'll all be at the front for the A final.
Oh, absolutely, that's what we're hoping for as neutrals here in the box. But for Joe Holmes, well, this is about to be a piece of history on this lap. We'll cite the years again. 2016 Heavyweight Open Championship. That was back when the heavyweights was the one of the development divisions. He then stepped into the elite division of sprints in 17 and then has racked up in the last 8 years 7 titles. 2017, 2018, 19, 20, 21. Very nearly won 2022 as well. Returned to form in 23. Followed it up last year. And with this result, Joe Holmes seals an 8th Premier Club 100 Sprints title in the first round of the heats here today. Job done, P1, Joe Holmes. Joe Holmes will head to Genk as one of the favourites as well for the inaugural Rotax Racing Club International Finals. And there's a little bit of emotion as well from Joe because he knows it's done. He either needed to win 2 heats or win 1 heat with Anwar Barul Smith not matching that result. Anwar Barul Smith with 3rd in that one means he can no longer mathematically beat Joe Holmes. That is it done. We'll talk more about it later because we've got to move on to Heat 3.
Drivers making their way out on track for heat number 3. Then we'll have a couple of practice laps before we get underway. But I think, Andrew, this is the last of the heats with practice laps for our heavyweights. I think we go through cycles of 3, 9 heats in total, each driver entering 3 of them. And so this will be the last one to feature those practice laps. So say drivers are heading out on track. I think they're around the other side of the circuit from this view. But Andrew, tell us who they are.
Yeah, good grid this one. Richard Newton will start from pole position. George English alongside on the front row. Rupert Rickson starts on row 2 and is joined by one of 3 C1s in this race, Scott Parker. Andy Hicklin in the super heavyweights is joined by Jordan Hawkins on row number 3. Bill Taylor starts on the inside of row number 4 and is joined by one of the contenders for the super heavyweight title this year, Matt Salmon in the number 46. Mikey Nichols and Clint Bell, they go from row number 5. It's then Henry Lopez Gracie outside the top 10 at the moment, but still has a chance of gaining a pathway to Genk. He starts this one from the inside of row number 6. He's joined by Adam Hadfield. Adam Napper was part of the Sheffield University squad qualifying for the BUKC 1 week ago at Wilton Mill. Starts on the inside of row number 7 alongside Adam Britton. Oliver Hall already is a winner because he's the only novice C3 in this race. So as long as he doesn't get disqualified, he's guaranteed a class victory in that one. Other drivers in terms of Rotax Racing Club International Finals and Genk, Adam Naffer has got one of those top 10 spots at the moment. P7 in the championship heading into today. Mikey Nichols likewise P8. That top 10 is likewise for the lightweights as well. The lightweights will run later on this afternoon, running the bulk of the day. A bigger entry there. This is, of course, the last time that we run this format because Sprints has a actually quite significant change for 2026. We will have equal-sized divisions in terms of the grids, but it'll be heavies, middles, and lightweights for next year. I quite like that move. I think it helps smooth out the development curve as well, particularly for drivers moving from the junior ranks. Younger people statistically tend to be a little bit lighter. So it gives those maybe over the lightweight race minimum weight at the moment, but aren't of a weight to step up to heavies. It gives them a nice division to race in as well. All the details, of course, across at the CLUB100 website. Registrations are open for next year. And if you're watching us, you can take us with you on your phone or whatever. Here on YouTube, but the stand is open at Kartmania today. JV, Molly and Willie are all there. They were very busy. I had about 20 minutes just to pop to the stand yesterday whilst things were going on with British Champs Awards yesterday at Silverstone. It was very busy. Lots of registrations being taken at Kartmania yesterday. So thank you everybody if you visited the stand yesterday. We very much look forward to seeing you race in 2026.
Yes, hopefully plenty of new faces to welcome next year in our new 3-category sprint championship. A couple of things to consider for this one, Andrew. Scott Parker, if he wants to go to Genk, has to hold on to 10th place in the championship, and so needs some good results today. He's in danger of losing out to Henry Lopez Gracie, Steve Bosley, who had a very good first heat. I think he finished 5th in that last one, did he? If I remember correctly. And Adam Hadfield's in the mix as well. We have also got Adam Naffer, who could overhaul Miguel Hall for 6th, but could also be overhauled by Mikey Nichols for 7th.
Sorry, Jacob. All very important bits there. A couple of questions. Are we covering Northern Sprints? The news on which events will be broadcast events is in the pipeline for content on socials in December. There is a plan. I'm not going to tell you which rounds are going to be broadcast because then people start, oh well, I'll only do the broadcast rounds. No, do all of them if the budget allows. But no, don't worry. There will be some rounds of the new Northern Sprints Championship broadcast next year. I'm just not telling you which ones yet.
He hasn't even told me which ones yet.
No.
Viewers.
No.
So
it's an embryonic plan.
Secret.
Don't worry. What happened? Nothing happened at the Buckmore beat.
We're getting going, Andrew.
Sure oh, we are. We are indeed. Let's get ready then for heat number 3. 7 minutes on the clock. Away we go then for the start of this one. Quite a calm start towards turn number 1 here. As they run through towards Henry's Bend for the first time. A solid run for the number 42 and the number 14. So it is Richard Newton and Scott Parker at the very front of the field.
Yeah, Scott Parker, as I said, looking to hang on to 10th place in the championship in that final Genk qualifying position. Got some quite a good run out of hairpin to there, as did our race leader, Richard Newton, and Scott Parker leading the way down Symes Sweep. That's not going to do you any favours there. I think there was a arm raised in the direction of Adam Nather, but I think the number 26 of George English managed to find his way around all not by himself.
Yeah, that's easily done down the hill towards Symes Sweep. Penalty incoming for Paul Williams. ABC bump and pass as through goes Parker there. That was a bold one, and wrestles the lead away from Richard Newton. Richard Newton's going to try and fight back as here comes Adam Nather down the inside. Oh, what a move from Adam Nather. He does like this place. He's got a good racing record round Buckmore Park. Remember some very good drives from Adam in the BUKC over the years. That was a bold bit of driving down the inside into turn one, Jacob.
Yeah, I think he won here in the BUKC in February this year.
Yeah,
actually,
he did.
In similar conditions to this, very wet. But that certainly, 25-minute race in February would have certainly helped tune in to this track in these conditions. But Scott Parker isn't going to give this one up easily, Andrew. He's right on his rear bumper there, and he's got Mikey Nichols cruising up to the back of him in the next couple of minutes as well.
And indeed, good side-by-side action between Adam Britton and Rupert Rixon, keeping an eye on the number 46 of Matt Salmon a little bit further back. A bit of news. In fact, I'll let you tell this story, Jacob. What did you spot out, or what did you not spot out on track earlier on this morning regards Mr. Salmon?
As we were waiting for the Paddock Walk to start, as we were preparing all the technicalities, Matt Salmon, the number 46 in the super heavyweight, was the one driver out in the pouring rain, soaking wet track without a wetsuit on. We spoke earlier about how beneficial that half-hour test is to set a benchmark and get your eye in. If I'm honest, I'd sacrifice that advantage to have not had to go out in those conditions in a wetsuit myself.
Yes.
But each to their own. Matt Salmon is back out there, no wetsuit on still. He hasn't managed to procure one in between now and then. I mean, the damage is already done, to be fair. But it doesn't seem to be suffering from it, Andrew.
No.
He's running fairly well. There he is.
He's currently beating the results of Mike Bodner from early on. That's the key today. It's a bit of a moment there between Rupert Rixon and Richard Newton in the fight over fourth place. But why, for the uninitiated, do we talk about this of why not wearing a wetsuit is potentially a bit of an issue? Well, I'll give you this for context. Last week, BUKC qualifiers, Friday, possibly the worst conditions I think any of us have experienced out on track. It was not a good day to be an observer. Simply by standing there without any wetsuit on, my weight went up by at least 5 kilograms. And that wasn't because I was eating too much cake at the side of the track. That was simply taking on water across the course of the day. And it holds in the suit, isn't it, Jacob? And it really can affect how a driver can perform in these conditions.
Absolutely. It wasn't too bad in race control, by the way.
You look lovely and warm.
We did all right. But yeah, an extra couple of kilos certainly doesn't happen when you're super heavyweight already. You've already got a weight deficit to some other drivers on the grid. Matt Salmon battling away around 10th place with Bill Taylor, who we're seeing for the third time this year, former super heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
Himself, but not in the mix for it this year. Bump and pass penalty for Rupert Rixon, currently in 7th place. Clint Bell, I've just noticed,
yes,
Andrew, as well in 6th. He ran very well here 12 months ago. I think he made it to the top 10 of the A final and won C2, I want to say.
Knows this circuit very well, of course, does Clint Bell. Yes. I've got bad news, though. Well, it depends who you are. Some people might quite like this news, but Clint Bell has, for all of his race director experience around the circuit, he's had a complete takeout penalty, everybody.
Oh dear.
So he's going to be receiving the wrath of the race officials as Bill Taylor gets down the inside there. Nice move on Jordan Hawkins. That's Bill Taylor up to P8 now. Likewise, CTOs. Oh, in fact, there's a big one coming in here for our race leader. So Adam Nather has had a CTO pen as well. So that's going to put Scott Parker into the lead of this race. George English has had one also, and just a normal bump and pass for Rupert Rixon. So that's where contact's been made. Lasting advantage has been gained by the number 64, but the other driver has not been completely taken out, not wiped off the face of the circuit.
Lasting advantage or lasting disadvantage for the affected driver.
Yes,
I will
indeed.
clarify there. But yes, Adam Nathers had a complete takeout,
Yes.
which means a severe disadvantage.
I
for the
wonder,
receiver.
that might have been the one from lap 1, in fact. We saw the number 26 of George English, was it not, going round on lap 1 in close proximity. I'm speculating, of course, because we don't have the replays. We'll note as well, not in action today, if I'm not mistaken. Very, very intriguing development at BUKC qualifiers last week that all the students saw in action, Jacob. In terms of the officiating of the events, cameras.
VAR. Yes,
VAR.
not in action today.
Not in action today,
But
no.
trialled
In
last
development.
Weekend, trialled very successfully.
Very successfully.
Last weekend
Yep.
as well. And if it's that successful for a trial, it's certainly going to come into play in future Club 100 events. But yes, a massive investment as there's a change for second place going into turn 1. Mikey Nichols gets that move done, and it's a change for second place, but overall, Andrew, it's a change for the lead because our race leader has a penalty that drops him back behind both of these as Scott Parker goes to the inside of hairpin 1 to try and get that place back. Mikey Nichols will have the inside for hairpin 2. Scott Parker will try and tuck back underneath on the exit. Indeed, you can see the differing lines there, and Parker has the inside now for the first part of the chicane and slides over to the inside for the second part of the chicane, but he's got all out of shape there. Mikey Nichols has been able to dive up the inside of Symes Sweep. This one going to the line, Andrew. We're on the final lap, and this is the battle for the lead. We switch camera angles now to see what I think is the final overtaking opportunity of the race, and Scott Parker's just too far back. Mikey Nichols is going to win heat number 3.
He is indeed. It's going to be another 25 points for Mikey Nichols, one of the drivers trying to hold on to a spot to head to Belgium next May. Adam Naffer over the line, takes the win on the road and spins after the checkered flag. We'll get a little bit of a slap on the wrist for that. Nichols will inherit the victory after the penalty for the number 7. Parker second. Good drive from Adam Britton. Will be up to third place with that one. Clint Bell in the top 5 will fall down with penalties. This will be to the advantage of Richard Newton. I think Henry Lopez Gracie as well will gain some positions in that one. We're going to have to move on because Heat 4 is up next.
Heat number 4 coming up straight away. No more practice laps for this one, so we will be going straight into our grid. We've got drivers lining up and forming behind that pace car driven today by Elliot Alt, who had a decent couple of races yesterday. Let's see who these drivers are then. Starting on the front row, Sam Iddles and Kieran Hyde Moody, Vinod Harani and Anwar Beryl Smith are 3rd and 4th. James Johnson and Tim Penny on row 3. Row 4 is Sam Pike and Stuart Kirk. Luke Fletcher is 9th, 10th is Aidan Kitchener. Charlie Newman is 11th and title winner Joe Holmes 12th. Miguel Hall 13th, Alex Pritchard 14th, Phil Jackson 15th and 16th for C3 contender Ross Samwell. Let's see how he gets on. We will go around one more lap, which gives me just enough time to point out that Andrew Mather's voice will have changed significantly when you hear it next. Indeed, he's changed personality altogether because Jake Palmer joins me in the commentary box.
Good morning. He's changed personality and gained a moustache.
Yes.
Yes, good morning everyone. Lovely to be here, just jumping on for a few heats. Looking forward to watching some good racing. It's looked very good so far. I have to say I might be slightly biased in this one because Sam Pike is a very good friend of mine.
I spoke to Sam Pike in the Paddock show. Him and Sam White are battling over 19th place in the championship. There's 2 points between them. It is tantalising down in 19th. I think we might be getting ready to go this time round, though. I wouldn't expect to see any more heat laps. So Sam Iddles will take us away from pole position. No, he won't. They are rolling round once more. I'm just going to turn the grids slightly towards me just to double check I'm not misremembering, as I read it out quite quickly on the anticipation that we would get this many formation laps.
Yeah, I'm wondering if someone's changed kart or something. I'm assuming. Yes, we do have a kart in the pit lane, so I'm assuming someone's changed kart. We're just waiting for them.
Yeah, I think it might be Anwar. I can't see our number 3 plated driver. In fact, there he is, slamming down the outside to get back in position. With him ready to go, there's a big thumbs up from Elliot Alt in the pace kart. We will be racing this time around. All drivers in position, ready to go. Another packed heat in terms of driver quality. Sam Iddles and Kieran Hyde-Moody, the front two, will lead the way over the line. They stay in the tram lines as they go, and we are racing in heat number 4. Anwar looks to the inside, dives up the inside of both Iddles and Hyde-Moody. I think Iddles will hold on. Hyde-Moody has got to hang it around the outside. Anwar Burrell-Smith takes the inside of hairpin 1 and does make it into second place. It's been a good start for Tim Penny as well, from 6th on the grid. He's now challenging Kieran Hyde-Moody for 3rd, and I think might be able to tuck up the inside into the chicane. Not quite, doesn't get the drive off the corner. James Johnson is in behind them as Anwar looks to Sam and says, can I make a move for the lead on this first lap? All wide from Kieran Hyde-Moody. He's slightly outside track limits there, might get penalised from that if he was deemed to have gained an advantage. It is very tricky there, and Tim Penny is still challenging him. He's going to go up the inside of Garda now. Yes, he is, and I think just about Tim Penny has completed. Not quite. What a battle that is on lap number 1. They're still side by side coming up the hill. Can't take your eyes off those two for 3rd place. The front two are breaking away, but Kieran Hyde-Moody's done an excellent job of defending from Tim Penny. I think he's just given the place back, whether that was due to contact or the track limits violation, I'm not too sure. He's going to lose out to Joe Holmes as well. He's made a storming start from his back grid as Anwar challenges for the lead coming into hairpin 2. He's going to look to tuck up the inside there, get up on the curb on the inside for the grip and be able to drive out of the corner down to the chicane.
It's a great start.
Yes.
Great start from our pole sitter, but for Anwar to get right up into 2nd from 4th place, the left side of the grid typically doesn't get a great start here. A bit less so lately, but this has been a really good start from Anwar. Joe up into 3rd now, battling with Tim Penny. This is going to be good for the front two, and two take them out.
Big spin, and Alex Pritchard has suffered from that as well. That's not what Pritchard wanted to see. He has just about recovered to 6th place, so what looked to be a very damaging situation for him may just have been a bit of a time penalty in the grand scheme of things, as James Johnson is up into 5th place. So that's Kieran Hyde-Moody going round, was it? Look to see if he drops down the timing a bit more. It was seemingly him going down. Yeah, there we go. Sam Pike makes his way up to 7th. Ross Samwell now 8th. That's a good score for him, but Hyde-Moody has recovered. He did such a great job of defending that 3rd place on the opening lap as well. Yes, we've got Anwar now up into the lead, having won it this time last lap. And there you go, Kieran Hyde-Moody still battles. He's got the 52 of Sam Pike there in 7th, and the 68 of Ross Sandwell trying to make up places as well in his efforts to win the C3 title. Bit of a gap now for Anwar. Back to Sam.
I'm wondering now if we're going to start seeing it to dry up. It is late enough in the day that the top side of the track will start getting sun to it. Normally you get that top side stays wet and the rest of the track starts to dry, but it is very sunny here.
We will see, yeah. Before the racing started, I would have my money on completely wet day, and it's still going to be greasy out there, certainly online. Definitely. You see the puddle there, middle of the track, and indeed on the left-hand side here. Carts running over those will drag water back onto the line as we see champion-elect Joe Holmes set the fastest lap in his pursuit of Sam Iddles for 2nd place. Tim Penny hasn't quite been able to keep with him on that kind of pace. It'll be interesting to see over the remaining second half of the race if both Sam Iddles and Anwar Burrell-Smith can fend him off. Anwar driving a good race so far, though.
Very good race. It is tricky when it starts to dry up, though, because when you have the racing line starting to dry, that inside line where you want to make overtakes will still be wet, especially places like hairpin 2, which is really key. Marshall just sorting out the cones there. We had quite a lot of that yesterday. Quite a lot of people hitting the cones, so did reduce the amount of overtaking opportunities, especially through this corner where people are hitting that cone.
Yeah.
Does take out one of the bigger opportunities to overtake in the lap. So that is quite key in the sprints because you don't have many laps to do it.
No, you have to be decisive, as Joe Holmes is demonstrating here from his rear grid slots.
Catch him quickly.
You've got the difference between him and Miguel Hall, for example, who had a back grid slot as well, and Joe has made...
We have a penalty for number 10.
A penalty for Sam Iddles. I wonder what that's for. We switched to our live timing over on the left-hand side there. We've got multiple screens up here in the comms box. It's a cones penalty. Well, that does make sense. We haven't seen him contact any other drivers. He's really been close to anyone until now when Joe Holmes closed his right turn on him. It didn't look like he disrupted Anwar Burrell-Smith's race too much for contact. But yes, 2 cone penalties. Well, when we say cones, those blocks that you mentioned, Jake, on the inside of the sweep, you can see there, those count as cones. So it could well be that Harris Chapman, I think it was, rearranging them because Sam Iddles made contact with them. He certainly steers clear of that one on the outside of that corner. Yeah, he's got more than cones to worry about at the minute. Oh, champion-elect Joe Holmes right on his rear bumper.
He's made the move. I think he made the move into Garda. He's through.
Yes.
So that brings Joe Holmes into second, which is technically where he was anyway. Not that Joe would have really known that, but that puts Sam Iddles into third, which is effectively fourth, bringing Tim Penny up onto the podium. Dropping back a little bit, Tim, but Anwar is making a good gap out in front, making use of the battle that Joe has made, and he's got 3 seconds back to his championship rival.
With just over a minute left of this one, I think that is probably an insurmountable gap at this point, but good scores for both of these drivers, a win and a third place so far for Anwar in heats, a win and a second place. This will be for Joe, putting them both right in contention for the front of that A final. The other man with the second place from that previous heat they were in, Sam Pooley, will be out in one of the next 2 heats in his return. Tim Penny is picking up a third now for this one, having previously picked up, I think, a 5th.
It's worth noting, I've just seen right near the start, Tim Penny has got a penalty for advantage by track limits. Likely around by the bottom where that cone is. If you run around the outside and keep the speed and the stewards deem that you've made an advantage, then it is a penalty, which is fairly new. I think that only came into contention last year, but yes, that is unfortunately a penalty for Tim Penny, so it won't be a podium position, and I believe that brings Alex Pritchard onto the podium.
I'm not sure how it'll get applied, because penalties usually applied in order, which would bring Tim Penny behind Alex Pritchard, and then Alex Pritchard would be the beneficiary of that Sam Iddles penalty. So yes, you are right, and James Johnson has been overtaken by Alex Pritchard as well, making that all possible. I was just trying to get up on my phone the list of penalties. I redid Club 100's penalty logging system last weekend, so I never fail to consult this spreadsheet now when talking about penalties. I'll just open the Saturday qualifiers spreadsheet and put in a forcing a driver wide, or is it advantage by track limits, sorry, penalty, and it's not loading. Excellent. Here we go.
There we go.
I put in a number by...
Heat 4 all done. Anwar Burrell-Smith takes it. Joe Holmes takes second place with the fastest lap. Sam Iddles in third on track, but with a single place penalty. Tim Penny in fourth with a 2-place penalty for advantage by track limits, battling over the line. That was Ross Samuel and Aidan Kitchen. I think Aidan Kitchen had just got him by, what is that, 100th of a second? Very close between those two. And that brings us into Heat 5.
Straight into heat number 5, then we will see these drivers for the second time today. There will be just a couple of formation laps to contend with, and the grids we will be bringing you very shortly. We will have have them up on screen now. Let's see who we've got for this one then. Adam Hadfield starts on pole position for this one. He is the last driver in contention for a spot at gate. Adam Nather is back out in second. Adam Britton starts third with Clint Bell in fourth. Henry Lopez Gracie also in the mix again in fifth. Rupert Rickson in sixth. Seventh with Matthew Cooper. George English is eighth. Johnny Fletcher and Richard Newton on row 5. Sam Pooley and Andrew O'Neill make a very strong row 6. And then we have Bill Taylor, Steve Bosley, Jordan Hawkins and Tony LaCastro rounding out your grid, and they are already underway. So away goes Adam Hadfield. Great start from his side of the grid, the 24 as well of Adam Britton up the inside as Adam Nather tries to hang on to a top spot with his dear life. Up the inside goes the number 40 of Henry Lopez Gracie. What a good start from him as Sam Pooley charges down the inside of hairpin 1 as well. But Henry Lopez Gracie takes the lead in this one as Adam Nather and the 28 of Adam Hadfield make contact. The Adams want to settle themselves down. There's 3 Adams in the top 4 here just to make it fun for us commentators. But great start from Henry Lopez Gracie, who's now under pressure from all 3 of those Adams.
A little bit of contact there, but great start. They made it through very cleanly. I think they were 3 wide through each of the hairpins, which is pretty impressive that they've kept it all together. But that is Henry Lopez Gracie up from 5th into 1st. Great stuff from him, but move from Adam Nather going up the inside. I'm hoping he's going to try and make up some positions after the penalty in his heat just now. But up the inside again goes Lopez Gracie. And now, who is that? Hadfield going back through to take the lead over both of them. This is a great battle.
It's not the most conventional way to lead lap 1 after starting on pole position, but Adam Hadfield has done it as Adam Nather goes to the inside of the corner, and mid-corner with all the grip is the other Adam, I think, or is that Henry Lopez Gracie? It is Lopez Gracie, goes very wide there on exit. Sam Pooley is right in the mix there. I think there's a bit of contact down the bottom end of the track with Adam Britton that he gave the place back. Let's see who comes out of hairpin 2 on top as Nather leads the way. Pooley goes up the inside of Britton, and Hadfield is now, having crossed the line in 1st, down into 5th. Adam Nather leads, Henry Lopez Gracie 2nd, Sam Pooley in 3rd as we come down into the sweep. Still very different lines being taken by absolutely all our drivers in the top 10 of this one. It's in these kind of conditions, Jake, where you've just got to try and find the grip wherever you can.
It's really tricky, especially that Syme sweep. The normal wet line is to go very deep around the outside and cut back, but obviously in these racing situations it's very easy for someone to just cut up the inside, block the move, and then you're in a compromised position for the right-hander. But that using that curb is a very risky one because it has a lot of grip until it doesn't. That outside wheel tends to get very slippy, but we have a penalty for Sam Pooley.
What was that for?
That is for loading.
Okay.
Assuming at the start.
Yes, that will be on the grid. He was deemed to be pushing the cart in front of him over the line. So Sam Pooley can't win this one. He can win on track, as he did with the A final back in Shannington, but he will not be eligible for full points from this heat. And I will just quickly refer to the official Club 100 spreadsheet for the penalty.
It's not one you see
for
often.
Loading. No, not always applied, but it is.
He's still definitely going to try and win on track, though. Up the inside at Syme's sweep. Not sure if he's got the move into the right-hander, but driver's coming through, doesn't make the move. Lopez Gracie making the move stick around the outside, holding his line. And Adam Nather has a chance to get away here. He's got a little bit of a gap, which we know is all that the drivers really need in this. With Sam Pooley battling at Lopez Gracie, but all 3 of them are breaking away well. Adam Britton not too far behind them, but battles going on behind them for 5th means that these 3 are probably going to keep these positions. But Pooley has made the move into 2nd place.
Henry Lopez Gracie got all out of sorts coming out of that left-hander at the bottom of the hill, and Pooley just pulled away from him up the hill and will now be hunting down Adam Nather for 1st in an all-ex-BUKC battle. I say ex-BUKC, Adam Nather still racing the BUKC. And indeed, Henry Lopez Gracie, I want to say, I'm going to look through Andrew for confirmation for this, came through the junior ranks in Club 100. So all 3 of these drivers have raced in other Club 100 series, more junior series, shall we say. Adam Britton and Clint Bell chasing them down. You see Clint there making his way around in 5th. As I said, Clint Bell either won or came 2nd in Class 2 this round last year. Likes a wild card entry for the last round of the year. Club 100 at Buckmore Park, does Clint Bell. Let's see if he can make any impression on Adam Britton for fourth as Pooley challenges Natha for the lead. Goes to the outside.
I'm amazed he held that, but
that's
what a
excellent.
move!
That is excellent.
But
He's very
wide.
wide here, and Natha tucks back up the inside, but Pooley's got a better drive down to hairpin. Oh, that's very aggressive.
Adam Natha trying to close the door, but Pooley was already there, and he still makes the move.
Trying to slam the door, I would say, Jake.
Natha not happy about that, but I don't think he would have expected Sam Pooley to get the grip, because that paint on the outside has got no grip, as Lopez Gracie is showing, but makes the move work around the outside.
Was Lopez Gracie on the track for that?
Maybe, but he could probably argue that he was forced wide, I'd imagine. But a little punt from Natha, he lets him go. But that's going to lose them time. I don't know if they know that Pooley has got the penalty. I imagine they're actually battling for the lead at the moment, but they might not know that.
No, what's difficult is Sam Pooley's only raced 2 rounds of Club 100 heavyweight sprints, this one and the last one. So the drivers are unlikely to know what number he's got. If you see number 1 up, you know Joe Holmes has got a penalty.
Yeah.
You see number 3 up, you know Anwar's been penalised for something. But they probably won't recognise the number 9 plate of Sam Pooley, given he's only been using it for the last couple of races. Also a penalty for Andrew O'Neill, forcing a driver wide. There you go, advantage by track limits, Henry Lopez Gracie. On that last lap, he did overtake Adam Natha whilst off the track on the exit of hairpin 2. So Adam Natha is net lead of this one now with Pooley and Lopez Gracie, because I think Pooley will lose 2 positions, which will put Natha into second, and then Lopez Gracie will receive his penalty, leaving Adam Natha to inherit the win. But yes, Andrew O'Neill won heat number 1. Very, very solid performance from him there. Not making much headway here. You see your top 5 there in shot now. We have to drop back to here as very sideways goes. I think that's Jordan Hawkins in 6th or 7th with Andrew O'Neill behind. But yeah, forcing a driver wide penalty isn't what Andrew O'Neill wanted.
No,
to
especially
be at the front of the A final.
This is one of his back starts, but he did start around, I think it was 12th position. So I imagine he was hoping to make more of an impression. He did win the SP40 heavyweights yesterday, so we know he's quick around here. But yeah, with that forcing driver wide penalty, this is not going to help his position in the finals. Coming up onto the last lap here, Lopez Gracie starting to pull away from Natha, but of course, with the penalty, similarly to Sam Pooley, Adam Natha in the net lead. Adam Britton slowly chipping away, getting back. Lopez Gracie now battling with Sam Pooley for the lead on track. As we said, both of these drivers with penalties, but this is going to be the last lap to do it. There's even fewer places to overtake on this track in the wet, I think, than the dry. There are some situations where you can get a cut under, but the typical spots, such as Garda, hairpin 2, they tend to be quite limited to that, but drivers making it through. It's starting to bunch up at the front.
Little too late though, I think, Jake.
Yeah.
As long as Sam Pooley manages to round these last 2 corners well enough, I think he will take the on-track win here. And indeed, he does. Lopez Gracie follows him through. Adam Natha will inherit the win. Sam Pooley finishes first and drops 2 places for loading on the grid. Henry Lopez Gracie will drop a couple as well for overtaking Adam Natha whilst off the track. Adam Natha, no penalties himself, will inherit the win. Adam Britton 4th, Clint Bell 5th, and Andrew O'Neill comes home in 6th, but again will be receiving a penalty as well, forcing a driver wide, and it'll be all change come the final issued result for heat number 5. We are straight into heat number 6 in just a few moments' time. Okay, as we see last cars filter into the pits, we have a new set filtering out for the last round of everyone's second heat. Here indeed they come. And Jake, do you want to talk us through who we've got in this one?
We will go through the grid. On pole we have Gerard Moore, and on the front row with him Sam White. In third, Kurt Holmes, hoping to make a good impression here with his front start. Marcel Chibilivsky in fourth, Mike Bodnar in fifth, and Will Emerson alongside on row 3. On row 4 we have Andy Hicklin and Jake Hicklin together. Scott Parker on row 5 alongside Luke Phillips. Matt Salmon in 11th place on row 6 with Mikey Nichols. And on row 7 we have Vijay Patel, Dan Grocott, and 15th is Paul Williams and Alexandros Guerrero, with Oliver Hall in 17th rounding out our grid.
Yeah, I think Kurt Holmes will be looking for a high score in this one from this grid. Did cut through the pack pretty well earlier on, but not perhaps as much as he has done in previous rounds, so we want to be turning this into a high-scoring heat. Scott Parker ran very well earlier, as did Mikey Nichols, the two of them battling away for the lower spots to qualify for against. Scott Parker holding on to the last one at the moment from the man who finished second on the road in the last heat, so he needs a good score here. But leading us away, Gerard Moore on pole position on the inside. It's a good start from him alongside the number 20 of Sam White. Kurt Holmes to the inside, looks to tuck up the inside of them both and does take the race lead, or at least will take the race lead as he takes the inside line for hairpin number 1. White hangs on just about to second place with Chmielewski, our C2 champion-elect, duck into the inside of hairpin 2, and Holmes has lost out there. He's gone for the grip around the outside, and White's just been able to position his kart in front of him and take that lead going down into the sweep.
That was very well done. Kurt obviously trying to take the wide outside line, but the cutback on the inside meant that he didn't have the time to get the grip. You do get a massive launch around that outside, but didn't quite get it. But goes for the move into the right-hander. Sam White looking for the cutback, gets a bit of puddle on the inside and backs off into Garda, thinks better of it. It's going to start to settle down now as we round lap 1 with Kurt Holmes in first, Sam White in second place, and Chmielewski in third. Who's that in fourth? Is that Mike Bodnar in fourth? No, it's not. Kurt Holmes starting to pull out in front now. Doesn't need much time to pull out a bit of the gap. Hoping, as you say, to convert this into a win. Penalty on the first lap for Guerrero, advantage by track limits, assuming that's a similar thing round hairpin 2. Guerrero in 8th will be demoted a few places, but race has settled down quite nicely.
That's quite significant, that Guerrero penalty for our C3 title. There are 2 places you're likely to see it. One is the exit of this corner that we're looking at here, particularly if someone tries to go to the inside and doesn't get as good a drive out. If you've gone wide and around the outside, you can sometimes get that better drive, as we saw Henry Lopez Gracie do on the last. But you can go here up the inside if you completely cut the track, which is quite unsporting, I will say. And then on the exit of this corner as well, that Kurt Holmes makes his way through, if you went the other side of that bollard, as some drivers do sometimes, kind of that little pit exit almost, it looks like, you can get a run on someone as well. But yeah, not an often used penalty in Club 100, but usually seen here at Buckmore Park for those kind of scenarios. Kurt Holmes and Sam White look pretty comfortable in this one. I think on lap 1, when Kurt passed Sam, there was a little point going up towards Garda, and yeah, Sam seems to have dropped in behind within a second. Chmielewski just a few moments back there in third. As I said, he's already wrapped up the C2 title, so he's just looking for a good run today. We see here Scott Parker battling Will Emerson. Will Emerson bravely ditching the wetsuit for this one.
Mikey Nichols up the inside though. He was at 8th at last lap, so he's made a couple places there. Looking to convert this one. I think this was his mid-start. So good progress so far, up to 6th with 4 minutes left, but hoping to make a few more. Like you say, Kurt Holmes, fastest lap of the race, starting to pull out, but Sam White is clinging on, starting to be dragged away from Chmielewski, who is in third, also pulling away from Scott Parker, but Scott Parker starting to be the cork in the bottle here.
We've had a spinner towards the back. They've just recovered, coming around Simon Sweet. I think they've gone right to the back of the pack now, so we'll see who that is coming around in 17th place over the timing beacon. This battle for 4th is raging. It is sort of battle for 4th in that Will Emerson's been shaping up for overtake there, but holds on to it. Scott Parker's under a significant amount of pressure from Mikey Nichols, but Scott looks to have flipped the script and pulled himself into contention for that 4th place with Will Emerson. They're taking very similar lines there through hairpin 2, but these 3 bumper to bumper now. It looks the tightest battle on track. It was Jake Hicklin who spun through Simon Sweet last time round, and now finds himself down in 17th place.
Scott Parker started to have a look down Simon Sweet there, but Mikey Nichols goes up the inside on the left-hander of Simon Sweet. Will he be able to hold it around the outside for the right-hander? He does. Oh, but Will Emerson gets forced wide there, but Mikey Nichols goes up the inside of both of them. Will he have them coming out of Garda? That was a very opportunistic move. I think it was starting to kick off between those three. And it is Nichols who comes out in front. Will Emerson sideways coming out of the corner. And Scott Parker goes up the inside again, too wide through Cafe. Still too wide coming out of Cafe. Now going to cut back, look on the inside for turn one. Emerson defends. Oh, Scott Parker still having a look up the inside. Not sure he's going to have up the grip on the inside, but he does. Side by side. Emerson wide into hairpin one, just about gets it stopped under the brakes. But that is a fairly messy battle, but fairly well driven from both of them. And that's Scott Parker up into fifth. And meanwhile, Mikey Nichols is quite far up the road, considering how soon, like that was only a few seconds ago that he made that overtake. And he's already made about a second and a half up the road, now on the hunt for P3, but only a minute and 45 left. Chmielewski starting to catch on Sam White. Kurt Holmes with a clear 2.5 second gap, still with the fastest lap. Should be able to convert this one if all goes well. And there's a bump and pass penalty for Scott Parker.
Interesting.
Which is interesting considering that he actually hasn't made the move.
He is up ahead of Will Emerson,
he
which he
yes.
wasn't at the start of the lap. So it'd be interesting to see if that was for the move that stuck or for one earlier in that lap down kind of the bottom end of the circuit. It's worked out very well for Mikey Nichols because it's put him in contention for third, which is the absolute best you can hope for when you're in sixth position and looking to make a couple of moves. So he'll be very happy with that, as will Kurt Holmes. As I said, didn't get the best of results from his first heats, not for lack of trying, not for lack of pace, but just for situation, realistically. But converting his front grid into a win here puts him in contention for that front row of the A final. Sam White still driving very well. Now Chmielewski is under pressure from Mikey Nichols. I think we'll get one more lap next time around. So let's have a quick look back to see where they are. There's White going through now, and they see Chmielewski has very much his imaginary mirrors full of Mikey Nichols.
He's got time to do it, last lap, but Mikey Nichols has got the fastest lap. It's worth noting that the lap times are starting to come down. And Mikey Nichols, speaking of which, up the inside into turn one, makes the move stick so far, but will Chmielewski be able to get the cutback? Nichols covers it off very nicely as they head down into hairpin one. Chmielewski stays behind, has a look up the inside going into the hairpin though. Mikey Nichols going to cut back, have the outside line for hairpin two, and get the better run. Chmielewski again going to look to the inside. Who's going to get the better run out of the corner? Chmielewski trying to force wide, but doesn't quite have the run. Nichols around the outside, but Chmielewski holds it for the minute, but Nichols might be able to get the cutback here. Chmielewski covers it off, but not enough. Goes up the inside through Sime Sweep, but again, we're going to have a cutback opportunity here. Nichols getting it stopped, taking the dry line through there. I think he's made the move stick there. He has indeed.
He'll defend that to the end now as Kurt Holmes comes around the final couple of corners. It's been a great drive in this second heat for him, really making up for that lowered score earlier. Excellent win for Kurt Holmes, sideways over the line, takes the win.
Good
flawless for him. Sam White excellent in second place as well. That serves him very nicely for the battle for 19th. Mikey Nichols an excellent third there, just ahead of Marcel Chmielewski. Scott Parker home in fifth, but with a penalty. Will Emerson finishes in sixth. Alexander Squirrero also has a penalty, but needs that seventh place for his C3 charge. Gerard Moore is eighth, Dan Grocott ninth, and Mike Bodner beats Matt Salmon in super heavyweights. That is significant as well. I'm sure Andrew will be able to plug some numbers into his spreadsheet to tell us how significant in just a few moments' time. But that is heat number 6. We'll be moving on to heat number 7. Karts coming out on track for heat number 7. Then you can see some fresh faces, or rather number plates and helmets on your screen now, as opposed to the ones that we've just seen. So these guys will be forming up into a grid for their last heat. Their last heat. The number at the bottom of your screen hasn't yet changed over to a 7. There it is. So, yes, last round of heats for heavyweights. 3 more to come, starting with this one. And it's Miguel Hall on pole position for this one. We might be getting going this time round, so we won't run through the grids just yet. We'll give you them if there's not a run. There isn't, so we'll start by talking you through. As I said, Miguel Hall is on pole position. Let's find out who's behind him. Bill Taylor is in second place, Alex Pritchard in third, Sam Pooley back out for last time in fourth. Adam Britton and Henry Lopez-Gracie are an all C2 row 3. Row 4 is Adam Natter and Clint Bell. Adam Hadfield is 9th with Luke Fletcher for company alongside Sam Pike in 11th with Richard Newton 12th. Row 7 will be George English and Rupert Rickson. Ross Sandwell, our C3 Championship contender, rounds out the 15 kart grid for heat number 7. Andrew Mather's back with me.
Hello. Big thanks to Jake Palmer there, doing a bit of an impromptu stint. I picked the wrong time though. The big football match that I'm interested in starts in 8 minutes. But back here at Buckmore Park, this is more important. We're going to go around again for another formation lap. And yeah, good to see how this day is. It's still very much in the balance, I think, for those super heavyweight and C3 titles. We'll bring you a firmer update once all the numbers have been put into the boxes. Computer's feeling a bit slow today. It's been a long, hard season. Keep the comments coming in as well. We do read the comments out. It's just gets very busy in these heats. No F1 spoilers. I do know the F1 result, but others might not. So, you know, refrain from Vegas chat, or we will find you. Hello to Jacko. He's waiting for his Sunday dinner. Still a bit early in the day for that, Jacko. Hello to Tiago as well. Jamie Moore is waiting for the lightweights. Good to have you with us again, Jamie. And yeah, there's other comments that you brain rot that we're not even going to mention. But there we go. C1 title, if you're just joining us, that one's done. C2 was done before today, but C3 and Super Heavyweight still very much up for grabs. Let us know in the comments. You're looking to be racing in Club 100 next year. If you're an existing Club 100 racer, you're with us again next year. Anyone moving up the karting pathway, let us know in the comments. Looks like we're good for a race start though, Jacob.
Yeah, Miguel Hall leads us away. Don't think Bill Taylor's too happy with the start as Alex Pritchard charges to the outside of this one. Great move from Pritchard there. Really confident going around the outside, and Bill Taylor's recovered as well. He's done very well for himself coming around the outside. He's just followed Alex Pritchard through. Miguel Hall tries to hold on to it. Bill Taylor's out wide but might have the inside line for hairpin 2. Let's have a look how that comes out for him. Looks like he's recovered second place to me. Has indeed. So great start from Pritchard. Already a bit of a gap out front. Bill Taylor, despite not being happy with the other row of the grid, has held on to his second place. Miguel Hall, our pole sitter, down in third with Joe Holmes for company in fourth. Sam Pooley trying to make his way through there as well on the inside of the sweep. Hopefully he didn't get a loading penalty this time around. Joe Holmes under pressure from the number 4040 there as well, rather than being
Henry Lopez-Gracie
in the other direction. Yeah, good start from Lopez-Gracie today. He's running well this afternoon. Oh, that's wide from Bill Taylor. Probably a track limits warning coming his way. To the inside goes Joe Holmes on Miguel Hall. Miguel might benefit from that extra grip on the outside. Oh, with his contact there from Joe. Needs to be a bit more careful than that, does Joe, if he wants to avoid the steward's wrath. Bill Taylor trying to get the cut back now on Miguel Hall. Miguel will have the inside line for hairpin 2. Joe gets the extreme inside line for hairpin 2. I think Miguel will drive around the outside of him and Bill Taylor will recover as well. Henry Lopez-Gracie indeed makes a move on Joe Holmes there. So the extreme inside line not paying off at all for Joe Holmes.
I was going to say, I think we've just seen something quite rare there. I think we just saw a mistake from Joe Holmes because grip's not down that inside line at this stage of the day. He's looked to have recovered that position back ahead of Henry Lopez Gracie. Oh, was Sam Pooley getting together there with Clint Bell.
Clint Bell's trying to show him back past. I don't think Sam Pooley wants to go past. I'm not sure what was going on there. There's going to be a big gap between this top 5 and the others. That's Adam Nather, who seems to have ignored all the nonsense and just driven through. Out in front, Pritchard's gone, Andrew.
Yeah. Alex Pritchard in really good form this weekend. Some strong performances, very strong performances. Yesterday in the SP60, Holmes looks down the inside of Bill Taylor. Classy move there from Joe Holmes. Good to see Bill Taylor back in Club 100 action. He's got to be one of the favourites, I think, for the super heavyweight round honours today. And doesn't have the pressure of title permutations. Remember back to a couple of years ago, and the 1v1 that he had with Lee Henderson. Which in the end, Lee Henderson took the title. And I think Bill will enjoy racing here today without having to do the maths and think through everything that's going on. So that is going to be the case for others in the super heavyweight category. As Joe Holmes looking down the inside now of Miguel Hall. This is for second place. Through goes the champion-elect, now the 8-time champion-elect at the Premier level of Club 100 sprints competitions. Nice move, flew 3.5 minutes ago.
That little exchange, you'll see him cross the line with the fastest lap in 5th place as he now looks to the inside of Bill Taylor. Great move again from Adam Nather, but I don't think he's got the grip on the second apex to hold on to it. No, he doesn't now. He's on the outside for hairpin 1. Lopez Gracie might have a shot of taking him back. Let's see what Nather can do going into hairpin 2. He's got the inside line. Is there going to be enough grip to have a move on Bill Taylor? There's not. So they are as you were. But yes, Joe up into second place. Be interesting to see if he can reel in Alex Pritchard in the remaining 3 minutes of this one. Miguel Hall trying to stick with him. Sam Pooley's cruising up to the back of this battle as well, and he's bringing Adam Britton with him. So yeah, that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th now. All fairly close contention. There's more battling to happen as well in this one, as I think Nather shaping up on Bill for another go at Bill Taylor. That's the next piece of action. Bill Taylor just can't seem to get his line right on the exit of Cafe Curve, and that gives Nather the chance to slide up the inside of turn 1. Taylor's going to have the grip around the outside, though, that we saw Alex Pritchard use to his advantage at the start, and holds on Nather to the inside of hairpin 1. Nothing doing there, though.
Oh, this is where the super heavyweights do actually have a little bit of a card to play at this part of the circuit. They can use that weight to transfer around the kart a bit, get the tyres to work that little bit more than the standard heavyweights drivers. So whilst Adam Nather probably has the advantage up the hill, he's going to have to work for it over that top half of the section and here as well, down through Paddock Corner, where it's still quite technical. Lots of turns to navigate as Bill Taylor runs wide. Might get a track limit warning for his troubles there out of Paddock Corner. Bill Taylor, really, really experienced, classy driver as well as Bill. Knows the circuit very, very well. To be honest, most of the drivers in Club 100 do. Start the season here, end the season as well. Number 7 has picked up some warnings there. Also, Henry Lopez Gracie looking down the inside. Has had a very good first season here in the seniors. Nearly got this move done on Adam Nather side by side into hairpin number 1. You can see Henry's quite a tall driver, so he's trying to shift his weight around there, Jacob.
Yeah, Sam Pooley looking to get involved in this battle as well. Nather goes to the inside of hairpin 2. They're going to be side by side, are they? No, Adam Nather tucks in behind. Adam Britton's desperate to get involved in this as well. He's pushing Pooley all the way up to the back of this one, as there's a little mistake, is there? Not quite. I think it's just differing lines that we saw there. And Pooley up the inside of at least 2 of them there. He makes the lunge. Wide goes Lopez Gracie. They're still as they were. As I said, Adam Britton's looking to get involved. He's up the inside of Adam Nather now. Those 2 former endurance teammates. Let's see who comes out on top of this one. Still Bill Taylor in 4th place. Miguel Hall slightly pulled away from this battle now. Lopez Gracie up into 5th is the change there as he goes to the inside of Bill Taylor as well. Natha trying to get the drive out of the corner. But yeah, Lopez Gracie has made that stick for 4th place. It's all chop and change, hard to keep track of. But yeah, Lopez Gracie 4th, Bill Taylor 5th, Adam Natha 6th for the time being.
I've been really impressed with Henry so far today. This has been a very mature drive. As I say, a driver who last year was competing in the junior lightweight category, and to be fair, was at a bit of a disadvantage because, as I say, he is quite a tall driver, but really seems to have found his home here in this championship. Alex Pritchard continuing the good form this weekend then. Strong day yesterday in the SP60, and he's going to take a heat victory here, looking to strengthen his position in the top 10, number 5 seed last year, and that means a lot to Alex Pritchard to take that victory. Another 25 points for the round. Remember, the grid positions for the finals later on this afternoon are set by the total number of points scored over these 3 rounds of heats. So even if it is drop scores and marginal gains in the championship, still very key, every single point, for getting you up into potentially that A final later on today. Bit of an off result there for Ross Sandwell. That P12 does give him some more points, but would have wanted a bit more. We'll keep you up to date on the scores in C3 as and when we receive them. But Jacob, it's time for Heat 8.
Our penultimate heavyweight heat awaits then. Let's have a look who we've got for heavyweight and super heavyweight heat number 8. Starting on pole position, Vijay Patel with Steve Bosley on the front row alongside him. Jordan Hawkins will be third with Matt Salmon in 4th place. Andrew O'Neill and Kurt Holmes out for the final time. They are row 3 for this one. Mike Bodner and Sam White behind them are row 4. Marcel Chmielewski starts in 9th. Gerard Moore will be 10th. Johnny Fletcher is 11th in kart 91. Kart 103 of Matthew Cooper is 12th. Aidan Kitchener starts in 13th for this one. Stuart Kirk will be 14th. Tim Penny's out starting in the 15th slot with Phil Jackson alongside him on row 8. Alexandros Guerrero is on row 9 and 17th overall. They are going already. Away come our front two for this one's great start from pole side as Steve Bosley tries to hang it around the outside. Can he do what Alex Pritchard does? Not quite. I think that's a really good start though from the green helmet. Is that James Johnson? No, not James Johnson, is it? It's a very similar helmet to James Johnson. I was going to say I didn't remember his name on the grid. It's Jordan Hawkins, I believe, with Steve Bosley now 2nd place. He's managed to hold on around the outside. But yes, Hawkins, I believe, to the front of this one. Correct me if I'm wrong, Andrew.
Yep, absolutely spot on, mate. That Jordan Hawkins has made the best possible start then in this race. Has the lead from Steve Bosley heading down the hill. Good start from Marcel Chmielewski. The number 55 is charged through. Started, did he not, around 10th place for this one. So already up to 3rd there. Smooth operating for the number 55. Kurt Holmes on the move as well. Really important race this for Alexandros Guerrero. Spin for Matt Salmon. Oh, that's one of our runners in the super heavyweight category going for glory here today in another race where Mike Bodner's out there as well. Mike Bodner with a penalty. So both super heavyweight front contenders in their class championship in a spot of bother. Salmon facing the wrong way. Bodner receiving a notification from the race officials as down the inside goes Bosley. Oh, there's a touch there and a spin for Hawkins. Oh, Hawkins puts his hand in the air, understandably there, is not happy about that at all with Steve Bosley. Now, has Marcel Chmielewski come through? Yes, he has. So Marcel Chmielewski now leads this race. Kurt Holmes is up the order as well. Matthew Cooper has gained out of that exchange. And we'll wait to see, is there going to be a call coming in there against the number 44? I wouldn't be surprised if there is. 5 minutes of this race to go.
Really feel for Steve Bosley there because you can see in the moment he wants to give the place back. Yeah. He just sees the cart go around and he realises that he can't give the place back. I've been in the exact same situation, acknowledging mistake straight away, but unfortunately there'll be nothing. There's the 44 number up on the penalty board, unfortunately for Bosley. That means a penalty as there's battling now between 23, 50 and the 72. Andrew O'Neill trying to carve his way through this field. It hasn't been plain sailing for Andrew O'Neill after that first race result, which looked like he was going to run away with the whole day based on that form. But it's proved tough for him in his second and third heats. He has got the better of Kitchener and Patel now and will be up into 6th place, but still has a lot of work to do if he wants to find himself at the front of the A final.
I think it's a little bit of what we talked about with Beryl Smith earlier. This is a really tricky day to be starting in the second half of the field because of the conditions. You get that field spread. You probably spend the first couple of laps getting through the traffic and then realise, race leaders are 4, 5, 6 seconds down the road as opposed to normally when they'd be at max 2.5 seconds down the road. That's a nice battle between Cooper and Hawkins. That's his over 4th position. Where is Guerrero in all of this? P10. That's not bad for Alexandros Guerrero. The key for me here, Jacob, in the C3 battle, as Hawkins has a little look for 4th place. Guerrero, it's the stage of the season where he's almost racing himself. He's racing previous races earlier on in the season, and the good news for Alexandros Guerrero, he's beating his previous scores. He's moving his score locked in further up. We've got them at the moment. Ross Sandwell after the heats 9.97, Guerrero 10.16, so it's advantage Guerrero. But remember, there's a bigger range of points for Sandwell to run into because his drop score that he's trying to beat when we get to finals is a 0. It's a donut because he's had 2 rounds this year where he's not been present, whereas Guerrero is trying to beat scores that are a little bit higher than a 0 point score. But Guerrero is putting himself in a really good position here. Currently running, as I say, that has just dropped to 15th place. Oh dear, I think that might be a curse to the commentator. As down the inside for another position. 2nd place now for Kurt Holmes. Steve Bosley thinks about trying to fight back there, but can't draw back alongside last year's championship runner-up. Holmes through and on his way once again to look to secure at least 3rd place in the championship.
Yeah, obviously Kurt Holmes was already ahead of Steve Bosley, but I think Kurt Holmes has got his eye on Marcel Kimnevsky, who's just a 1.5 seconds up the road. He's got 3 or 4 laps to try and catch him. He's going to need to show significant pace to do that. Andrew O'Neill making his way through just behind there. You see him riding that white line. He's got 4th place at the minute, which will be 3rd on the road. A 1st from early and a 3rd for him. Will be decent results. It'll be interesting to see how that A final shapes up. Yeah, just to mention on that C3 battle, Andrew, there's a lot more points to gather in a final, and the difference a slight change of position can make. If you're fighting over the last repechage spot in the B final, you could be fighting over a chunk of points, because if you get that repechage and then have a very fortunate or very skillful lap 1 in the A final and find yourself 10 positions higher, that's, we're talking 11, 12, 14, 15 position difference just from having a lucky couple of laps.
Yeah, it's the potential gains, isn't it? It's why we often say when there's if it's 2 drivers going through to the next level of race, and I know we always like to see a fight for a race victory, but if you've got a good gap to 3rd place, you work together. You work together because, you get through with some big points in store if you can get up the order. So you're absolutely spot on there with that one, mate. 30 seconds to go in this one. This has been a very good drive for Marcel Kimilevsky. Full credit to Marcel. He could easily have taken his eye off the ball today, having already secured mathematically the C2 championship, but he knows that he wants to qualify in that overall top 10 position to have that pathway to Belgium at the end of May 2026 for the first ever Rotax Racing Club International Finals. Right now, he's doing that with seemingly relative ease. I'm sure it's anything but behind the wheel. He has got Kurt Holmes bearing down on him on this last lap of the race. I think he's going to be okay. He's got a 1.2 second advantage.
Yep, he's on for his 4th race win of the year. He's had a couple of heat wins, including last time out at Shennington. He won his 3rd heat there, so it seems to go well in his 3rd heat of the rounds, does Marcel, certainly towards the end of the year. Anyway, Andrew O'Neill going for Steve Bosley and making the move happen on the very last lap. Probably doesn't know they just need to, given Steve Bosley's penalty, but every little helps for Andrew O'Neill in his quest to be at the front of that A final. Szymlewski comes around the final corner though, and as I said, wins his 4th heat of the year. Very happy with that. Kurt Holmes sideways over the line for 2nd place. Andrew O'Neill sideways over the line for 3rd. Bosley in 4th with a penalty. Cooper and Hawkins 5th and 6th. Kitchener comes home in 7th. Sam White will be 8th. Gerard Moore looks to hold off Tim Penny for 9th, and Tim himself finishes 10th. Alexander Guerrero has made it up to 11th, and we will move swiftly on, Andrew, to heat number 9.
So for the last time in 2025, it's time for a heat in the heavyweight and super heavyweight sprints. We'll move to the finals after this one. Last chance for drivers to qualify through to the A final. It'll be a B and an A final today for these drivers. Mikey Nichols starts on pole position. Dan Grocott alongside on the front row. Paul Williams and Charlie Newman row 2. Vinod Hirani and James Johnston go from row 3. It's then Kieran Hyde-Moody and Anwar Barul-Smith on 4. Sam Eddles and Scott Parker form up row 5. Andy Hicklin, Luke Phillips there on row 6. Jake Hicklin, Will Emerson, Oliver Hall and Tony Lacastro complete the 16-strong field. Do believe we'll be going round again for another formation lap. So a bit of a moment to check in with you all in the comments. I hope you've been behaving yourselves. We'll give the computer a smack. The computer's slow today. Hello to Minex. Well, I'm at St Pancras now, so we've got people watching from train stations. Let's have a lights drive as well. How many lights can we get before we get to the lunch break? So we've got this race and 2 more after this one for those finals, the last finals of the season for the heavyweights. Lots to talk about with the lightweights of today. Jamie Moore asks, where's Benji Hamilton? Benji Hamilton is observing from Garda Hairpin.
I think he's kart testing as well, isn't he?
And he probably is doing a bit of kart testing as well. He is here. I spoke to him earlier this morning. Good to see as almost like a new generation of Club 100 observer coming through. See Barnaby just for a moment there. One of the experienced hands out there on circuit. But Rory O'Regan here today in a working capacity. Won't be racing later on in the lightweights. Elliot Alton, another example of that as well. And I should mention as well, from this commentary box, a big thank you to Carson. Carson Alt, not here today. It's his last event on the Club 100 staff at the Cadets and Juniors 2 weeks ago. There was a very big cake, a gathering together. So Carson, if you're watching, if you're listening, a hat tip to you, mate, and all the hard work that you've done over the years. Right. We're ready for heat number 9 then. Last heat of the day for the heavyweights. Who's going through to that A final? We'll find out over the next 7 minutes. Great start for Mikey Nichols. Paul Williams is going to get down the inside as well. Potentially take P2. Anwar Barul-Smith being shuffled out wide a little bit there. And it's nearly 3 wide as they run into hairpin number 1. But that was a brilliant start. Well executed, Jacob, by Mikey Nichols. That's exactly what he would have wanted.
Sam Eddles has done very well for himself as well. He goes around the outside of hairpin 2 as Anwar tries to duck to the inside. Sam Eddles is challenging for what looks like 3rd. I think he's going to have to settle for 4th for the moment, with Charlie Newman battling there. And sorry, it wasn't Charlie Newman, it was the number 49 of Kieran Hyde-Moody. But yeah, great start from pole position, and indeed from 3rd place as well, because Paul Williams has found himself in a very comfortable looking 2nd position coming through Garda.
Has indeed. 6 minutes of this race to go. Oh, looking all a little bit busy in that main pack from 4th place down.
Yeah, and Anwar's got a job on there to get himself catching up with Mikey Nichols. Round.
No.
That's going to help Anwar, at least. The driver in front of him spinning out. Who is that, Andrew?
I think that was Hyde Moody from 3rd place, who's just confirmed on our screen. Got an advantage by track limits penalty, so it's all gone wrong for the driver of the number 49.
Yes, Mikey Nichols gap 2.5 seconds. That's probably the best start we've seen from Pole all day, possibly even all season. That's really impressive.
Apologies, I think it was actually Dan Grocott in the number 18, because I just saw the number 49 there flash through screen. Difficult day when they've all got their suits on, but yeah, Dan Grocott fell down 13 positions on that lap. He's still running, but now down in 16th place. Here's your fight for 2nd, Williams versus Hyde Moody. I've been impressed with Sam Iddle so far today. Jacob had a bit of a tough run last week at the BUKC qualifiers, but seems to have gone into a good rhythm with the slippery conditions. He's running well there in 4th.
Yep, doing excellent work, I would say. Paul Williams, though, still holds on to 2nd place. I will say about Paul, as he gets around the outside grip benefit there, and Sam Iddle's a bit of a failed overtake, I think, as he loses out to Scott Parker as well, and potentially Anwar. Paul, I think won't mind me saying, he's not the fastest driver out there, but defensively, very, very good.
Yes.
And you'll see him tuck back up the inside there of Kieran Hyde Moody to hold on to 2nd place. It's going to be hard for any of these drivers to take 2nd place off Paul today.
And it's a day where the experience, I think, will come into play. I've no idea how many races Paul Williams has done around Buckmore Park over the years, but I would bet it's into the hundreds. He knows all those little tricks, what to do through certain corners to get the best exits, especially in these sprint races. So, yeah, I totally agree with that. He's got that confidence just to get the back end of the kart, to swing out there, to get through the centre curve. This is great news, though, if you're Mikey Nichols and a fan of Mikey's work. 6.7 seconds the lead now as Anwar Barrell-Smith goes down the inside. Good move by ABS through into 3rd place now. Scott Parker followed through as well. Past Kieran Hyde Moody. He's trying to hold on to 5th place now, but here comes Sam Iddles down the inside. That's the tricky thing through these hairpins. You get down the inside, you get on what would be the normal apexing point for dry conditions. There's just not enough grip there to drive yourself off the corner with any kind of proper speed. You can hold it round the outside if you are the defending driver of a position. 3 minutes of this one to go. This isn't the battle for the race lead because Mikey Nichols is clear and gone, can start to relax a bit now. Not too much, not lose concentration. Paul Williams holding on still for this 2nd place.
Yeah, good half a lap from this point on last time around for Anwar as he ducked up the inside of Scott Parker in Garda and then up the inside of Kieran Hyde Moody in turn 1. Scott Parker followed him through in turn 1. But he's got a different challenge now in taking 2nd place off Paul Williams. Paul Williams' lines have been pretty good so far, although looking over his shoulder there, I think just let himself down a little bit, and Anwar's been able to sneak up the inside of Scott Parker, desperate to follow him through as well. Paul is wise to that one though, and might even have another go at Anwar. Not quite for this one. Does defend into hairpin 1 though. There you go. I did say he's good at defending, and yeah, completely shuts out Scott Parker there. As I said, desperate to get back through was Scott Parker, but Paul Williams has all that experience we talked about and is more than capable of stopping that. Yeah, the little look over the shoulder, I think, got him all out of sorts coming around Cafe, and unfortunately lost him out. He's got a little out of sorts there on the exit. Chicanes, speaking of out of sorts, very sideways there from Scott Parker. Did very well to hold on to that and hold on to the kart in general and hold on to position.
Yeah, I say, looks like the opportunity of a best result in a heat this year for Paul Williams just slipped away. Has had a 3rd earlier on in the year.
He's not done, Andrew.
I say no, he's going to try and fight back here as they run up round Cafe Corner over the top of the hill. Blind on entry, of course, through that part of the circuit. Iddles down the inside of Hyde Moody, takes 5th place away. But there's the switchback. Hyde Moody trying to get on the inside, but again, you hit that inside line. That would be a perfect line in dry conditions, but you just find the kart slides. Everybody on slick tyres, of course, is the norm for Club 100. Means it's the same situation for everybody. Through and out of hairpin number 2 they go. So this is good stuff from all of these drivers. And Luke Phillips is not too far behind as well, just running there in 7th place. Quick update on the super heavyweight ranks. James Johnston, highest runner. You see the distinctive green and white hooped helmet design in the background there. It's currently running in 9th place.
Sam Middles has made a move on Paul Williams there. The right-hander at the bottom of the hill, and we'll see them come through shot just now. Williams just about holding on from Kieran Hyde-Moody, I think. Couldn't quite make out the two clear wetsuits. Williams still in 5th position, but the red plates are to the front of this one. Mikey Nichols is on for his 4th heat win of the year.
He's indeed. Williams had a bit of a moment there, just coming out of Conway's turn 1. Here's your race leader, Mikey Nichols. It's looking hard for anyone outside the top 10 in points at the start of the day to be breaking in on the form that we've seen so far from those wanting to head to Genk, because I can't really think of any of the names in that top 10 who you think, oh, they've had a bit of a dodgy morning and early afternoon. They've all been putting in performances like this from Mikey Nichols, up in top 4s, continuing to accumulate points. Up the hill to take the checkered flag for the last heat of the year in heavyweights. Over the line, Mikey Nichols wins again. Brilliant drive from pole position. 2nd place will go the way of Anwar Burrell-Smith, who surely has got 2nd place in the championship sewn up now. Kurt Holmes, despite having a good morning, I don't think he's going to be able to overhaul Anwar's score when we get to the final. Scott Parker 3rd, Sam Eddles in 4th, Paul Williams top C2, P5. Good drive there ahead of Luke Phillips, Kieran Hyde-Moody, Will Emerson. James Johnston was your top super heavyweight with Dan Gokart. Another decent recovery there from Dan Gokart after that first lap spin. He recovers to P10. So we'll have a little bit of a pause here at the circuit because there are drivers who were in that 9th and final heat who theoretically could be in the B final. So all of the scores will be tallied up. What have you made of the racing this morning, Jacob?
I think what you just mentioned, Andrew, the top 10 in the championship all had fairly similar mornings.
Yeah.
Each of them might have had one slightly less favourable heat score than they would have liked. But I'd imagine the top 15 for that A final, Andrew, is going to be pretty much the top 10, 12 of the championship, plus Andrew O'Neill. It's going to be absolutely stacked in terms of talent. Not one person out of place, I'd say, at the top tier. It'd be interesting to see who comes through the B final. We've obviously got big battle going for both super heavyweight and for C3. And as we said just a few moments ago, the difference between 5th in the B final and what will initially be 4th in the B final, but could then be a top 10 in the A final, really could factor in to those championships. If you're 5th on the final lap of the B final and you overtake your championship contender for 4th and then have a good first lap, those 2 laps alone
could be the difference in 10, 15 points and a title indeed. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. If you're new round here as well, why not subscribe to the channel? And also head across to the Alpha Live Productions Instagram. There has been some news this morning of a new initiative, so head over there, check out the details for that. Keep your comments coming in as well. Ryan Harris asks, are BUKC rounds being streamed? Yes, there will be some being streamed. That will all be announced in due course.
Not Ryan, though. We won't show Ryan on
Not
stream.
Ryan. There'll be a Ryan Harris. No, I'm kidding, Ryan. Unless you crash a lot or win a lot or basically provide entertainment.
They certainly did a lot of winning last weekend.
They did. Some very good results for the team. Hello to Jensen Hookie. Hello, Jensen. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to hear from you again. Jack T cheering on Anwar Beryl-Smith, Jamie Moore. I think that's in reaction to Benji Hamilton being an observer today. Yeah, I bet he's strict as well. But he's out there calling every cone penalty. They've thrown Benji in with a real test today, because if he's at Garda, if I'm right in saying that, he's got to look at that cone off of Paddock Corner. Now he won't be the person having to reset it every time, but he will be the one having to call as to who's hit it, which from personal experience I can say is not the easiest of things, particularly on restarts when you've got 4 wide coming out of Paddock Corner. So yes, keep your comments coming in. Jamie asks, do I race? I used to, but now I'm too old, I'm too fat, and my bones are brittle, so I stopped to do this full time, talk about the racing.
Too good as well, weren't you? It wasn't really fair on the other drivers.
What can I say? The moral champions of the intermediate endurance championship.
You jumped before you were
2019.
pushed, I think.
Yeah.
JV would have.
I did a Nico Rosberg.
Yes. Perfect
Yeah.
analogy.
But yeah, no, I do miss it, particularly around here. It is often talked about as a bit of a driver's favourite, Buckmore Park. Always great to come here. Great facility, proper track as well, and the updates that it had over the last few years as well. It's actually going quite back a few years now when all of the blue and white and the runoffs were put in place. It's a track where you really feel like it's got that mix of the old school, but the modern safety means you can be a little bit braver than perhaps you used to be back in the 2010s. So we love coming here. Big thanks to Clint and to Phil and to Mike and the whole team that keep this operation going. Really looking forward to the further developments here at Buckmore Park over the years, with plans for the new clubhouse and club building down the bottom end of the circuit. And it's in planning permission at the moment. Of course, we've got to get through local councils and all of that business. But when it gets going, it's going to be really, really good here at this place. Actually, I've just thought, whilst we've got a bit of a pause for getting all of the scores through, and obviously making sure, thank you, Cammy, should note as well, any lightweights, bring your peace offerings to the commentator's curse altar. We are currently in possession of 110 Jaffa cakes, 80 of them from Tim Penny, and the record is 120, I reckon, which was the BUKC 2 or 3 years ago. So, come on, lightweights. We reckon we could have 200. We could have more Jaffa cakes than England put runs in the cricket over 2 days. Come on, we can do it for the end of the season. I'm stalling because the computer's been slow again. Before I bring up the calendars for next year, Jacob. You've had a look at them off the top of your head. What do you think of the highlights?
There's no need to do that.
The computer's been slow.
What's my favourite date on the calendar to go for? My favourite date on the calendar is the weekend of the 11th and 12th of July at Ella Park.
Yes.
Very much looking forward to not being there for that one because I've just booked a holiday. That's how I know that it's Ella Park that weekend that I'm missing out. And it's Rowra the week after, I think, for cadets and juniors that I'll also miss out on.
So 8 rounds next year for the Senior Sprint South. So if we're talking lineage of title, this one I think we'll stay with the South, of course. We start here at Buckmore Park, 15th of February. All of these rounds are on Sundays, by the way, for the lightweights, the middleweights, and the heavyweights. Clay Pigeon round 2, the 29th of March. May 17th, Wilton Mill. I think that's the last meeting before we then head out to Genk for Rotax Racing Club International Finals. Love Lyd, August 23rd. That could be a warm one. That could be a very warm one when you practically drive to France.
Sunburn Central,
Yeah. Sorry, I've skipped one, but you mentioned it already. The 12th of July at Ella Park. Llandau. To South Wales, the home of champions. Henry Burdett will be very cross if I don't mention that whenever we mention Llandau. We'll be going there September 6th. That could be anything. That could be a late summer heat wave. That could be pouring down with rain. Either way, it'll be beautiful down there in South Wales. Dunkeswell on October 4th. We've talked about Dunkeswell, obviously. Of course, it's on the BUKC calendar next year. It is on the Cadet and Junior South calendar. I love the fact that the seniors get to go there as well. As I say, I was at Silverstone yesterday for the British Karting Awards. Slight tangents here. After every single event of the British Championships, the teams, the entrants, everybody is kind of questionnaire on a whole different range of stuff. There's lots of maths. There's far too complicated for even me to understand with all my spreadsheets and all the rest of it. Basically, all of these points all are put together to objectively come up with what the event of the year was, and I think it's very, very telling and very well deserving. Dunkeswell won this year, so out of Wilton, Warden Law, PF International, Lark Hall, all of these, Dunkeswell was the highest rated venue for an event on this year's British Championships. They have put in a tremendous amount of work over the last few years. I think the Club 100 community is going to love that place. Really interesting circuit as well. So that'll be October 4th. And then this is kind of the case with anything that's got Silverstone on the calendar at the moment. It's got a little asterisk for TBC. It's all contracts-related stuff for the various series. But we should be finishing the Senior South Championships the weekend of the 7th and 8th of November. So I say all of the sprints actions are on the Sunday. And of course, you've got SB40 South and SB60 again on the Saturdays of all of those weekends. So I like that calendar. That's a good mix, I feel, for next year.
Yeah, it's one of the more exciting calendars we've had over the past couple of years, with two brand new tracks to Club 100 Seniors. The return of Llandau, which everyone's disappointed to have missed out on this year. Ella Park's always a favourite. It's got Buckmore and Clay Pigeon and Wilton Mill, the staples of the calendar, and our traditional summer round at Lyd as well. It really is a good set of tracks. Similarly for North, Andrew, we have just as good a lineup starting at Silverstone on the 1st of March TBC, although it may be. Then you've got your staple Wilton Mill in April on the 12th. May 10th will be at GYG, which is in North Wales. So Wales very well represented this year on the calendar. In fact, there's 2 rounds at GYG for North, August the 16th as well. Raira, I mentioned that just briefly before the weekend after Ella. That's July the 19th. It's not Cadets and Juniors, sorry. It's Senior Sprints North. PF International is another great track. We go in there August 31st for Sprints North, and then finishing as north as you can get in England at Warden Law on the 27th of September. So again, some great tracks. I don't think we've been to seniors for Raira in Club 100 for certainly years and years, certainly in my memory, and PF International as an actual round as well, rather than a special event. So in theory, 2 new tracks there, plus your staples, as we said, in terms of Wilton Mill and Glanigorlas, and obviously Silverstone adding to those new tracks. Warden Law is a driver's favourite as well. So 2 great calendars. I think there'll be people asking if they can enter both. I'm not sure they'll be able to because they're so well subscribed already. But lots of fun to be had over the course of 2026.
Priority is given to people who live north of Stoke-on-Trent.
What a wonderful town that is.
Yeah,
as well.
That is the Club 100 have officially put the line of where the north starts at Stoke-on-Trent, which I think that's not bad. That's not bad.
Have you been to Stoke-on-Trent, Andrew?
I've driven through it once.
I've stayed there.
It was an experience.
Many a time back in the day when I was working for Bet365, who of course are based in
Cammy
Stoke.
thinks it's at Watford Gap. This is where I always bring this suggestion. The reason why the Southerners bring the north line of where it starts further down the country is because they know we're better and they just want to be closer to us. There's something called the Midlands. That's the no man's land. Anyway, but no, you make a very good point there, Jacob. I count that's 4 tracks we have never had senior sprints at. Some of those tracks will have had SP SP40 North action at this year, but Raura has never seen Club 100 Sprints action at. PF, you're absolutely spot on. We've either had SP40 North earlier on this year, or it's been special events, team events in previous years as well. Warden Law as well, we've never had senior sprints at. GYG we of course have. Wilton Mill we've had, and Silverstone we've not had anything at before. So
Silverstone,
Warden Law, Raura, PF. Those and Dunkerswell, Dunkerswell in total across the whole year. Five new circuits for senior sprints. And I think there will be some people who will look to try and do all of them, which would mean they would run in 15 rounds of sprints across the course of the season. Should note, though, it's 2 classes of sprints for the North Championships. Kind of, again, the incremental developments over the year. So they will share their day with SP40 North. So we'll still have 3 competitions on a Northern Seniors Day. SP40 North, Sprints Lights, and Sprints Heavies.
It's all a bit much for me to remember off the top of my head, Andrew.
It's
Is it written down somewhere?
It is written down somewhere. It's all on the website, www.club100.co.uk. Testers out at the moment. Just to say, big thanks to James. Well, you'll see a little bit of it in a while after these 2 finals. How did we know that the track conditions were really, really treacherous this morning? I only had to look at the whites of the eyes of James Small and Nicky Richardson. These 2 drivers are not phased by anything. Saw them come in from a test session. Is like, is it wet out there? It's like, yep. It's like, okay, say no more than that. It's not dried up. It's a greasy circuit now. But all that water has drained away, and it is quite a nice autumnal day here for the end of your Club 100 senior sprint season. This is, of course, the last day of the season for anything Club 100 related. The next time we will have something to shout and rave about will be the Wards Do on the 10th of January. So that is an open invite to anyone involved in the Club 100 community. You don't have to just be a trophy recipient for that one to come. Emails, check your inboxes. All the details will be in there. Right now, though, we've got to get ready. It's time for the B final. So B final time then for the heavyweights. Who are we going to be talking about as looking to qualify through to the A final? Whose season will end right here, right now for the last round at Buckmore Park. We'll take you through the grid in a moment. I think there's going to be at least one driver just changing their kart ahead of this one. The grid for the B final looks a little bit like this. On pole position then, Sam Pike, Steve Bosley alongside on the front row. Dan Grocott and Clinton Bell starts on row 2. Alexandros Guerrero starts 5th. This is going to be a big race for his C3 title campaign. He's joined by Luke Phillips. Immediately behind Guerrero is the driver he's facing off in that C3 title battle. Ross Sandwell starts P7. He's got Adam Hadfield for company on row 4. Richard Newton and Paul Williams go from 5. Matt Salmon. Can this be the race where he secures the super heavyweight title? Starts on row 6 alongside George English. Row number 7. Next up is Oliver Hall and Stuart Kirk. Kieran Hyde Moody and Charlie Newman go from 8. Gerard Moore and Rupert Rickson on row 9. Jake Hicklin and Mike Bodner complete the top 20. Bodner, of course, is the other driver in the super heavyweight stakes. Fletcher and Fletcher, Luke and Johnny on row 11. It's Tony LaCastro and Vinod Hirani on row 12. Vijay Patel, Andy Hicklin and Phil Jackson complete your grid for this B final.
And we're getting underway straight away. We see Sam Pike and Steve Bosley as the lights go green. Good start from Pike on the inside in the 52. Bosley looks to go right the way around the outside, and he's got a good drive. Actually, he might reclaim second place there. Spinners towards the back. That's one of the super heavyweights. Andrew will have to keep an eye out for who that was, as Bosley remains on the outside line. He is going to reclaim second place. well driven from Bosley. The 18 of Dan Grocott has to settle for third. Another spinner at the back there, and spinner in the middle of the pack as well. I want to say the green helmet belongs to, I've forgotten the name now completely. You might have to remind me, Andrew, if you can remember. I mixed him up with James Johnson earlier, but James Johnson, I believe, has made it through to the A final. But let's cut back to the front. We've still got the 52 of Sam Pike and Steve Bosley, the front row of the grid, away with this one. The 107 of Clint Bell has made an impressive start as well.
Karts 53 and 68, those are the two key ones for the novice stakes in C3. Ross Sandwell, as I say, had a very good run at the British Indoor Karting Championships in the heavyweight category 1 week ago. Can he seal a championship here? We'll keep you up to date with the scores, but right now the more crucial bit is Alexandros Guerrero is in P4. Per our understanding, that would mean he'd be going through into the A final. So really, Sandwell's got to go on the attack here, as the number 63 of Luke Phillips is down the inside of Dan Grocott in the number 18. This is through hairpin number 2. This is all around 6th, 7th places, with Richard Newton ahead of this group now. Pike, Bosley, Bell and Guerrero at the moment looking good in the top 4.
One thing to note that you didn't quite mention in the grid, Andrew,
Yep.
2 drivers in this still with a chance of going to Genk. Steve Bosley, who's up in second place, exactly where he needs to be. But the other one is Adam Hadfield. He's down in 11th. He's in 13th place in the championship at the minute. It's an outside chance, but I think mathematically he could still be going. 11th in the B final isn't going to help you, Adam, unfortunately. It's those slim chances are fading away with this result. He's got to be in the top 4 to get through to the A final. And currently that 4th place is held by the fastest man on track, Alexandros Guerrero, who is gunning for that C3 title. He's pulling away from Ross Sandwell, the other contender in that one, who's currently lined up in 5th. We are watching Clint Bell fend off Guerrero now in the red suit. This front 4 is quite tightly packed, actually, Andrew. Be interesting to see how much they battle, given they all know at this point they'll be given a place in the A final should they finish where they are. We've got, obviously, as I said, the 68 of Ross Sandwell hoping to close them down, and probably desperate himself for one of those places in the A final. But for as long as there's that much of a gap, which is looking like a second, just over a second potentially, between Guerrero and Sandwell, I don't think the front 4 will be too fussed on making up positions on each other.
Indeed. Trying to get the spreadsheet to work to update us on what's going on in C3. We've got to remember as well that the room for Ross Sandwell to run into is greater than Alexandros Guerrero. Ross Sandwell actually doesn't need to worry about, well, what's the next drop score, because he knows what his next drop score is going to be. It's a 0-pointer from having not been at 2 of the rounds earlier on in the season. Ross Sandwell's run through the second half of the season has been very strong indeed, as there's another move there from Luke Phillips. Clinton Bell there in 3rd place. Ooh, now Guerrero's dropped off the back here of that top 3. This could leave him a little bit vulnerable, and Ross Sandwell has Guerrero in his sights right now. He knows that this could be a key move, because not only could he get ahead of his class title rival, he could knock him out of the A final. There's an incident at the bottom of Simon Sweep that we'll catch up with him in a minute. It's Jake Hicklin, one of the drivers involved there. We'll try and confirm that. Yeah, I think that might have been George English and Jake Hicklin held up. 7.5 minutes of this B final to go. 1 minute 5.7 last time around for Sandwell. 1 minute 6.2. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Guerrero here, because he still holds the fastest lap in this race, but it just seems like his pace has dropped off a minute here. Is he starting to tighten up a bit? Is the pressure starting to rise for Alexandros Guerrero, who started this C3 campaign so well? He took a dominant win in round 1 of this championship, but of course Ross Sandwell wasn't there that day. He didn't know the threat of Ross Sandwell into the second half of the season. We'll keep an eye on the top 3 as well. Clint Bell having a little look there at Steve Bosley. Doesn't quite work out there off of Paddock Corner. It very much feels like this is one really in the balance right now, Jacob.
There's a lot going on in this race, Andrew. Super heavyweights is super close. Matt Salmon and Mike Bodner are 11th and 12th in this race. Salmon leads Bodner there. Bodner's just had a contact warning as well, but it's all to play for between those guys. We're going to have to try and do some spreadsheet magic to see what this result would mean for those two as we come through now following our C3 battle. Here's Steve Bosley shaping up on Sam Pike with Clint Bell for company as well. The gap is very tight at the front. As I said, I'm not sure these front three will want to be battling too much, if at all. It's only going to be if Steve Bosley thinks he's got a significant pace advantage on Sam Pike, or Clint Bell thinks he's got a significant pace advantage on Steve Bosley, that we're going to see overtakes here, because between the three of them, I think they're all experienced and intelligent enough to know that they're in the A final as long as they don't start picking up penalties or battle each other back into the pack. So Alexandros Guerrero will be hoping to keep with them with a little look over his shoulder to make sure that he's keeping Ross Sandwell at bay.
So the very good news for Ross Sandwell here, we've got the scores coming in now. A 5th place in this race, and again, this is because he's dropping a 0 score. So it's a really big delta in terms of how many additional points he's putting onto his banked tally, as it were. Our calculations have got Ross Sandwell going across the 1,100 point line, which is a good number of points ahead of what Alexandros Guerrero can achieve, even if he wins the A final, even if he gets through and has a crazy run up through the order. As Steve Bosley looking down the inside now for the race lead, has taken the race lead away from Sam Pike. What we're saying right now is Sandwell is in championship winning position. He doesn't necessarily need to catch up to Guerrero and overtake him, as through goes Pike ahead of Bell. Bell looking to the outside. So this is a strong position for Ross Sandwell to be in. This is the job he needs to do at the start of the day. Get some good points on the ball. That's exactly what he's done. Too wide going up round Cafe Corner between Clint Bell and Steve Pike. That's going to get tight off of the corner as well. Bell puts his hand up there. Drivers who race regularly here at Buckmore Park, take note of these moves from Clint Bell, because they're very entertaining. As they're down the inside, Guerrero up into 3rd place. Doesn't necessarily mean to make this move. It doesn't change things in terms of going through to the A final. Remember, it's the top 4 who go through. Pike seems to be fading here, having started on pole position, Jacob. There could still be a chance for Ross Sandwell to go through to the A final as well.
Yeah, it's not been the best of laps for Sam Pike, who himself is battling over 19th place in the championship with Sam White. Sam White has made it into the A final with a 2-point gap between the two of them. Sam Pike really wants to join him there to make sure of staying ahead of his former Warwick University teammate. Steve Bosley is doing himself the world of good in terms of his chances of getting an invite to Genk. He needs to be in the A final for that one. As side by side go Pike and Guerrero, and look who's in the mix as well. It's Ross Sandwell. Does Ross Sandwell know, Andrew, that he just needs to hold position, because he's risking it all here to go up the inside?
Down the inside to try and grab 4th place. He's going to have no grip on the inside there. Oh no, he finds some. Where has Ross Sandwell found that grip? How many times have we said, oh, you can't use turn 1 to overtake on the inside at this time of year? Well, Ross Sandwell has found a way to get up into the top 4. This is going to strengthen his position. He's now going for the class lead against his rival in C3. This is a brilliant run for Ross Sandwell, putting what happened less than 1 week ago behind him. He wants to take this title with a flourish. Bit of oppo there for Alexandros Guerrero. There's really nothing that Alexandros can do. The points are going against him right now, but here comes Pike. Pike's back down the inside. Pike's back into P4. So Sandwell's day would end in the B final right now. Dan Grocott closing in as well. We've been saying how well Dan Grocott has been recovering through the heats after earlier disasters. Well, he's got good race pace here, Jacob. He could make a late dash for the top 4.
Yeah, there's 2 minutes left of this one. Matt Salmon and Mike Bodner are still 11th and 12th. What does that mean for super heavyweights, Andrew?
It means at the moment that it looks like it's going the way of Matt Salmon by 21 points on the road. So Matt Salmon doing the business right now. It's not going to be a super heavyweight class win because there's already super heavyweights, other super heavyweights not in championship contention through to the A final, but that's not going to be a worry for Salmon right now. He just knows he needs to stay ahead of Mike Bodner, and the points will go his way.
There's a track limits penalty for Gerard Moore.
Wow.
That's the second track limits penalty he's got because he's done it 6 times. So you get every 3 gives you a penalty. So obviously Gerard Moore struggling for grip on the exit of certain corners. We are seeing, as we hear, go on Ross.
He's doing
from
well.
One of his fans.
He's doing well, is Ross Sandwell. As I say, simply getting through to an A final. And why getting through to an A final is important? Well, it's not only for the trophies. Even if you finish last in an A final, it is a significant number of points versus staying in the B final and not progressing on. This is a drive that provisionally will make Ross Sandwell the C3 champion. And I've got to say, it is a result that I don't think many people would have expected at the very start of the season. When Alexandros Guerrero won in C3 at round 1, it was like, well, this is a done deal. But back came Sandwell. Sandwell might come back in this race. As here's a battle for the race lead between Bosley and Bell. They've got some traffic to deal with as well. Bosley switchbacking there on Bell. This is the last lap. Is Clinton Bell going to win a B final again in Club 100 Senior Sprints? Yes, he is. But the big result is going to be a behind. Sandwell's got through to 3rd place. Clint Bell wins the B final. Steve Bosley 2nd. And this result, Ross Sandwell wins C3 championship. That's done. He's got ahead of Guerrero. They both go through to the A final, but the points scenario means that Sandwell is now guaranteed a minimum score beyond the maximum that Guerrero can achieve, even if he wins the A final. Well done to Ross Sandwell. And there's Matt Salmon over the line as well. Matt Salmon becomes the 2025 Club 100 Senior Sprints Super Heavyweight Champion. He joins the likes of Bill Taylor and Lee Henderson as recent champions in that category. We have our 4 champions in heavyweights: Joe Holmes, Marcel Kimilevsky, Ross Sandwell and Matt Salmon. And it was a good race, Jacob, as well. Really top quality race.
Plenty going on in that race, wasn't there? And really put on a show for us, did our drivers. Great win from Clint Bell. That kind of went under the radar almost. And Steve Bosley getting himself into the final where he needs to be if he wants any shot at overhauling Scott Park and Henry Lopez Gracie for a spot in Genk. Great battle for C3. Sam Pike unfortunately fallen away there and may have just gifted his mate Sam White 19th overall in the championship. Sam White might even be able to overtake Dan Grocott for 18th, but we'll keep an eye on that one later. Quiet race for Dan Grocott and Kieran Hyde-Moody in 5th and 6th, but yeah, great stuff from the super heavyweight guys. Good to see them battling out on track to the end as well for what was 10th place in the end for Matt Salmon, our super heavyweight champion.
It was indeed. Clint Bell's showing as a record lap time holder on my screen. I think that must be something like the record lap time for a Buckmore Park race director on a guest appearance in the wet. I don't know, because it's definitely not a lap record around this circuit with the conditions. The conditions are the deciding factor on that one, not the driver. But Clint Bell, Steve Bosley, Ross Sandwell, Alex Guerrero, they go through to the A final, which will follow in a few moments' time. Ending their seasons here in the B final, Dan Grocott, a brave run there to 5th place. Kieran Hyde-Moody, Luke Phillips, Gerard Moore, Rupert Rickson. Rupert's had a good first year at C2 level, moved up from C3 last year. Of course, Matt Salmon, that P10 means that he has outscored Mike Bodner. There are other super heavyweights in the A final. Bill Taylor, I think, is there already. James Johnson is there already, but they are not title contenders. So well done to Matt Salmon. A brilliant title for him there. Johnny Fletcher finishes the day 12th in this one, ahead of Stuart Kirk, Tony LaCastro and Jake Hicklin, all in the top 15. George English, Vijay Patel, Luke Fletcher Adam Hadfield and Paul Williams bring us to 20th place. Oliver Hall, Vinod Hirani, Phil Jackson, Richard Newton and Charlie Newman take us to 25th. And then Adam Hicklin and that problem late on for Sam Pike completes the 27 runners there in the B final. Well done to all of those drivers, not just on that race, but the entire season. We do hope to see many of those names back in 2026.
Just to mention there as well, I think Stuart Kirk secured third in super heavyweights by beating Jake Hicklin. He was fair few points ahead, 41 points ahead going into this, and a better result in the B final should surely secure the final podium spot for Stuart Kirk in super heavyweights overall.
So there we go. So what will be happening down in the paddock area at the back of the shot there? Those top 4 drivers will be being weighed, making sure that they are on weight. Should really be on weight given the conditions, and you soak up a bit of water, but some students managed to not achieve that last week at Wilton Mill in the deluge during Storm Claudia, and indeed, so keep those comments coming in. Any idea on which layout of Silverstone is being used? We don't know yet, but yes, there are some tests planned, I believe, for the Club 100 team to head down there. Because obviously, Jacob, the specification of the karts that comes to each circuit in terms of the Birrell chassis, the Rotax power units, and the tuning that's done by Robinson Sport on those, and whilst the drivers are not allowed to start fiddling with things like you are in owners, but they do a lot of testing, particularly on a new circuit, to get the sprocket ratios right. What front sprocket are they running? What rear sprocket are they running, to make sure that the karts are performing well and also equally, especially when they go to a new circuit.
Yeah, and that's part of the testing that you've just mentioned, the other part being where can they get it right. If they can get it right for a certain configuration, then we'll probably use that configuration. If they have too many questions, too many variables for another configuration, we'd probably steer clear of it. So that's what they'll be looking to do when they take a couple of karts, a couple of testers up to Silverstone in the near future, and we'll be able to confirm which layout we use shortly, but I'd imagine we will run it. The initial decided one on will probably be run next year before we look at maybe changing it in future years. Here comes the A final then.
A final time for the final time in 2025 for the sprint heavyweights. All titles have been decided, but tickets to the inaugural Rotax Racing Club International Finals in Genk next year are up for grabs. Here's your grid for the last time in 2025 for these drivers. Mikey Nichols has pole position at Buckmore Park. The now 8-time Premier Club 100 Sprints champion Joe Holmes is alongside him on the front row. Anwar Barul Smith and Kurt Holmes go to battle one more time from row number 2. Alex Pritchard and your C2 champion for this year, Marcel Klimaleski, there on row number 3. Andrew O'Neill is going to be a bit of a wild card in this one. Can Andy move up from the 4th row of the grid? He's got Adam Napper alongside a very strong competitor around this circuit. Adam Britton and Henry Lopez Gracie go from row 5. Scott Parker and Sam Pooley there on row 6. Row 7, Sam Iddles and Tim Penny, Miguel Hall, and first of the super heavyweights, Bill Taylor, go from row number 8. Sam White and Will Emerson have strong chances for C2 podiums today from row number 9. Aidan Kitchener and another of the super heavyweights, James Johnston, go from row number 10. Jordan Hawkins and Matthew Cooper are on row 11. And then our qualifiers through from the B final, Clint Bell and Steve Bosley go from row 12, and your 2 top C3s. So the C3 class win for today is still up for grabs, Jacob, between your C3 champion-elect Ross Sandwell and Alexandros Guerrero.
Yeah, a superb looking grid for our A final. I'd say one person who I think went under the radar for me this morning, Andrew, is Adam Britton.
Yeah.
Got himself a very good grid position for the A final, and we haven't mentioned him enough based on that. So big well done to Adam Britton there. That's a great starting position for him. Be interesting to see if Mikey Nichols can do what he did in his final heat. So I described that as the best start from pole position that we've seen all day.
Yep.
He drove away, admittedly from not quite a stacked field of talent, but from pole position, if he can do exactly what he did for his last heat, then the likes of Joe, Kurt and Anwar behind him will have a job on to catch up to him. He was very, very impressive in that final heat, and he'll be looking to do exactly the same, I'd imagine, in this one. But yes, there's super heavyweight podium to decide between Bill Taylor and James Johnson. There's C3 podium to decide between the two that we've already mentioned, Alexandros and Ross. And there's a C2 podium as well. Adam Britton is firm favourite, I'd say, for that one, based on his starting position. The likes of Henry Lopez Gracie and Marcel Chimnevsky are in the mix. Sorry, Marcel's ahead of Adam, isn't he? But, so I wouldn't say firm favourite, but those three certainly looking for silverware at the end of the day. And do you know what? I kind of like that all the championships have been settled.
Yeah.
Because it gives you a bit more of a laissez-faire atmosphere.
Bit of freedom.
That might see a bit more entertainment because of it.
Last time we were here for a senior sprints final for the heavyweights, it looked like this. So this was round one, right at the start of the season. Joe Holmes won it. Anwar Barul Smith was second. Kurt Holmes was third. Mikey Nichols was fourth. And that top four have locked it, not in that same order, but they've locked out the top two rows again for the start of this one. The practice laps are complete. To use our good friend Howard Mitchell's phrase, you qualify for the A final. You earn the right as the discerning Club 100 customer to check your kart over ahead of the race. Anyone who's not quite happy with them can swap them in for a different one. Still can't choose which kart. It is still effectively random luck of the draw.
See, I've always seen Andrew as in the A final, you've kind of proven that you're good enough to know if the kart's good enough.
Yes.
If you let anyone change their kart, then you might have people in the C final or D final, as it is in the lightweights.
Yes.
Who
thinking, it's not me.
Yeah, might not have the experience or talent to properly judge.
It's something that I've always found interesting as actually the cadets and juniors have more come into the fold, that it happens more in the seniors because of the experience level. Yeah. And they know, there's something that I'm not quite comfortable with that, whereas the juniors tend to stick with what they've got underneath them and find out as they go along. So these drivers are very finely in tune with the machinery. There is variance, of course, because of anything that's built to a specification, you're always going to get tolerances from an engineering standpoint. But the real aim of this game is being able to drive across a range of conditions. And to be fair, the far bigger variance today are the weather conditions. Where is the grip out there? There's a bit of sun just peeking onto the top end of the circuit.
Get dry for lightweights.
We might get a little bit of.
Refused to believe it this morning when we had our umbrellas out, but I'm starting to think now, as you can see them slowing up to get ready for the start of this one.
8 finals so far this season. One more then for 2025 in Club 100 sprints for the heavyweights. Who's going to win this afternoon here at Buckmore Park? 12 minutes is underway. Here at the heart of British karting, away we go. It's a good start for Mikey Nichols. He's held the early race lead, but look at Alex Pritchard. Alex Pritchard from P5 on the grid has taken the lead of this race. The number 72 of Andrew O'Neill is on the move as well, already up to second place. Joe Holmes has been shuffled down to around 6th by the time they get to hairpin number 1. Anwar Barul Smith is in the middle of it as well. And taking the lead now is Andy O'Neill. So Andy O'Neill has taken the lead away from Alex Pritchard. These two worked well together during the heats earlier on today, Jacob, but some big moves there from the third row of the grid.
That was absolutely unbelievable. The first two rows of the grid's just completely swamped. Kurt Holmes is back. I think he might even be out of the top 10. And you've got Andy O'Neill, Alex Pritchard and Sam Pooley as your top three. You wouldn't have guessed that as they gridded up. Joe Holmes battling with Mikey Nichols. That's the front row of the grid, battling over 4th and 5th now, with Anwar Burrell-Smith for company as well. As I said, Kurt Holmes really lost out. Let's see where he comes over the timing screen. He is down in 9th behind Adam Naffa and Henry Lopez-Gracie, who's had the best start from C2.
We've got a race on here, folks, for the last time this season, and you were absolutely right to call it, Jacob, earlier on. There's no championship titles now at play, so everyone's just going to give it their all. No being conservative. If you try and be conservative today, you're going to get swamped in the heavyweights. So this is going to be a full bore race for the next 10 minutes and 15 seconds. Andy O'Neill is making a big break for this to try and take this one into his own hands. The gap to Alex Pritchard is already over a second. Sam Pooley had a great run on the road at Shennington last time out, but had penalties that dropped him down the order. Joe Holmes is back up to P4. Anwar Burrell-Smith is up to P5. Mikey Nichols shuffled down a couple of spots here. Henry Lopez-Gracie hoping for a bit of a reprieve to get into the top 10, to get that pathway to Genk next year. He's had a great start, but is now under attack from Kurt Holmes. Kurt Holmes down the inside will take 7th place, and here comes the man from the University of Sheffield, Adam Naffa, trying to get down the inside. Wide there was Henry Lopez-Gracie, was a bit of a touch through Henry's bend, possibly. Cone warning for Clint Bell, just a warning at the moment. They all get one get out of jail free card with the track furniture. If Clint hits another one, that will be a one-place penalty.
Joe Holmes up the inside of hairpin 2, taking 3rd off Sam Pooley. Can't quite see if he's made that one stick until we switch camera angles. There he is, indeed, ahead of the 99. They'll both be setting their sights on Alex Pritchard in second. Andy O'Neill is running away with this at the front. Let's see if he's got any challenges from this pack that we're following now. Joe Holmes challenging Alex Pritchard for 2nd place. As they come up the hill, Pritchard's got about a car's length gap at the moment, which might seem comfortably into turn 1 and 2, but as come the hairpins, Joe Holmes will be looking to strike, as will Anwar Burrell-Smith, currently in 5th, looking at the back of Sam Pooley's cart, which currently holds 4th.
Penalties coming in, and one of them's for the number 2, Kurt Holmes, forcing driver wide. Oh, Joe Holmes nearly drops it out of hairpin 1, but the key word there being nearly. And Joe has a little check there just to make sure that everything is okay. He's trying to challenge Alex Pritchard here for 2nd place. Look at the lead that Andy O'Neill has here. This is a really, really strong run from the FIA Motorsport Games endurance medalist. In towards Garda they go, and here goes the move from Joe Holmes. Decisive down the inside. There's nothing Alex Pritchard can do there. He turns in, finds the champion-elect in his path. Through goes Holmes into 2nd place. Pooley is also moved as well into 3rd spot. The Nottingham Trent University driver could be on the attack here, as here comes Anwar Burrell-Smith. It's all gone wrong for Alex Pritchard. He's off the podium now, down to 5th place. Mikey Nichols might have a go, as here goes Pooley. He's got no fear of Sam Pooley. He's not the most experienced in Club 100 sprints, but he was a very accomplished driver in the BUKC, where you have to be brave as well. You have to not fear the names around you, irrespective of what they've previously done in their karting careers. He's going wheel to wheel now with 2 senior sprints champions. Now the other one in the shape of Anwar Burrell-Smith a few years ago, of course, here at this very circuit. 7 minutes to go here, Jacob. This is a fascinating situation.
Yeah, I think these guys need to work together if they've got any chance of catching up with Andy O'Neill, who's still the fastest man on track. What can Joe Holmes do on this lap? His first lap clear of traffic. We'll get a real idea of his pace now as he comes across the line. Let's keep an eye on those times as Andy O'Neill goes faster again. He's done a 1:03.15. Joe does a 1:03.6, so half a second down on Andy O'Neill as Kurt Holmes here trying to move through the field. That's a move on Alex Pritchard as well. Anwar Burrell-Smith then the inside of Sam Pooley at hairpin 1. Sam Pooley's going to try and get him back at hairpin 2. He's got the inside line. Let's see who gets a better drive off the corner. I think it's going to be Pooley who's got his kart positioned in front of Beryl Smith. They both need to do some work to keep with Joe Holmes, who's pulling away from them slightly. Aidan Kitchener is showing at the top of your timing as the fastest lap, and the gap is showing 0. I can assure you that is a glitch in the timing system. Andrew O'Neill still leads this one. Joe Holmes is going to work as hard as he possibly can to catch him up. I fear that gap is too big already, and Joe might have to settle for second place and winning the championship today. Of course, the battle between Pooley and Beryl Smith will go on for another few laps, I think, Andrew.
It will, and I 99% agree with you there, Jacob. The 1% where I don't is that's not Joe Holmes' way to sit back and accept second place. Whilst there's still 5.25 minutes on the clock. Penalty for Alexandros Guerrero for a complete takeout. As there's the move for third from Anwar Barul Smith, but not able to control things off of hairpin number 2. So Sam Pooley gets back down underneath and retakes that position. The last spots on the overall and C1 podium at the moment. Just a note in C2, Henry Lopez Gracie is having a really good scrap with Marcel Klimilewski for 9th place overall, and that top spot in C2. Adam Britton right now is on the podium as well for that category. James Johnston and Bill Taylor haven't settled things in super heavyweights for the round victory in that class. Right now Johnston has the lead, but only by 0.8 of a second in a scrap for what is 22nd place overall in this one. Here is the leader in C2, right on the rear bumper of Adam Naffer right now. Adam Naffer, who had that great run in C2 last season, has had a very accomplished first year in C1 on a red plate, and should comfortably be qualifying into that top 10 to go and represent the United Kingdom at those inaugural Rotax Racing Club International Finals in 2026. 4 minutes to go. What are the lap times looking like? 1 minute 2.7s for O'Neill, 1 minute 2.9 for Holmes. We don't often say this on an Alpha Live Club 100 broadcast, Jacob. Joe Holmes is being beaten for pace today. Everybody is being beaten for pace today by Andy O'Neill. It's only the 3rd appearance for Andy O'Neill in sprints action this year, but he won the first of those appearances at round number 6 and then was second at round number 7. So when he's been here, he's been a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I mean, Andy stormed the first heat of the day and looked really impressive, and had a quiet second and third heat by the standards that he's showing now. Found himself a couple of rows back at the start of the A final as a consequence, but has really turned it on for this race. Lap by lap, he has been consistently quicker than anyone else. Every lap's a new fastest lap. Every lap is quicker than everyone else's new laps. It's been an absolutely superlative run, and you can see him working the car. I'm not sure what that was, but you can see him working the car corner by corner. I don't know if he had a signal there from someone, or he's just seen someone waving to him. I don't know, but yeah, we'll have to ask him afterwards exactly what happened with that little expression there for him. Once again, Joe Holmes has been great this season.
Yeah.
We mentioned when he won the title with Pete earlier how consistently good he's been, and he's showing it again here, if only for second place. Anwar has now got the better of Sam Pooley for third, but it'd be interesting to see if Sam can do a few more rounds next year and mix it up with these guys a bit more often. Sam, as you mentioned earlier, comes from BUKC, and he was one of the drivers that turned up and was good from the get-go.
Yeah.
A lot of the time you see drivers turn up, especially in BUKC, where you get drivers from other karting formulas, and their mates will say, oh, you want to keep an eye on him, and I'll think, I'll see you again in 12 months' time when he's finally got used to racing in BUKC Club 100 and used to these karts. But Sam was one of those rare cases where he's on it from the get-go, and he showed it again joining Club 100 Senior Sprints. He's been on it from the get-go. Under a bit of pressure here now, though, from Kurt Holmes and Mikey Nichols, who are battling out for 5th and 6th. Side by side coming up the hill. I think Mike is just going to be ahead, although Kurt has the inside line. And actually Kurt makes that move
the point I'll make an extension to that one about Sam Pooley, Jacob, and I 100% agree with you. When I've called races in British Champs, you know, you've seen races come from that championship, UKC, whatever it may be. When they're racing at that top national level, it's ultra competitive. But there is one thing that's not on track that you will find in BUKC, and that is drivers of less experience. That is traffic over a 25-minute race. And you're absolutely right that sometimes rapid drivers can come in and they don't know how to deal with that, and they have to learn. You know, many names that we could apply to that over the years. But you're absolutely right. Sam took to it like a duck to water when he joined the series for Nottingham Trent, and I think he's carried a lot of that learning and that experience across to these few rounds of senior sprints that we've seen him competing. And he's learned from Shennington as well. He made mistakes at Shennington. He's gone for this position down the inside of Anwar Burrell-Smith. That is a mighty move from Sam Pooley. That is brilliant to get him onto the podium. It was a brilliant move anyway, but the fact that he's pulled it on Anwar Burrell-Smith. Oh, he's run wide though out of hairpin number 1, and Anwar Burrell-Smith has got back through. Sam Pooley's going to fight back through hairpin number 2. Anwar doesn't like that at all. A little bit of pod-to-pod action as they run towards the S's. That's going to break down a bit, and it could give a chance to Kurt Holmes, who has emerged in the lead in this. It's Pooley. Pooley comes through and has got 3rd place.
Kurt Holmes has got ahead of Anwar Burrell-Smith, who's massively disadvantaged there through the chicane. I think Andy O'Neill is coming round to win. Yes, he did. Andy O'Neill, what a win that is in the A final. Kurt Holmes unhappy with the battling from Anwar Burrell-Smith there. Joe Holmes finishes in 2nd place. Sam Pooley now going to be a clear 3rd as
whoa!
Onto the grass goes Kurt. There's a cone going everywhere. It's all very, very messy. Kurt Holmes has managed to keep it pointed in the right direction, and he's 4th on the road. Burrell-Smith 5th, Pritchard 6th, 7th Mikey Nichols, and Henry Lopez-Gracie wins C2 today from Marcel Chumlevsky. Adam Britton holds on to 3rd despite missing out on 10th place to Miguel Hall. Adam Nather 11th, Sam Iddles 12th with a penalty, and 13th was Scott Parker. Interesting to see what the stewards make of those last couple of laps as Bill Taylor comes round. Has he beaten James Johnson? He hasn't.
No, he hasn't.
James Johnson takes super heavyweight honours for today.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a provisional one from 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and others. Numerous things going on that last lap, but Andy O'Neill, what a win. 1st, 2nd, 1st. I do hear little murmurings in the paddock that the Titan Motorsport boys are trying to find a way, perhaps, of qualifying for Genk. They won't from the conventional top 10. But as the inaugural running, you know, there may be other ways of getting on that aren't decided at the moment to get a full quality grid. From a personal and a commentary perspective, though, I think if there is a way for Andy O'Neill to qualify onto that grid, because it's very much in the ethos of Rotax competitions like the Grand Finals, for, you know, all the drivers, 29 drivers from Britain going out there to Bahrain start of next week. The point being, they've all qualified. Nobody's bought their way onto that grid. Mm-hmm. They've all earned it, and I really do like that ethos is being carried into the RRC International Finals. But if there is a way to, you know, get Andy O'Neill, Jack O'Neill on that grid as well, I think there'd be really, really good value for that. So fingers crossed for all of that. And if not 2026, then of course for next year as well. I think it's going to be a big change that people know from the start of next season that they are going to be competing through series such as this. Same for the Sprints North. Their prizes for top performances across the course of a whole season does earn you the right to race for your country at the international finals in future years to come. But well done to Andy O'Neill. He'll be on the podium in a short few moments with Joe Holmes and Sam Pooley at the moment provisionally there in 3rd place. Kurt Holmes, Anwar Burrell-Smith, Alex Pritchard, Mikey Nichols in the top 7. Henry Lopez-Gracie was C2 winner on the road, but did pick up an advantage by track limits penalty across that one as well. So I think Marcel Kimileski is going to pick that one up. I'm just looking further down the order just to make sure. Yeah, I think Marcel was penalty-less. He did get a cone warning, but only a warning. So well done to our C2 champion. I'm pretty sure as well. We'll get it all confirmed for you, but that should be Marcel through to the top 10 in the championship. Miguel Hall, P10 ahead of Adam Napper. Good drive from Sam Iddles today, P12. Scott Parker, Adam Britton and Sam White take us down to 15th place. So Britton will be on the podium for C2. White might actually be on there as well, just depending on how the penalties shake out, because you never know at this stage of the season. Will Emerson, P16. Clint Bell in 17th place, using all of his experience around there. Ross Sandwell did finish in style, 1 C3, 18th overall, and takes the championship for the novices. Will move into C2 next year, and I think will be a real force to be reckoned with in C2, because of course when you move up to that level, you don't have to start at the back of heats anymore. You can be there in the midst, including those grid slots where you get right to the front. So keep an eye on Ross Sandwell for 2026. Steve Bosley, P19. Great weekend for James Johnston. James really deserves that. JJ really deserves a super heavyweight win today, and it's been well earned. Good battle with Bill Taylor, 20th and 21st for those two. Matt Salmon should complete the podium for super heavyweight. Was the next highest ranked in the B final. Alexandros Guerrero, 22nd on the road but has penalties. Jordan Hawkins, 23rd. Matt Cooper, 24th. Aidan Kitch, the 25th. And Tim Penny, I feel really bad now. He's bought us all those Jaffa cakes for a 26th place finish.
Too many Jaffa cakes.
Too many Jaffa cakes.
There's a point of no return.
Well, we do
Jaffa
say
cakes.
80% of the time. It works all the time. It was one of those 20%
I think he's gone off the
today.
cliff, if I'm honest with you.
Oh, well. Right, that is us all done for the A final. We're going to take a short break here on the live comms, but don't go anywhere. Our Paddock Walk is coming right up.
Hello and welcome to the final round of Club 100 Senior Sprints in 2025. I'm Jacob Harris, with me, Andrew Mather. Looking forward to a fantastic day's racing, Andrew.
Absolutely. The rain has just stopped, thankfully. So as you're watching this during the lunch break, you'll have seen how the heavyweights have already done. But we're going to catch a word with him. Actually, I'm going to talk to someone who's not a competitor first. Rory, are the conditions better or worse than BUKC qualifiers last week?
I'd say it's probably about equal. Can't see anything, and it's, rather wet.
Particularly up the hill looked a bit tricky.
Yeah, up the hill. It's like an aquaplane all the way to the left. It's just a flood, so you've got to stay all the way to the right. It's pretty bad.
But the drivers have got it under control, haven't they? A lot of experience out there.
Yeah, 50-50. Yeah, 50-50, yeah.
I'll leave you to it. As I say, the rain has been very, very heavy this morning. The track is not going to dry up. We said this a couple of weeks ago for the cadet and juniors. As I say, right now, the brollies are down. The rain has stopped. But, we've been coming here for many, many years, Jacob. I'm struggling to think of a time where I've seen the level of water, especially for a Club 100 event. I think BUKC's, we've had a few events like this where it's been a complete deluge. But these are really tricky conditions, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely, and certainly at the top of the track, turns 1, 2 and 3, just they don't dry out with the tree cover. They don't get wind up there, you don't get the sun, realistically, for most of the day. Although the sun is peeking out from behind the clouds now, I think we're in for a fully wet race day today.
Let's have a go and a quick chat with our drivers. We're going down this way, going down the bottom way, to have a chat with some of our competitors. And I think we've got Leo Lacastro. In fact, Leo, did you race in BUKC qualifiers a couple of weeks ago? Have I remember that wrong?
Yeah, I was there for BUKC.
So what do we think of Buckmore today? What are you hoping for?
Well, for it to go better than last time, I was in the C final at the first round of the season, so if I can get better than that, then that should be all right. But yeah, looking for really to get into the A final, and just every heat, just try and win, or just good positions really. So
and you've got a good amount of experience in other forms of karting. What is it about Club 100 that you enjoy?
It's really competitive. I mean, like it's a lot cheaper than owner karts, so you had to step away from that. But yeah, here it's really competitive. A lot of experienced drivers, so yeah, it's good fun ragging the karts around, especially in the wet. So yeah, looking forward to it.
You back for next year?
We'll see. Definitely BUKC. But yeah, we'll wait and see.
Good man. Thanks for talking to us, Leo Lacastre there. Jacob, who have you found?
I found Sam Pike, formerly of Warwick University in the BUKC, now racing heavyweight sprints. Sam, how's your season gone so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Some good, some bad. So yeah.
What are we hoping for from this last round? Obviously, Buckmore in the wet is prime BUKC territory, right?
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully it's good. Driven Buckmore in the wet a lot before, so hopefully that should help. Nothing really championship-wise happening. The only thing is I'm 2 points ahead of Sam White, so that is my only aim for today, to stay in front.
And you're going to take over from him in the test in a minute. Risky letting him go out first, because he might just stay out and not let you have any practice so you don't overtake him.
It's all mind games. Yeah. I'm letting him think he's in control, and then suddenly I'll come back and get him.
He's going to come in on 16 minutes of the half hour, just so he knows he's got that little edge on you. Yeah. Are you confident of beating him though? Heat's looking good?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I was quite pleased midweek because I saw that I had like the inside for a lot of them, but obviously it's wet now, so it doesn't matter so much. I'm like 5th, 7th and 12th, which is quite a good mix, so it takes away the excuse, I guess. But yeah, no, it should be good.
Well, I wish you all the best. I wish you both all the best, to be honest with you. I love you both. But yeah, I'll let you keep an eye out for him, because I'm sure he'll be in a couple of moments. Andrew, do you want to ask that question on camera? No?
No, I think I want to. No, he doesn't want to answer the question of how bad is it. Try and hop across, have a chat with Steve Bosley. Well, in fact, Steve might be coming round to us, because normally at this stage of the session you get a couple of drivers sharing the test, so they'll come in and swap over with whoever they're sharing their test with. Mike Bonner, definitely a driver that we need to keep an eye on today, or we'll be keeping a driver. In fact, we'll have a very quick chat with Mike, if that is okay. I don't really need to ask the question, Mike, of how the conditions are, because your suit says the answer for us.
Yeah, it's pretty atrocious, really. You can't see very well either, so it's...
What do you think the hopes are for today? Obviously, you've still got a chance of taking the big one with, as Steve Bosley's just going to head out on circuit for the test session. But it's been a good fight this year, hasn't it, with Matt Salmon in the super heavyweights?
Yeah, it's been very good. He's a good competitor, if you like, and hopefully I'll try and push today to make up some points. But
what I will say, I think you've got one up on him already, Mike, because he's out there with no wetsuit on.
Yeah, it'll be pretty cold for him, and he won't like that.
We'll let you get reset ahead of your races later on. Yeah, that's just 15 minutes, folks, that Mike's been out there. It really, really is torrid today, but CLUB100 drivers, they're built of hardy stuff, aren't they? Hardier than us commentators. We'll be going back to a nice warm box in a bit.
It's actually an entry requirement to enter CLUB100 that you have to be of some level sturdiness. I'm going to head up. I'm going to take us up to the top. I think I've spotted 2 drivers who won't run away from us. Alex Pritchard being the first, and I think that's Tim Penny with him. So if we grab those 2, it doesn't look like they're going out in the test. They haven't got their helmets on. Everyone else is kind of in switchover territory halfway through the half-hour pre-event test. But these 2, as I said, I don't think are going out on track. They're certainly not preparing for it. We'll just make sure we avoid the kart coming into the pits. It's actually a black flag, so they'll be stopping up there. We'll skip over to this side of the pit lane and see if I can make my way in. I'll go in the middle of you 2 if that's all right. Everyone else is running away from us because we were interviewing them just as they're about to go out. But I want to be right in saying, both of you, there's potential gank spots up for grabs today.
I think I've got mine, yeah. I think I've been told I can have mine, yeah.
Yeah, Tim, you there?
Yeah, I think so as well. So it's just a case of not having a Duras this end of the year, I think.
Yeah. So and as much practice as you can get in before May next year, I guess. Alex, you think of making the trip then?
Yeah, I'll make the trip next year. It's an exciting thing to go to Belgium, and I think I might drive there and make like a weekend or a week out of it.
Sounds like a plan.
And win.
Of course, yeah. And naturally, if Alex is winning, you'll come second, Tim.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So, Buckmore Park, last round of the year. Let's focus on this season. Alex, you went pretty well at Shennington last time out. More of the same today?
Yeah, my wet weather form is really on point as well. I had a lot of practice yesterday. I went out in these sort of conditions last night. It's not easy driving round, and at the moment the pitch straight is a bit dangerous with the standing water. But if that makes people nervous, there's more points up for grabs.
Okay, and Tim, how about you? How are you feeling about conditions, Buckmore Park?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly wetter than it was yesterday. I think it was probably a bit more greasy than anything yesterday, even though there was some standing water. But yeah, it's an interesting circuit, I think, around here. It makes it quite difficult to overtake in terms of you can send it up the inside of people, but the level of drive you can get off of that afterwards, you're kind of relying on them being a bit compliant. So it'll make the racing interesting for sure.
And last but not least, I'd be remiss not to ask you, there is a championship battle on today. I know the two of you are mathematically out of contention, sadly, for the top spot, but you two are prime candidates to be in the mix in that A final at the end of the day, where it might all be decided. What's your thoughts on that, Alex?
Yeah, it's exciting. I think there is, when you talk about mathematically possible, it's usually not going to happen in quotes, but it is mathematically possible with Kurt's drops for me to pass Kurt for third, and if I have a bad enough day and Tim is at the front, Tim could overtake me as well. So I'm not sure that third is on for you, Tim, but third for the championship, but fourth is. So yeah, we're all out for blood.
Yeah. So the top spot's still to claim, top 5 still to claim. Do you reckon you'll be there or thereabouts in the A final at the end of the day?
I certainly hope so. I think it's come down to, like, if you can come out here and attack the circuit and not sort of drive tentatively, then it's always going to be a good place where you can move forward and get some decent results out of it. I mean, I think today you're going to see maybe a little bit more than what we haven't seen over the course of the year, where people go out and necessarily win all 3 heats to get a pole. But with the weather as it is today, I think possibly that skill gap might allow that. So if you can get some decent starts today, then whoever's got pole may well be because they've won all their heats.
It's certainly set up to be a grandstand finale, as it always is in Club 100 heavyweight sprints. All I can say, lads, is best of luck. Hopefully see you both in the top 5 of the championship at the end of the day.
Yep, thanks so much.
Let's see if we can find one of those contenders. Andrew's currently having a quick chat with James Small.
Yeah, I just chatted with James and chatting with Nicky about the track conditions. James has just made a really, really good point. If you're starting on the driver's left, second, fourth, sixth, that side of the grid, it's going to be really, really tricky today because of the standing water up there at the moment. Now, obviously, by the time you're seeing this, hopefully that water's cleared. As you see the number 28 just having a bit of a spin there. I think it is a little bit easier for the drivers in this era of these Dunlop tyres. They give a little bit more bite than previous brands that used to be running Club 100. But yeah, this is very tricky stuff. The saving grace for the drivers, though, as I say, it's actually breaking the clouds now. It's a lot of blue sky. It's not that cold, similar to the cadets and juniors a couple of weeks ago, where me and Reeve were saying, my goodness me, it feels more like September. At least it's not low single digits. So once the karts get running through, as long as this rain holds off, the conditions will improve, but not get anywhere near fully dry today. Again, particularly at the top end of the circuit. You've got that tree cover. You don't really get direct sunlight on that top end of the circuit at this time of year, so it's not going to fully dry out. We're probably going to wrap things up there. We're huddled up warm. We're going to get back to the warmth of the box. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. We'll have another one of these with the lightweights coming up later on this afternoon. And of course, if you missed any of the action here so far today and any of the races for the heavyweights, you can watch it back at your leisure. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. Welcome back, everybody, to Buckmore Park. As we're filming this, we've just seen the heavyweights podium. We'll go and have a little chat with the drivers. The lights are having their briefing right now ahead of their final round of the season. We'll get involved into it. We'll wander down and have a chat with some of our heavies. My colleague has his lunch. We'll leave him to eat that. Want to have a quick chat with Joe Holmes if we can. I'm going to run after him because it is a momentous occasion. Joe, very quickly for... I've caught you.
We won't stand
by the bin.
It won't look good for the viewers.
8 times you've done it, mate. The promise that you served us at the awards at the start of the year to go on more than Hamilton, you've done it.
Yeah, it were. It's not been an easy season, to be honest. Different tyres halfway through the season, took some adjusting to. But yeah, just happy that it's all gone my way, to be honest. I were hoping for a bit more of a dogfight in the final, but the start were somewhat chaotic, and Andy just got away, and by the time I got to second, he were gone. I wanted a proper scrap for it, like 5 of us, we could have gone for it, but I'm happy for him.
And it's the nature of this circuit, isn't it, as well? When it's wet and greasy like this, you get that field spreads, and it was just a bit too quick today.
Yeah, you do, and obviously at the start, it's one of them where the optimal line is the outside, but then when people try the inside, they obviously understeer to the out, so you're always at risk, and that's what happened to me. Andy's been quick all day, he deserved it. Can't really complain. When I got into second, we were doing pretty much similar times, but the damage had been done at the start, but yeah, he deserved it.
I'm sure you'll take a good rest, but it won't be too long before the mind switches to 2026 and a nice, we like a free drive as Northerners, and all the way to Belgium for May.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Unfortunately, I need to do some dieting for it. I were a little bit heavy today, so I'll have a good Christmas and then hit the gym, get my diet right, try and shave down to 85. I don't know what I'm doing next year in terms of will I make a season of it. I'd really want to do the Inters. I think that's going to be the category for next year. Yeah, let's see. I mean, if not, there's some competition in the heavies. You've got Pooley that's doing a full season, Andy's doing a full season, so worst case, you'll see me somewhere.
Good man. Thanks for your time. We'll see you later, Joe. Well done once again. You're champion once again in the heavyweights. I won't disturb the lights because they're in the middle of their briefing. Let's try and actually talk to some parents, because obviously we do this a little bit with the cadets and juniors, but. Over the last couple of years, you've started to see juniors stepping up into, getting a bit older and moving into the seniors, and it has adapted. I wouldn't say necessarily it's changed how the lightweights feels, because there's always been that influx of younger drivers coming into the lightweights. Over the longer period of time, it's more been BUKC graduates coming in, at 22, 23, 24 years of age. But you've now got a lot more. As I say, juniors at 17 years of age. C2 today is going to be a big part of that. You've got Max versus Jake Chapman, 2 brothers. They've raced up through from those younger categories and into the top half. I'm going to change my plan though, because I'm going to have a quick chat with Steve Bosley, if that's okay. Steve, I really like you gave a little head nod to race control just as you came across the line there for that last final of the year. Yeah. What's it like to complete another season?
Oh, it's brilliant to complete. Club 100 is such a good event every year, and they put on such a good show, and you guys do as well. So, and it's just great. I mean, the conditions today were challenging, and it seemed to get slippier as it went. When it was raining early on today, you seemed to have a bit more grip out there, and so it was challenging. I had a challenging day, picked up some penalties as normal, and but yeah, I still really enjoy it. That's the main thing. So, yeah, I've signed up for next year. So yeah, it's all good.
Looking forward to the calendar next year. Me and Jacob were having a just chat about it earlier. It looks like another good one.
Yeah, it does. And on the south side, we've got 2 new tracks with Silverstone and Dunkswell. Is it Dunkswell? So yeah, we've got Ella back, which is cool, and Lid. Planet Lid, my favourite track. So yeah, I'm keen to go there. If they was all there and here, I'd be all right. But yeah, so no, it's looking good for next year. Yeah, really excited, and it's just evolving, isn't it? Club 100 is just evolving all the time into a good experience for everyone. So yeah, I'm actually loving it.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time, Steve.
Thanks,
we'll see you and have a good Christmas, and we'll see you in the new year. Jacob, what have you found? I want to talk to a parent. I want to see what their perspective on the senior side of things is.
I can't say I've seen any parents. I was going to talk to some of our more junior drivers, and I say more junior drivers, more junior members of staff as well. I'm going to nip in on this table over here next to my mate Benji. Got a lot of fans on the live stream.
Have I actually?
Go all the comments. Where's Benji? When's Benji going to be on track? Can we see Benji? They're not necessarily in that tone. That's just how I speak.
Well, technically, yes, I will be on track later, but obviously not driving. I am going to be driving, but testing, not racing, sadly. Obviously on the working side. That's why, hence the high vis. But
I thought you wore those anyway.
yeah, extra visible on track, definitely.
Yeah. And these guys are all racing this afternoon, I take it? No.
All spectators here.
All spectators.
Harry Power, so Power Media here.
Okay.
Get some photos for him.
Harry, okay, we'll keep an eye out for those photos on social media. There's some pretty good material. Yeah. Keep an eye on that. Who's your money on this afternoon?
Or for C1.
So just to win the round for starters.
I reckon. Well, Fraser was very quick yesterday when I was observing, so I reckon he could definitely be up there. Fraser.
Really gone out on a limb there to say the championship leader might win today.
Yes, but he was very, very fast yesterday. Dante as well was a very good driver around this track, especially in these sort of damp conditions. I feel like there's quite a lot of drivers that have a lot of pace around Buckmore. I think it's a track that's quite local to a lot of people, so a lot of people are very quick at the track. So I reckon a lot of people could definitely be up there.
Well, give me one dark horse. You give me the top two in the championship so far, and we need viewership. We need clicks. We need something to bring the crowd in. You know.
Bobby McGurr, definitely.
There we are, mate. You heard it from him first. But Bobby McGurr is the one to keep an eye on this afternoon. All right, thank you. We'll go and have a chat with someone else. I'll leave you to your lunch. I'm sure you need it before you get back out there. Let's go see who Andrew has found. I say who Andrew has found. One Andrew has found the other, I assume.
I have indeed. Sorry, you've been jumped on it. Andy O'Neill, another round win, second of the year. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, it's 2 out of 3 this year. The great thing is I'll be able to turn up and have just a bit of fun, whereas a lot of the top guys, they've got to race for points. I think that last race was interesting because all the titles were decided, and it all just went wide. And I don't know what really happened, but it just came out the corner second and then took the lead after a few more corners, and then that was it really. So it was, from my point of view, it was kind of a boring race out front, but I didn't really mind that for a final, to be honest. So yeah, I'm pleased that today.
A win's a win. What's the plan for next year?
So far we've got myself, we've got Jack, and I think Owenston as well. We signed up for next year. We'll see how it goes, because I've never quite been able to do a whole season and sort of cap it off with a title, and I'd like to try and do it next year. So I need to give someone else like Joe and Kurt and Anwar a run for their money. So someone needs to try and beat one of them. So hopefully I can do it.
As I say, based on today's post, I think you've got a good chance. Well done, Andy, and we'll see you in the new year.
Cheers, I think. Cheers. Oh, and just quick, guys, I don't know if they're still watching. There's quite a few guys, and Mum and Dad, Dad obviously comes and watches us. He's in Florida, so hope you had a good holiday, and I'll see you when you get back. Hope you enjoyed it. Sorry.
That's okay, Andy. No, that's not a problem at all. Drivers' briefing still continuing on. I think we've got about 8 minutes before we've got to wrap this one up. Let's head on in, because I want to be right on top of the drivers when their drivers' briefing ends. Obviously, even at this stage of the season, everyone's very much into the mix. Well, I say everyone's very much into the. I don't think we haven't spoken to James. As we wander over to James Johnson, we'll just explain that for most of the drivers, this is their first. It's the end of their season, but for some of them, it is their first round of the year. So it's still very important, these drivers' briefings, to make sure that all that detail is listened to, because for some of them, they are getting themselves ready for 2026. As I say, we're going to go right deep into the paddock for this one. He probably thinks, I've parked far away from the paddock. I've escaped them. No, he hasn't. We're going to have a chat with our super heavyweight winner today. JJ, come on in. Tremendous performance today. You deserved that, because you had a really good day yesterday. That Mr. Pritchard was just a little bit too informed, but you're going home with a couple of trophies. It's been a good weekend.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. I mean, it's an interesting one where yesterday I got my best SP60 result ever, and still came second because it had to be Alex that was out there. But yeah, I was really happy with today. Heats weren't great. I thought I'd be a bit higher up, but and Bill's a fantastic competitor, so yeah, I was happy to come home in front of him in the end.
And that must be a real feather in your cap. You know, Bill's not done a full season this year, but obviously he's a previous champion in this category, and he hasn't lost any of his speed, and you've got one over on him today.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it was so chaotic back there. I think, like, no matter who'd come out on top, it would have been one or the other. So I wouldn't say I've got a feather in my cap, but I think definitely great to finish in front. And not much more to say about that.
You're a studier of the game. What do you think the most difficult thing for the lightweights is going to be today?
Most difficult thing for me, honestly, I think some of the grip out there. It really depends on what kart you get. I had one kart that was absolutely fantastic, and then my A final kart I think was lacking in grip. So if you get one, it's all going to come down to the tyres. But down the hill in particular, I wasn't happy there. Also, if no one's driven the Cafe Curve recently, they're going to get a nasty shock when they try and take the normal racing line, because they're going to be speared into the start finish line, which actually happened to me on my race. And that's possibly the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced, because the guy smacked into the barriers, and then I was about that far away from banging into him as well, which could have been race over. But fortunately, not to be the case.
He brought it home. Well done, James. We'll see you soon, and safe journey home. So James Johnston there, your super heavyweight winner for today. Let's head back on in, Jacob, for the end of this driver's briefing. But no, as I say, for some of the drivers, I think we've got about 12 of the lightweights whose driver's briefing has now finished. So we'll grab some of their thoughts. It's their first round. Quite a tricky situation. You've got some championships still up for grabs. C1 very much like we've just seen with Joe Holmes. Fraser Brunton has the advantage. That one will probably go in the heats. C2, though, I think it's going to be a really spicy one. The two brothers, the Chapman brothers, 3 points between them heading into today's round. And C3 could always, it's a big gap, but you never know. A big run from a C3 on the last day of the season, you can sometimes get a really, really big delta in points and a big change going into the last round. Let's get in the mixer. Jacob, to try and at least capture a couple of thoughts for the drivers ahead of them going out for this test session. I know you've got your eyes on someone up there, two of them in particular. I'll give you the mic. Who have you found?
I found two championship contenders, the first of which is Dante Dillon. Dante, how you doing?
I'm not bad. How are you, Jacob?
Not too bad, thank you. Yeah, I've just been to Benji Hamilton over there. He reckons it's between you and Fraser today for the round win, and it's obviously between the two of you for the championship. What's your feelings?
Well, for the actual round, I think there's a lot of drivers who are totally in the fight. I think, my heats are quite difficult. Fraser's as well. I think Jack O'Neill's probably my top pick, to be honest. And he's got slightly easier heats, should be all right. But yeah, in terms of the actual championship, I mean, it's very difficult in this stage. It's a 20-point difference. It's a lot. I need Fraser to either get a few penalties, get some championship point deductions, or just have a bad day, and I need a killer of a day. So I need a perfect day. I need everything to align for me, which is a lot to ask for.
Yeah. Are you in any of the same heats as Fraser? Does that change the way you drive, or are you just going to go for it?
Yes, I'm in two of his heats, and he's actually starting right behind me in the first heat, and it's pretty stacked. So I'm sure whichever heat that is, you'll enjoy watching that. But yeah, and then there's another race where he's on pole and I'm quite far back. So I mean, if he wins that and I'm nowhere, then it's already done. So it's going to be difficult. I think last year here, the last round, I probably did my best heats performance ever. I'm going to have to somehow do that again. It's going to be very hard, but you know me, I always give it a try.
Absolutely. And in terms of this greasy kind of damp little bit of flooring we got going on here, do you reckon it'll dry out in time for your heats after the half-hour practice? Do the conditions favour you, do you think? Are you happy with it?
I think half-half is a little mixed for me. I like more full wet or full dry, but I think either or, I'm always confident in my driving. I'm not really too worried about that. The only thing is the overtaking element. Like, you'll have a dry line, and if you go slightly offline, you're just going to understeer off. So overtaking becomes very difficult. Getting through a pack, which is what sprints is all about, becomes very hard indeed. So if that does happen, if it does dry up like that in this 30-minute test, then yeah, it's going to be a challenging one, but we always give it a try, Jacob.
I believe in you, Dons. I believe in you. We'll probably have a chat with Fraser, or I say we. I think Andrew's going to have a chat with Fraser. But whatever happens, it's been a fantastic year of racing from the both of you, and best of luck for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Cheers.
All right then, moving on swiftly to Fraser. I guess I'll keep hold of the mic. Yeah, do you want to stand that side of me so you look taller? Slightly more up the hill. Didn't afford Dante the same privilege. How you doing, Fraser?
I'm very well, very well. Yeah.
Glad to hear it. You looking forward to today?
Yeah, it should be good. I like Buckmore, home track, so and was doing yesterday, so no reason to not do well.
How are you going to approach this one? Dante said you're in 2 of the same heats together. Is it get in front of him, or is it just get to the front?
Probably just wipe him out. Just eliminate all competition.
Now that you've said that on recording. Why is that Jacob Harris style? When have I ever taken anyone out?
I've seen a few black flags from you, I think.
I don't think I've ever had a black flag, but, let's calm down.
Disagree.
We'll look it up later. Me and you, we'll go and lock ourselves in a room and we'll compare our respective disciplinary records. But for now, the championship's probably more important. Are you confident?
Yeah, it should be good. Me and Dante are really good friends, so it was just who's the better driver, really.
Dante said he'd probably prefer it to be all wet or all dry. What's your thoughts on the slipperier conditions?
I think you just got to drive how it is. You're trying to find excuses already.
I don't think that was the case. He was answering my question very openly and honestly.
Fair enough. Can't disagree with that. Sorry.
In terms of the rest of the field, I asked Dante about this first off. He mentioned Jack O'Neill's knocking about today. Benji Hamilton's mentioned Bob McGear's involved. Anyone you got your eye on who might potentially upset the apple cart in the A final?
Well, Jack's obviously a very good driver. I'm sure he'll be very quick, just like Andy was this morning. I think there's loads of good drivers. It's just you can't be focused on one driver in particular. Obviously, me and Dante are in the championship together, but you still got to beat everyone else. So we'll see how it goes.
Good stuff. And are you getting out in this half-hour test to get your eye in?
No. I was at last mile testing yesterday, the SV60, so yeah.
Fair enough then. Well, hopefully you did enough yesterday to set yourself that baseline for a good result today.
We'll see. Depends on your commentator's curse rubbish.
Yeah, I don't go in for any of that, and Andrew's had plenty of Jaffa cakes today, so I'm sure he'll be fine. As I said to Dante, it's been a great year's racing, and best of luck for this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Brunton. Andrew has got the next one lined up.
One more interview before we head back upstairs. Thomas Layton is with us. There's one simple reason I want you to see this, ladies and gentlemen, because when he's in the cars, he's too sat down, he's too speedy, and you can't see it. Thomas Layton, do the spin. This is the best thing ever. Explain.
I, in my spare time when I'm not racing or at work, volunteer at a heritage railway, and for about 8 years I've been known at the Heritage Railway as Beaker because of the frizzy hair, and obviously when everything goes wrong in the lab, Beaker flaps and goes me 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 me. So when I was a bit younger, I used to do a bit of the same kind of flapping, and that's how it started really. Funny enough, I've got the logo of the railway in question on my arm as well. So.
Well, there we go. You're going to have to jump in your car because you're in the test, aren't you? I just wanted to show that because I love that. I love the ingenuity and the different suit designs, and it shows that it's a serious game, but it's also a fun game as well. And you've always got to remember when we're so lucky to have Club 100 in the UK and be able to let people race, and I've always liked that fun element of it.
Absolutely. As I say to all the BUKC drivers, if you've had fun, you've won. Doesn't always feel like it when you finish dead last, but try and enjoy yourselves out there. It's what Arrive and Drive is all about. I know you mentioned one last interview, Andrew, which was that one, but you were after a parent, and I see Bobby McGear's dad helping him out there. Bobby, we won't get a chance to because he's going to have to go out in the test, but if you did want to speak to one last person, there's your chance.
I'm going to run in. That's a good suggestion that we'll have a chat with Bobby's dad. Bobby had a very good finish. He could, we assume it's his dad. Had a very good run at the British Indoor Karting Championship last week. The driver from Basildon finished third in a category. Not the first time that Bobby has been on the podium at that national championship. I'm just going to step in, not to talk to Bobby, but to talk to you as the man who brings Bobby here. Stepping up from juniors to seniors, what's that been like?
Yeah, it's been good. Tough competition. Yeah, everyone's obviously up there in the different categories. So yeah, it's been good. We haven't done that many this year, but we've enjoyed it.
And what would you say for any parents looking and guardians looking to 2026? Why should they get involved?
In Club 100 in general? There isn't another Arrive and Drive championship like it. It's very, very competitive. The karts are very good. I think there's a waiting list, which, says how good it is. Yeah. So, it's definitely a major step up.
Bobby feeling good today?
I think so. You better ask him.
We'll have a very, very quick chat with Bobby and before we throw back upstairs. Bobby, well done last week. Another podium in the BIKC. Are you ready for sprints today?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's always exciting competing these sprints, like really experienced drivers, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Good job. We'll let you get focus for your test. We're going to wrap up there for our paddock walk. Do hope you've enjoyed it. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live. Sprints, lightweights, last round of the season coming right up. Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Buckmore Park, one of the best circuits in the UK for karting. It's the final day of the season for Club 100 Senior Sprints. It is the turn of the lightweights, and once again, Jacob Harris, we have titles to be decided. Some of them may go in the heats, some of them may go all the way to the finals.
We'll find out this afternoon, Andrew, and we'll find out momentarily because the test session is just finishing. You can see cars filing into the pit lane to the left-hand side of your screen, and the helmets peeking up over the barriers where the pit lane is. So we will be underway with racing very, very shortly. But yes, C1, C2, and I believe C3 are up for grabs this afternoon in our lightweight category. No subcategory. We had super heavyweights as well this morning. It's quite hard to keep track of at one point, all those different categories, wasn't it? But no, just the C1, C2 and C3 titles to decide here. And we have 15 heats in total, plus 4 finals to run you through. 19 races in total, over the course of which those titles will be decided. We do hope that each of them goes as far as the A final, but perhaps we'll see some of them dealt with in the B or C finals, or indeed, as you said, Andrew, in the heats.
Indeed. So the championship scenario looks like this. Fraser Brunton has the early advantage by our calculations. If he can improve his counting banked-in score of 1489 to above 1503, the title is his. Easiest path for Fraser to do that: win the first heat would take him to 1496, win the second heat would take him to 1501, win the third heat would then take him beyond. So if Fraser was to clean sweep his heats today, that even if Dante Dillon did likewise in his respective heats and then won the A final, there would simply be too big a span for Dante Dillon, currently in second place in the championship, to bridge. Rory O'Regan will stay at highest in third place. Does not race today, out of personal choice, but he is looking very good to qualify through to the Rotax Racing Club International Finals, the inaugural hosting and holding of those finals, where Club 100 will be the service providers for Rotax on that one. That event, if you've not gathered already, is out in Genk, one of the finest tracks in Belgium. Very famous, of course. We talk about the British circuits and drivers who formed their early careers. We're sat in the John Button suite here at Buckmore Park, of course, because John and Jensen Button, they did many of their early races here at Buckmore Park. Genk's famous son, a certain Max Verstappen, of course, did many of his early races at that particular track. Andrew McWilliams looking for a spot at Genk. He's currently in fourth place, and don't think he can quite overhaul Rory's current score, but we'll still give it a good old go at finishing in that top four. One of the big stories of the day, though, Jacob, is going to be in C2. This is like a movie script. If you put this in a movie script, you'd say, no, that's Hollywood nonsense. Jake Chapman already has one of the junior titles in his hands. He's in that kind of transition period between a junior and a senior. So he could do something quite unique here of winning both the junior and a senior title in the same calendar year. He currently has the lead in C2. The lead is 3 points, so that's exciting enough. Who has he got the lead of 3 points over? His own brother, Max Chapman, who sits in second place. That is nothing at this stage of the season. So basically, that is going to be a winner-takes-all today between the two Chapman brothers. Fifth and sixth overall in the championship as well. Max was with us showing off his photography and videography skills last week in the rain at BUKC qualifiers. How on earth he captured some good photos, especially on the Friday, I do not know. But he was saying that not only the C2 title, but also to try and get in the top 5 overall, which would be a real achievement for either of them today. Sam Lovelace is 7th, Tommy Lee 8th, Ben Sanders 9th, George Lawler 10th at the moment in the standings. So those are your 10 drivers who, as things stand, would get pathways to Genk next year. C3 we will mention, of course. So you have to go down to 30th place in the championship to find Lewis Sills. As long as Lewis Sills has a solid day, get into those B finals, Lewis should be able to hold on to what at the moment is a 34-point advantage over Bradley Pike. Aidan Marsh is next up, and Walter Stoltz has had a good second half of the season. Mathematically, they are all still in play, of course, but such turnovers would mean those C3s getting through to an A final. And again, all of the C3s, the same format as this morning. Everybody does 3 races in the heats, 1 from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back. Unless you're a C3, you do a front, middle, back in a little mini grid of the novices at the back of each field. I think that's all of our parish notices covered, Jacob. We're quite excited for this one. I think that C2 battle is the one that really entices, because mathematically that should go pretty far and all the way to the final, all being well.
Yeah, at the moment there's 3 points between them, so it is super close. The gap at the top of C1 is a bit wider at 20, and as you said, C3 can really go any which way possible. I think there's about 10 drivers who are eligible, and it'll depend on how far they go. I think we'll be looking towards the winner of C3 today to determine that one. Carts, as you can see, are getting ready for heat number 1. They'll get a few warm-up laps before this one, but time to get the racing underway.
Indeed, let's take you through the grid then for this first of 15 heats for the lightweights. About half the grid are C1s and C2s, and then the other half are our novice C3s. Quite a few people having their first run in Club 100 here today. Caleb West, one of the C2s, starts on pole position and has Jack O'Neill alongside him on the front row of the grid. He will be a heavy favourite for this race. He is the only C1 on the grid. Harry Jones and Rana Menon go from row 2. It's then Douglas Smith and Nick Lacasas going from row 3. Last race day for at least a little bit for Douglas Smith is the intel that I've received this afternoon. Jake Chapman starts his final day of the season on row 4 alongside Michael Reeder, looking to add the C2 title to the junior title that he won here 2 weeks ago. Sid Brewerton and Bertie Wellesley go from row 5. It's then Austin Johnson and Eric Vieru on row 6. Jack Frey, George Ferrari, they're on row 7. Jason Munson and Dennis Smirnoff go from row 8. Then Owen Hollowell completes the 17-strong field for this one. It'll be a 7-minute lap race. 7-minute race. Some laps will be done. No +1 lap for the sprints here in Club 100. Track surface still greasy out there. There's a drying line, but not totally dry. And of course, we're now past the warmest part of the day. We will race into the night here this evening at Buckmore Park. So especially offline, it's not going to get fully dry. Not at this time of year. These are tough racing conditions, aren't they, Jacob? When it's BUKC time, those observing around the circuit sometimes go, oh no, not a mixed set of conditions, because especially that line up there into Garda Corner, on driver's left, pretty dry. Down bottom end of the circuit, there is a good amount of grip, but if you want to make a big lunge overtake, you've got to go on that damp bit, and that's when things can happen.
Yeah, speaking to Dante Dillon during the Paddock Walk, he said he'd rather it be fully wet or fully dry.
Yeah.
These kind of conditions aren't ideal for overtaking, as you just mentioned. You're offline, get onto wet stuff, and all of a sudden you've got no grip, so it's very hard to dive down the outside of someone, or indeed drive around the outside of someone. So, yeah, potentially treacherous conditions. This top part of the track that you're seeing at the moment, you can see is all under the shade, so it just doesn't dry out very quickly at all. You've got a drier line that Jack O'Neill is demonstrating there, and you can kind of see the left-hand side of the circuit here is drier in the shadow of the building than perhaps the right-hand side where carts aren't running over. But it's still difficult conditions for drivers to manage. You get one wheel slightly out of line, and all of a sudden you've got a lot less grip than you were anticipating, and a lot less grip than you're anticipating at these speeds can mean a lot more barrier than you're anticipating.
Yes, indeed. So the practice laps that everybody gets ahead of their first heats, those are completed, because not necessarily everybody took part in the timed practice session, the 30 minutes earlier on this afternoon. For the record, I think it was Ethan Saunders. Wiltzer saw was fastest in that session. Lap times are, of course, better than they were earlier on today for the heavyweights. If you missed any of the heavyweights, don't worry, you can watch back all of those races, all of those moments here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, with commentary courtesy of Double Dash Motorsport Media at Double Dash MM, across your social media networks at Alpha Live Productions as well. Do give us a follow. This is the last real life racing live commentary for DDMM today. We do have the Club 100 iRacing Championship every other Tuesday over on the DDMM YouTube channel. 2 more races of that before we have the Christmas break. Several of the drivers in that championship on the grids here this afternoon. Right, let's get lightweights going for round 9. Away we go then for 7 minutes here at Buckmore Park. Big challenge from Jack O'Neill, who's going to breeze round the outside to take the lead through the first couple of corners. That was magnificent stuff. Caleb West has done well to hold on to second place. Jake Chapman there. Oh, he's round. Oh, so first bit of drama straight away. Jake Chapman, who was up to P3, has gone round or been turned round. Didn't quite see what the trigger was, but either way, early drama in the Chapman brothers battle, Jacob. Jake is down the order in his first heat.
Yeah, that's not what we wanted to see for either of them. We want to see a good, strong battle going right to the A final, but unfortunately for my namesake, he has dropped down the
Trouble
order
for
in
Douglas
this one.
Smith. Trouble for
Yeah,
Douglas Smith. The radiator cap's come off, and that is going to spell trouble for the Scotsman in the number 84. Sorry, Jacob.
Yeah, it's not supposed to do that, Andrew. It's supposed to stay on, and I fear he might get a mechanical for that. There's nothing on the DigiFlag at the moment, but yeah, that isn't what you like to see either. And wow, there's a fair bit of contact in the midfield of this pack. Perhaps Jake Chapman's got a chance to. Doug Smith has noticed that his car is broken and is coming into the pits to retire.
Yeah, Douglas did a lot of work in the owner racing categories, particularly with teams such as Craft Motorsports. So he's, in some ways, if there's a driver for that to happen to have that mechanical now, so it's not a bad driver for it to happen to. The trouble is that's going to probably mostly look like steam coming out of the radiator cap there. Hopefully not too much water has gone down on the circuit. Look at Jake Chapman fighting back here. Now he needs to be careful not to go over the top and pick up any silly penalties, but after that early spin, Jake Chapman is absolutely charging through this field.
Yeah, he's made some very good progress there. He needs to be careful not to find himself on the receiving end of a bit of contact again, but being a bit forceful down in Garda, but he's managed to keep it on the straight and narrow. And yeah, he's back up into the top 10 of this one and makes up another position there as well. Excellent move down into hairpin 1. Jack O'Neill's got a 3-second gap at the lead of this one. It's a very similar drive to what we saw Mikey Nichols do earlier on in heavyweights, where he just went round the outside at turn 1 and sprinted away. Hopefully Jack O'Neill can convert this just as Mikey did, as we watch Jake Chapman line up the 27 of George Verardi. Nothing doing down into Garda. This is the battle for 8th place now.
It is indeed. So 4 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Apart from the mechanical flag for Smith, contact warning for Chapman. It's been a pretty quiet race so far. Cone warning's just come in for Dennis Smirnoff, one of the C3s. There, very briefly on your screens. Owen Hollowell's had an amazing run. Look at that from the back of the grid. Owen Hollowell in the 106 now, running up in 6th place. There's problems with Chapman. Oh no, further problems for the C2 points leader. Had his hand in the air. Something's mechanically gone wrong. The cart's cut out. And that is going to be Chapman out of this race. And, well, this is what drop scores are for. They are for when the rare moments where there is a technical issue with a Club 100 kart that they come to save you on that basis. But either way, you don't want that at the start of your final round of the season. Here's your race leader, Jack O'Neill. Well, we've already seen Andy O'Neill take the win in the heavyweights. 6.4 second lead.
Hand in the air, clearly displaying that he knows there's an incident on track. Could be the battery for Jake Chapman. It does sometimes happen when you've had a bit of contact that the connection comes loose. It's a simple case of reconnecting it, but unfortunately for Jake Chapman, it's not his prerogative to do that whilst out on track, and he's quite rightfully pulled to one side and retired. So 2 retirements is quite unusual for a sprints race on the smaller field, and certainly the amount of time they're racing for, but hopefully that's all the bad luck that anyone needs out of the way already this afternoon. No bad luck whatsoever for facing Jack O'Neill. He's 8.5 seconds to the good of Nick Lacasas, who we pick up now, passing Caleb West for 2nd place. Caleb defending 3rd place here. I want to say this is Caleb West's first appearance in sprints this season, but Andrew, I'm sure you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I did have a quick look before the race for our pole sitter in the standings and couldn't see him. Whether that's my eyesight or not, I will let you know momentarily. That's 74 going past there. Looked to me off the track. Could be interesting to see what the stewards think of that, as 55 and 106 of Owen Hollowell. He has had a great race from 17th, battling away there for what must be 5th place now.
Yeah, it's been a good drive from all of them. Anna Menon confirmed us through into 3rd place now, ahead of Caleb West. You are absolutely correct, Jacob. This is a Club 100 Senior Sprints debut this season for Caleb West. quite a few drivers. We've got about 12 drivers who are having a first run out of the season. Rachel Clark, Alexei Storosev, Seb Connolly, Austin Johnson, Jack Frey, Bertie Wellesley's in this race. This is the first race of the season at a senior level for Bertie. Because that is another thing as well. Quite a few drivers who perhaps have been in the juniors. There's Menon down the inside of Lacasas. That one didn't quite work, and Caleb West is going to try and go around the outside now. And yeah, I think Caleb West has got third place then. So this is a really bright start from Caleb West. Penalty for the number 74 of Rana Menon, advantage by track limits. So Menon's going to fall down the order by at least 2 places at the end of this race, once that final classification is tallied up.
Yeah, that was down the inside of the street a couple of laps back, Andrew. Yep. I did mention it as it happened. It looked to me like a unjust move. That one's a bit better, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it stick. Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Fair play. I thought West would have the drive off the corner, but no, now West is under pressure from Owen Hollowell, who's made it up to 5th. That is really impressive from Hollowell, and I think will still be 5th come the end of this lap. It's just West has swapped positions with no, that's the classes, so he's up to even higher now is Owen Hollowell. We'll see Caleb West drop down the order. Hollowell's up to 4th from 17th.
We're now on the last lap. The reason being, as that was a problem for Hollowell running out wide. He's done very, very well to retain position there. That was a bit of a hairy moment through the first couple of corners. This one's gone an extra lap because Jack O'Neill has been so quick in this race. He got over the line with about 2 seconds before the timer ran out. Jack O'Neill is going to take a very straightforward victory. He's just putting his hand up there to maybe acknowledge a yellow flag. Takes the win, takes the 25 event points, takes the early lead, and a little bit of a wave to the camera as well there for another of our FIA Motorsport Games karting endurance medalists for the United Kingdom last year. Starts with the win. Lacasas P2, Menon P3, Hollowell, great drive from the novice up to P4. Reeder, West, Varani, Brewerton, Munson and Viru all in the top 10. Bertie Wellesley, first race in the senior sprints, P11, the driver of the 187. Dennis Smirnov, Johnson, Harry Jones, Jack Frey and others complete the order. We've got to move on though because it's time for Heat 2. Time for the second heat to come out onto circuit, and which the Hollowell result, we're going to keep an eye on that, whether there could be something coming the way for that C3 driver. Here's your grid for the heat 2. Jeremy Deeks and Sam Lovelace on the front row, Phil Holmes and George Lawler row 2, Tom Northcott and Dan Shaw go from row 3. 2 drivers have come up from the juniors. Ben Sanders and Leo Lacastro on row 4. Max Chapman. This is a big race now. Starts on row number 5 and could take the lead in the C2 standings. Alongside him on the 5th row of the grid, it's Michele Pasquariello. Benjamin Tompkinson Gray starts on row 6, is joined by Zach Edelston. And on to the 7th row of the grid, we're into, I think, our C3s now. Josh Mully and Christopher Foxon, Jack Hopkins and Richard Pike. They go from row 8 and making their debut as well. Rachel Clark starts 17th in this one.
Owen Hollowell's third place of the season. That he's missed 3 rounds, unfortunately for him. But if he, I don't think it's too much to say. If he hadn't missed one of those rounds, he would be in contention for C3 today. And that 3rd place really was to get two third places in heats as a C3. Mandatory starts at the back. I can see
he can't win it because his max possible score is lower than what Lewis Sills has already got locked in, and that really is because he had the third round that he wasn't at. So the first 2 are his drops. The 3rd round is just a set of zeros for that one. In this one, who do we need to keep an eye on? Sam Lovelace going for a spot at Genk. Yeah, defending P7 at the start of the day. Actually, I think he's safe already because there's a bit of a gap back to... Yeah, George Law, that's a very good name to point out there, mate, because he's got 10th place in the points at the moment.
But the man behind him in 11th, Thomas Northcutt, starts behind him on the grid in this heat. So there are Genk permutations to consider for this one.
George does have a bit of a curious situation, though, in that he missed round 2. And then, so that's gone. That's a full round set of drop scores used. I'm not quite sure I remember what the story at Bayford was for round 6. But his results were second, 19th and 19th, and then I don't think he ran in the D final. So that's currently on his scorecard. But as long as he gets into a C final, that D grade race will be out the window. So keep an eye on George Lauder. It's similar to what we're talking about with Ross Sandwell in the C3s in heavyweights. He's got a lot of space to run into potentially with the drop scores. We're going to go around again for one more formation lap at least.
We've got Max Chapman in this one as well.
Yep.
We've seen Jake already. Jake, a little bit of misfortune on the early laps of his heat. Max would have seen that and be hoping to go a lot better in this one.
He will be, but I think he'll also be feeling for his brother as well. I hope that that's not the deciding factor for the title, because it is very, very close here today. I mean, that race will be a drop, but it means it'll bring a result into play that Jake would have been hoping, in the ultra-competitive sense, to be dropping at the end of the year. But we'll wait and see. We'll keep you up to date with all those scores and how they run through. And it looks like we're good for the race start here, Jacob. It'll be another 7-minute heat.
Yeah, leading us away then, Jeremy Deeks and Sam Lovelace on the front row of the grid. Deeks in red, Lovelace in blue. And here we go. Good start from Lovelace, his side of the grid. It's the grip round the outside, going to carry him round into first place. It is round, goes to 39. There's contact with other karts, but that's not a great start for Phil Holmes. Sam Lovelace leads this one, as in behind him, George Lawler battles with Jeremy Deeks. And the 66 of Thomas Northcutt's had a good run there as well. Looks like he's going to beat Lawler down into the chicane. Leads them into the street then, so it will be Lovelace, followed by Northcutt, followed by Lawler for your top 3.
I think Lovelace got that race start absolutely spot on. It's quite an easy track here, Buckmore Park, to jump start. And it's all done electronically, of course. Nothing's come up on our screen. So, yeah, I think Sam Lovelace, straight down the line, got that absolutely spot on. But he's going to have a challenge here from Thomas Northcutt. Thomas has had a very solid season, stepping up to the senior ranks of Club 100. Some good things in his time in the juniors. It's a bit of a junior flavour in this race. The likes of Dan Shaw in there. Oh, mistake from Lovelace, and through goes Northcutt. Brilliant driving from Thomas Northcutt. I just wondered, did Sam Lovelace clip a wheel? Oh dear, as that piece of furniture has seen better days. I just wondered, did Sam Lovelace try and take a wider line and just clip one of those damp patches offline that we were talking about? Because the front of the car just seemed to understeer, not want to get round the corner. That's all the opportunity Northcutt needed to take the lead.
I'd say that's the most reasonable explanation for that, as away comes Northcutt with the fastest lap. Behind them, Leo Castro's up to 4th. Max Chapman is up to 5th. We've just seen him and Dan Shaw going through shot. Max was taking pictures of Dan this time last week in the BUKC qualifiers. The pair of them are. Max looking to move further up the grids. He's got Leo Castro, or the back of Leo Castro, to look at the moment. Out in the lead though, Sam Lovelace seems to have recovered from his minor slip and is keeping pace now with Tom Northcutt. These first 5, look at the gap that these 5 have got. There's a 5 seconds back down to Ben Sanders as Max Chapman has a little look at Leo Castro. It doesn't come off, and he loses out to Dan Shaw. We'll be thinking twice about doing that again if he gets the opportunity. But across the line they come then. Dan Shaw fastest lap on that lap as well, so he's really coming into a bit of form here. But as I say that, down into hairpin 1, Chapman up the inside. Shaw's going to hang on around the outside, is he? Not quite. I think he's going to stick to the inside here, but there is absolutely no grip. And Max says, come on, you've got to know that there's not going to be enough grip to try that, and is probably a little bit peeved that he nearly took the two of them out.
Yeah, I can understand the frustration for Chapman. I've got to say, I think he dealt with that quite well, because he kept his steering open, used his knowledge of his fellow competitors effectively there to know that there might be something coming in on the apex of hairpin number 2. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Northcott doing a brilliant job here, holding off Sam Lovelace. He's got a decent record around this place, is Sam Lovelace. Some good BUKC runs at this track over the years. Had a very strong start to the 2024 senior sprint season at this venue. Right now, it's dealing with George Lawler and drawing alongside Leo Lacastro, another driver who was competing in the BUKC qualifiers last week. George Lawler shuts the door in Lacastro's face there for third place. Still in the balance, this one, 3 minutes to go.
Looked like a little dab of the track furniture
I
there
thought
in
so,
the
that was
background,
right.
but
Oh,
I'll leave it to the observers to judge if it was, and if it was, who did it. This battle could get pretty interesting in the last couple of laps. I think there might be a little bit of biding time from George Lawler to see if Sam Lovelace can pull in Northcote, but after a lap of not much change in terms of gap at the front, Lawler must be thinking if he's going to win this one, he's got to get past Sam Lovelace. Doesn't look to be close enough at the minute, though. He's more concerned with Leo Castro on his rear bumper. They each take a slightly different line through hairpin 2, none of which seems to be overly beneficial to either of them. Yeah, Northcote's just got that little bit of a cushion at the moment, and it's all he needs at this point, especially if they start battling behind, as Chapman now is right up on the bumper of Lacastro, and chances are, Andrew, these guys are going to start fighting once again.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of danger for Max Chapman, but also a bit of opportunity to gain some more points. As things stand, a 5th place for Chapman would actually only cut the lead to 2 points. Jake Chapman would still lead the championship at this stage. This is how drop scores are coming into play.
Andrew, they're currently... Oh, no, sorry.
3
it cuts
points.
it by 1.
Yeah,
I thought it was 2.
It would only cut it by a single point. So these could be some really key positions. Remember, before we start talking drop scores, as yellow flags are out for the reset of the bits of track furniture on the inside of the first part of the time sweep, 25 points for a heat win, 23 for second, 21 for third, and then it's a point less for each position down to 24th, where you score nothing. So if Chapman can get another 2 places here with 54 seconds on the clock, he could take the lead in the C2 standings, and Lacastro's wide through Henry's Bend, has recovered well. Really nice recovery there for the driver. Done a lot of racing in the owner racing scene. Those of you who know your karting suits, that's a Coles racing suit, of course. A bit of traffic for the leaders to deal with. That's Pasquariello.
Max is on a contact warning, Andrew. We'll just point that out at this point. There's more traffic as well coming here. This could get very feisty.
I don't often see traffic in one of these races. It's Rachel Clark on debut as George Lawler's got caught out there by the traffic. That's allowed Lacastro and Chapman through, so that will be another point for Max Chapman. Cuts the lead in the C2 title race to 1 championship point for his brother. If he can get past Lacastro, he will tie the scores up after this first round of heats.
Last lap, Andrew, if he's going to make a move, he's got to do it in the next couple of corners, and here it is.
Beautiful. That's brilliant. That is superb from Max Chapman. Sold Leo Lacastro the dummy, got Lacastro on a little damp patch, did the inverse to what happened with Dan Shaw a few laps ago. This is the last lap. This is going to be a win for Thomas Northcott, and I tell you what, this is going to be a big heat win for Thomas Northcott as he looks to chase down a top 10 spot and a place on the journey to Genk. He takes heat 2, Sam Lovelace second, third for Max Chapman. That could be a big result. Game on. 1-3-8-9 apiece now for the Chapman brothers. George Lawler fourth, Leo Lacastro fifth.
What a great heat, Andrew. And we've got 14 more of them coming up, haven't we?
We have indeed. Other drivers over the line. Ben Sanders, P6, fastest lap in that race. Dan Shaw home in P7. Good drive from Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray. Ben coming home there in 8th place ahead of a recovering Phil Holmes. Jack Hopkins completes the top 10. Richard Pike, Josh Mulley, Jeremy Deeks, Christopher Fox and all on the lead lap in the top 14. Rachel Clark, Michele Pasquariello, a lap down. Zach Edelston did not run. Here we go then for heat number 3.
Heat number 3 then is a C1 laden grid. Let me talk you through it. Starting on pole position, Logan McAllister with Andrew McWilliam, our reigning champion for the last time I can say that, alongside him. Daniel Campbell is on row 2 with Christopher Powell-Taylor. Bobby McGeer starts 5th overall with 2nd in the championship last year, 2nd in the championship this year, going for it in this final round. Dante Dillon on row 3, but who's behind him? Josh Wood is sharing row 4 with Fraser Brunton. One-time champion in this category already, going for a second one. The 80 car starts in 8th for this heat. Robert Crawford is 9th, Gleb Novikov is 10th. Walter Stoltz starts 11th, and Max Davidson, one of our drivers in the mix for the C3 title, is 12th. Clifton Malcolm will start this one in 13th with Rana Khan company on row 7. Jack Steele will be 15th and James Bull 16th. Rounds out your grid. It is an absolutely stacked heat, I believe that they like to refer to these as. As we spoke to Dante Dillon earlier, he said Fraser starts behind him in heats. This is one of them. They will be bumper to bumper as they come across the start-finish line. Not to mention our reigning champion, Andrew William, being in this one. Bobby McGeer, who's won races this year as well, is involved. Logan McAllister is one of our junior drivers who's moved up into this category and has talent to spare. It really is going to be a peak Club 100 sprints heat, this one, Andrew.
It is. There's a driver I feel really, really sorry for, and the Alpha Timing Computer. What has the Alpha Timing Computer got against Daniel Campbell? Daniel Campbell has done some racing in the junior ranks. I want to say did the Experienced Junior Super Lightweights last year. This is his first appearance of the season at the seniors. This is his first heat, and the computer has surrounded him with Andrew McWilliam, Fraser Brunton, Dante Dillon, Bobby McGeer and Logan McAllister. Why, computer? Why have you done this to our new C2 driver? So best of luck to Daniel Campbell in the 186. I think he's going to need it.
He'll be fine, Andrew. He'll be absolutely fine. We've seen a similarly numbered kart.
Yes.
Mr. West start on pole position in his
That is very true, yeah.
sprint race. Everyone gets the front grid. These guys just happen to have had their front grid first, surrounded by
and with six very strong C1s around him. Rob Crawford is one to keep an eye on in this one. One of our drivers has had a very strong start to his Club 100 iRacing campaign, so much so he's already been promoted from the rookie class, our kind of the sim racing championships equivalent of C3, straight up to the intermediate category, which is kind of like our C2, and then we split our C1s because in sim racing world you have fast people and then aliens. Aliens go into Premier, generally fast go into Clubman, and it just keeps everybody happy. So this should be a good one. This should be a really, really... it's how the draw happens. It's I know we had one heat earlier with only one C1. Look at the draw. When the results, or when the grids come out, basically everybody has the same average grid position. Sometimes you get a draw with a lot of C1s, sometimes you don't. So we'll see how this one goes. Are we good for a start this time? No, we're going to go around one more time. Logan McAllister ran through a bit of history, took one of the titles in the Junior North Championship, of course, earlier on in the autumn, up at Warden Law. Then had that great scrap with Benji Hamilton here 2 weeks ago in the Junior South competitions. Although I'm going to put this one to the chat, I'd like to throw Willie and JV the occasional rule change. I would like to see a rule change for the ultimate tiebreaker to be decided on the last race of the season, not the first scoring race of the season. If you were with us 2 weeks ago, you'll know what I'm talking about. Would have kept Logan in play for an extra race. Anyway, that's all history. What we're going to see here in this heat. Heat 3 for the lightweights is go. Fast start for those at the front. It's going to be Logan McAllister wheel to wheel with Andrew McWilliam in the early stages of this one. Bobby McGurr trying to hold on the inside for at least third place. That was the position he finished in Team Sport Warrington's national finale for the BIKC a couple of 7 days ago. And now he's got second place as well. Andrew McWilliam has been massively shuffled down the order. He's now on the inside line. That's not where you want to be. It's Dante Dillon's round. Oh my goodness me. Straight away, the ghosts of the final 12 months ago where he lost the chance to become lightweight champion. They've struck again in the very first round of the heats. He's now got to work his way back through the field, Jacob, like we saw with Jake Chapman in Heat 1.
Yeah, not all is lost for Dante. Fraser could still suffer the same fate in this one. There was just too many top-tier drivers trying to go into one space on the road as up the inside looks Andrew McWilliam there. We've ended up, Andrew, with Logan McAllister and Bob McGurr at the front of this one. Daniel Campbell, who, should we say you were worried about?
Yes.
I was right to say you don't need to worry about it because he's ended up exactly where he started, in third place. Andrew William has dropped down the order a fair bit. Fraser Brunton was trying to make up spaces in the exact same kind of area as Dante Dillon was, but hasn't quite managed to cut through the field as much as he might have hoped. Not sure if he would have seen his championship rival spin around or not out of his peripheral vision, but Dante, I think, is already at the back of this one. I think he's made up a place already. So let's keep an eye on that at the back of the field. There's an attempt for the lead there for Bob McGurr. Turns into losing the place to Daniel Campbell.
Yeah, that was a good attempt from Bobby McGurr, but again, he just didn't have the grip on the inside, and that allowed Daniel Campbell to get him through Henry's Bend. Bobby McGurr's going to try and draw alongside here into the S's. That's a brave move. That's a super move from Bobby McGurr in kart number 44 to retake second place. Now, just to recap things in terms of the championship battle, the good news for Dante Dillon, Fraser Brunton not winning this race. Okay, a fifth place might mean he starts adding to his points tally by 1 point. So Fraser Brunton's not particularly extending his gap in the championship standings. This is all drop scores coming into play. The trouble, though, for Dante Dillon, this is why we always keep an eye on max possible score. Dante Dillon being down in 13th place, it's going to be a drop. But because he's not winning this race, his max possible, which was out beyond 1,500 points, is now dropping. It's now dropping to 1497. It's effectively bringing the title line to Fraser, closer to Fraser, even though Fraser's not particularly having a good race.
Yeah, there is Fraser in fourth place. He's still got half the time remaining to try and catch up to these top three, which might make it a bit more than a dropped score for him. Dante's made his way up to 13th, and I'd fancy him for at least 12th, if not a top 10 with 3 minutes to go in here. But even the top 10, I think, will be a drop score for Dante. He's had a 10th in a heat already this year, as Dante. He's had a 17th as well, which he'd like to drop. Andrew, I think you're just trying to work out what he has to climb to before he's actually counting points. 6th. Which is 6th. Yeah, which might be a stretch. He's got red plates of Andrew McWilliam, Chris Powell-Taylor, and a C2 of Josh Wood currently contesting those kind of positions, as we see McGurr lapping someone, I believe, and leading Daniel Campbell through the back mark, who runs a little bit wide there. Fraser Brunton will be hoping that it doesn't hamper him too much in this run. It's yeah, it hasn't, and Fraser's managed to pass him on the straights. So McGurr and Campbell still battling away here. Fraser Brunton cruising up to the back of them, eyeing another podium, and certainly help him on his way to the titles. To the inside, that's Chris Powell-Taylor, I think, up the inside. Runs a little bit wide on that instance, though, and so the 47 of Josh Wood holds the place, which I think he must have taken in hairpin one.
Yeah, he did, and got it finished by the time they ran through hairpin number 2. Fraser Brunton has caught up to the rear axle of the 186 of Daniel Campbell. I've got to say, Daniel Campbell's doing a commendable job on his debut in senior sprints. This is why I like these juniors moving up. It's new names to talk about. Reminds me of when we first started what was called the Young Drivers Championship at the time. You think back to Peter Knight's performance, stepping up from the YDC at the time into the senior sprints. It was at a broadcast round at Wilton Mill. And it set the tone for how new young drivers step up to this level. Brunton has got through, so Brunton up to 3rd place. These are all key little positions and point gains here and there. By our maths, that would put Fraser Brunton to 14.92 in terms of a banked, secured tally. He would be 5 points away from the max possible for Dante Dillon, who, remember, is not only in 11th place, but has now got a track limits penalty. 3 times track limits infringements mean that Dante Dillon, well, this is definitely going to be a drop score. Now, I could kind of understand it from Dante's perspective, because, as I say, it's a drop score, and it will still be a drop score if he only overtook another 2 or 3 people. The only way he's going to score points in this race is absolute full attack. Inevitably, that means you're going to be running out wide over the track limits sometimes, so he's given it a go. Yeah, that's done it now. This is going to be a drop score for Dante Dillon, -2 positions at the end of this one.
Yeah, that's the last thing Dante needed, but I guess he's trying absolutely everything he can to wring as much speed out of this kart, pass as many karts as he possibly can. The battle that we're following here is where he needs to be. There's Chris Powell-Taylor going up the inside of Josh Wood, not quite, but yeah, this is where he'd need to be, and he's still a good 5 seconds off this at the moment, despite the fastest lap. Unfortunately, that track limits penalty would mean he'd need to overhaul the 2 we're seeing as Brunton and McGurr are side by side. McGurr gets the better of him into the chicane, but down into the sweep. Fraser Brunton, very forceful, but I think fair enough. I'll let the observers be the official judges of that. Fraser Brunton up into 2nd place. This is exactly the kind of drive that he needs to secure the World Championship.
The World Championship.
Steady
He's
on.
treated
That's
it like
next
a
year.
World
That's
Championship.
next year.
Checkered flag is out. Logan McAllister takes the race win. Fraser Brunton 2nd on the road, ahead of Bobby McGurr. That could be a key result for Fraser Brunton. Daniel Campbell, what a run to 4th place. That's a way to start your time in senior sprints. There's a shake of the head there from Dante Dillon. 11th on the road will become 13th. A dropped score for Dante Dillon at the worst possible time at this stage of things. We've got to move on though. Heat 4, they're out next.
Lightweight heat number 4 then coming up for you. There'll be a few practice laps before this one, as we've not yet run through the first set of heats, but let's have a look at the grid. No C1s in this one, interestingly, so Callum Martin starts on pole alongside Harry Collins. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes will be in third, with Edmund Yaxley-Aguirre in fourth, and all double-barreled row 2. Will Henn starts in fifth, with Alex Forward in sixth position. Row 4 will be Sebastian Connolly and Hugo Beals. Toby McAllister-Brown is in 9th place, and 10th is James Barker. Alexei Storzev is in 11th overall, with Lewis Sills alongside him on row 6. Row 7 is Leo Kirsten and Glenn Williamson. Jonas Klimas is 15th overall, and Noah Lockwood rounds out your 16 for this heat number 4 in our lightweight category. Interesting to see the draw, Andrew.
Yeah.
Give us a stacked C1 race and a C1 less race.
Look at the draw. Look at how the computer throws things out for the heats. It tends to all shake out across the course of the season. A full 9-round championship season. I'm going to throw in a driver to keep an eye on from the midfield. I like to do this and then be proven wrong. So if this is a curse, I do apologise, Toby McAllister-Brown. But Toby has a very good record around this track. I remember watching some of his races from, in fact, right here on an observation day for yours truly in the Experience Championships last year. I want to say for the junior category. It's got a lot of mileage around this track. Is one of the locals to here is McAllister-Brown. So this is from the middle start, I think. Or actually, might be his one from the back because of how many C3s that we've got in the lightweights today. But either way, keep an eye on that driver there. 129. Very distinctive helmet design. Almost like RAF style roundels meeting in the middle. There he is. TMB Racing.
One thing I will say, Andrew, despite there's no C1s in here, we got Ethan Saunders-Wilkes,
yes,
who has won 6 races so far this season, having only turned up to 3 or 4 rounds. So probably a C1 caliber driver, I would say.
I'd say so. Ethan, one of the latest recruits, or graduates, I should say, up from the junior ranks, had a very, very good junior season. If you missed any of the action from the finales of the 2 junior competitions up in the north at Karting Northeast, at Warden Law, and here for the south 2 weeks ago. All of those races can be watched back here on Alpha Live. And as I say, last broadcast of the season for Club 100. Plenty of content to watch as we go through to Christmas, and of course on to the new 2026 season, which will come around quicker than we think. Awards due in Birmingham on the 10th of January. It was a super night last year. Sorry, still this year. Sorry, my brain's already on 2026 mode. But yes, no, it's. I say last night was very special, very formal. You only get invited to it if you're a trophy recipient. Club 100, we're like, nah, everybody get in. Let's have a big party at the National Motorcycle Museum. And it will be the biggest event in Birmingham that particular weekend, because no Autosport show next year. That's all I'm saying on that one.
Why is there no Autosport show?
Check the comments. Anyway.
Let me know in the comments. I missed that. I mean, I haven't been since like 2004. But maybe that's one of the reasons that no one turns up anymore. But please do let me know in the comments why there's no Autosport show this year. And do keep your comments coming in. We do.
I genuinely do hope it comes back. But let's get it back to the glory days of the mid-2000s. And hello to anyone who's been to Kartmania this weekend, because as I say, that's a good example of maybe why there isn't no Autosport show this weekend, because Kartmania has taken that place for all the karters in the UK of where they want to go to check out what they want to be doing in the future. Anyway, I'll stop being sassy and think we're just waiting for someone to return to the grid having changed their cart. Who are we missing from this one?
Can't quite tell. I was trying to figure that out myself.
Might be Alexei Staroshev, who hasn't set a lap time on the live timing. So yes, I think that is going to be well done, Stu, our director, as I get imprint of Jaffa cake on my arm. That's our missing driver at the moment, so we'll just be waiting for Alexei to probably just have a kart change and get back into action. Benji Hamilton fans, there he is on your screens for a moment, doing a little bit of kart testing with Rory O'Regan. There is Staroshev.
So it'll be underway as soon as he joins the, well, I say as soon as he joins the back, and then they come round past the start-finish line. Looks like he's being sent right the way around to catch up to them. So it should be next time around that we get going.
I've just had a great idea.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh, full of them.
Because as I say, I want the Autosport show to come back and be better than ever. Indoor arena. Indoor kart race. Actual proper kart race. Not a demo race.
They used to do it.
They used to do it. Bring it back. Yep.
I want to say the last time that Club 100 did that was about 14, 15 years ago. I seem to remember chassis was provided by Club 100. I think they swapped Honda engines onto them and did a kind of pro-am charity thing.
Yeah.
Bring it back is what you say. So when you say I've had an idea,
yeah,
you're just rehashing an old idea and claim it as your
Nah, make it better, make it bigger.
Okay, that's fine then.
The
As long as
idea
it's
is
bigger,
expanding
that's
in my
your idea.
mind.
Yeah, it's creativity at its finest.
Anyway, should we talk about a race?
Absolutely. I think
Heat
about to
4
start
for the lightweights, about to get going then. Now, still in the first round of heats. Everybody sampling race conditions for the first time today. Into the tram lines. 7 minutes underway then. Very good start for Callum Martin there in the number 60. Will have the early lead. Has got to thread the needle round the first couple of corners. There's a spinner in the middle of the pack. I think that was Leo Cusden in the number 62. Apart from that, all good into the first couple of hairpins. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes on the outside there, looking to move up from second place. And there's Toby McAllister Brown as well. Keep an eye on the bright blue suit potentially coming through the field in this one. That's just Rory O'Regan kart testing heading into the pits, making sure that he doesn't get in the way of what is going to be a really competitive race. Change of leader, Saunders-Wilkes 2P1 and could run away with this, Jacob.
Yeah, we said at the start there are no C1s officially in this one, but Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is probably of that calibre, I think it's fair to say, and he is showing it here on lap 1 with a big gap despite only getting the lead halfway around this time. He's got company behind him, and we're saying a second behind him in Callum Martin and Harry Collins from the front row. Those two maintaining second and third for now. There's a big battle going on here, though, coming down to hairpin 2. Got to be careful, guys, making a lot of contact in there, but all managing to stay facing the right way. Here's our top 4. The 71 of Will Henn is still involved there, and then you've got Edmund actually Aguirre down in 5th. That's where the kart starts that we're currently following. No one looking for an overtake into Garda this time around, but this battle will go on and on, I'm sure, for the next 5 minutes.
5 minutes and 10 seconds of this race to go. Whoa, big slide there for Collins. Just about gathers it up.
I think Toby McAllister Brown tried an undercut there in the blue suit with TMB on the back. That's very helpful, Toby. Thank you very much for that one.
He's up to 5th place.
6th, isn't it?
6th place.
You'll
at the
forget
moment.
now a race leader who's quite far ahead of these guys. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes setting a fastest lap last time round. Down into the 49s, Andrew. That's dry pace, isn't it?
Yeah, we're getting not far off winter dry pace as wheel to wheel go Glenn Williamson, Hugo Beals and Toby McAllister Brown. That's going to get tight out of centre. Who won that one coming round Cafe Corner? Did I just see, was that a yellow flag or was that a stuff on track that it shouldn't be flagged? The stripy yellow and red. There has been a mechanical flag as well for Sebastian Connolly. Now that could have been something with material, that could have been something like a helmet strap undone. It's not necessarily the kart. 3 minutes and 50 seconds. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in for the race leader, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, 49.1. Absolutely flying at the moment. Jonas Klimas has had a bump and pass penalty. First penalty in this race.
Yeah, you did see a mechanical flag for Sebastian Connolly. That's the black with the orange dot. That might have been what you were picking out earlier. Saunders-Wilkes goes faster again. He's into the 48s now. Callum Martin's no slouch either. He's into the 49s and has a decent gap back to third. You'll be able to see those guys clearing off into the distance in certain shots as the 107 battles the 48. That's Jonas Klimas battling Lewis Sills. Jonas has a penalty, as you mentioned, Andrew. Some liberal use of the track limits there from Harry Collins coming through the street. Very easy to do. I fell foul of that myself at one point racing here. It's a natural drift over to that left-hand side. And certainly quicker as well as you cut part of the track. But yes, there are your 5th and 6th place drivers there going through turn 1. Glenn Williamson struggling on the steering wheel really through turn 1. And up the inside goes Toby McAllister Brown. Hasn't quite been able to make that overtake happen as they come through hairpin 2. But yeah, a bit of a wobbly moment for Glenn in the first couple of apexes of this lap, which brings Toby right onto his rear bumper. Yellow flag here neutralises the racing. So there'll be no overtaking just yet. But we'll see this corner here. Garda throws up anything for the two of them.
Indeed. So this one, we're going through the motions. Hugo Beals has just had a penalty, unfortunately, for multiple pieces of contact. Alex Forward as well for forcing a driver wide. Here's your battle for third place. William Henn and Harry Collins. Both very solid drives from these two so far. Glenn Williamson here. Wouldn't be surprised to see Glenn moving up to C2. He's clearly ready for this. I don't think Glenn's had a full season's programme this year, but I know he's been often the driver when he has been here, who has emerged as the top C3. Long way to go, of course, in this round. Running the first round of 3 heats, and then all of those finals later on this evening. What an attacking drive this is from Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. As I say, this is a driver that we're going to keep an eye on going into 2026. So one of several drivers who I think is going to be stepping up to the seniors for a full-time mission next year. And, well, this has been another very impressive drive. No C1s in this race, but I'd say in this young man here, a C1 ready driver, ready to receive one of those red plates.
Yeah, he's got an 8-second lead over Callum Martin, who in turn has a 4-second gap back to third in Will Henn. We're seeing the 42 of Glenn Williamson and Toby McAllister Brown in 5th and 6th, and indeed the 107 Jonas Klimas in 7th with a penalty. McAllister Brown looks over the back of Williamson there as we look at Collins closing in on the back of Will Henn. We are going to get another lap after this. Sorry, no, we're not. We are on the last lap. Apologies. So this is it. Saunders-Wilkes, I think that's him just rounding the sweep. He's that far ahead. Indeed, yeah, there he is. You can see in the background, or rather not see in the background, any competitors. because he has absolutely smashed this one. 9-second lead, out in front. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes comes around Cafe Corner and wins Heat 4 this afternoon at Buckmore Park. Then it's a big gap back to Callum Martin, who's had a decent race himself, but crosses the line 10 seconds back in the 6060 kart. Will Henn holds on for third place in the 71. Harry Collins is fourth. Glenn Williamson does hold off Toby McAllister Brown for fifth. Seventh is Jonas Kilmass, but with a penalty, which will drop him behind Edmund Yaxiagier, who finished eighth. Lewis Sills is ninth, and Alex Ford 10th.
That's a quite useful result for Callum Martin. 12th in the points at the start of the day, and is in range of where a really good day could still give him a chance to get that top 10 and a run to Genk. We'll monitor that as the day goes on. Right now, though, we're going to switch attention to the next heat. Welcome back, everybody, to Buckmore Park, getting ready for the fifth heat. This is the last one of the final round. Jake Palmer's going to hop on comms with us here. If we're ready for it, let's take you through the grid for this one. As I say, for all of these drivers, they'll get a few practice laps before their first racing action of the day. Joe Simcock on pole position for this one. Beaker, Thomas Layton starts alongside on the front row. Keaton Ford and Tommy Lee go from row 2. This is an important race for Tommy Lee in the top 10 at the moment in the championship standings. Toby Edelston and Robert Starley on row 3. And continuing on down the field, row 4, Luca, Nick and Ewan Thomas. Ben Brewerton and Bradley Pike will go from row 5. Aidan Marsh and Thomas Holland. Good to see Thomas back on the grid. On row 6, Sky Lees, Joe Milburn and Finn Paris Phillips complete the 15-strong field. Jake Palmer rejoins me in the box in the John Button suite at the commentary desk. What have you made of the racing so far today, Jake?
It's good to be back. It's getting tricky in these conditions. As you say, it's dried up pretty much to dry times now, and offline is very tricky. We saw a few attempts in that last race, particularly turn 1 and hairpin 2. Makes it very difficult to get an overtaking because you have to go offline onto the damp stuff. So might see that start to dry out, especially around the start. You get drivers running on the inside where they're in the tram lines. So hopefully it will dry up a little bit more and we'll see some great racing coming up. But it is getting dark.
Yeah, the light's starting to go. If you're watching us from elsewhere around the world, currently 3:30 here in the UK. So within the next hour, it will go dark. I'm continuing to develop my bring Autosport show back to relevancy, the karting idea. I'm going to look for some more support from yourself, Jake. Here's what I'm going to throw down. Bercy Masters style, combined with a Supernats. This is not me knocking Supernats. It was brilliant last week. But if they can race around a car park, why can't we race around a really, 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 really big exhibition hall? And to make the people in Bicester happy, you do the whole karting pathway. You have indoor there, you have this there, you then have cadets, inter, junior, senior. You could even have them racing, 2 tracks at the same time. Think of the possibilities. Formula E race indoors, Cammy Sturch, if they can do it round the Excel Centre in London, why can't karting?
I do like the sound of it. 2 strokes might not be the option because of the smoke.
Big fans. I tell you, Autograss cars do races.
Yeah? No, I like the idea.
I've run wide and lost the lead again.
I mean, Team Sports made a killing doing indoors.
If Terry Grant can whiz a Jaguar F-Type and whatever up and down and round and de-loop, I'm not giving this one up.
Oh, that's a good idea. Having the big old banked corners like they used to in some of the European karting leagues. They used to be indoors as well.
Yeah.
Videos of Michael Schumacher doing karting, they were indoors. It's all there.
People with the resources to do this, you know how to contact me. Anyway, so this is the last heat of the first round. of the drivers in this one, Tommy Lee jumps out as one who really could do with a good one. This is a good opportunity for him because, again, it's just how the draws work today for this first round of heats. Again, no C1s in this one. So Tommy Lee with a race win here, which he has done earlier on in the season in heats, could start to dry the ink on a ticket to Genk. Let's see what happens across the course of the next 7 minutes. Away we go. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Simcock got the jump on Leighton there. Leighton was a little bit asleep to the run to the light, so it's going to be those on the inside with the early advantage. Leighton's responded back down the inside. There we go. Criticise the driver. Bang down the inside into hairpin one. Takes second place. The reverse psychology works. Keaton Ford still there in third in the classic CRG suit. Oh, it's just been done round the outside by Tommy Lee. That was a great drive from Tommy Lee up to third place. That's some good early progress for him. But Joseph Simcock, good early lead in this race, Jake. A nice run from pole position.
Great start. Very good start from all of them. And that is starting to dry now. We're starting to see those moves into hairpin 2. But you take that outside line, it does disadvantage you at the start, but you get a massive slingshot heading towards the chicane. And if you are brave enough, then you can make the move done like Tommy Lee did. And now, right on the back of Thomas Leighton, not too far from the front as well. Simcock not got a huge gap out in front, and this front pack of about 7 karts really looking good here. No moves just yet, quite a few minutes to go. But these top 7 have broken away quite significantly and all keep in line astern at the moment, which is probably the right move. Little bump there, pushing through, trying to catch the leader. They're working together very well, I have to say.
They are indeed. So just looking a little bit further down the order, what's happening in C3 at the moment. Really good start for Finn Paris-Phillips. Finn started at the back of the grid for this one, is already up to P9. Who else has made good progress? Joe Milburn up 5 spots and into the top 10. End of another lap. Simcock leads by 0.9 of a second. A tenth between Leighton and Lee, second and third. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Luca Nick. So keep an eye on the 189 machine, currently running 6th in this race.
Starting to pull away, Simcock now.
Yeah.
Leighton, I did say they were working together, but I did see Leighton checking over his shoulder quite a lot. No defensive moves, but you've got to be looking ahead and working together and knowing that there's not going to be a move happen to really make a difference. But they've still got time, as long as it doesn't start kicking off. If you're in 6th, Luca Nick, with that pace, you're going to be hoping that they start battling soon, as these gaps are starting to widen a little bit. But breaking away, Tommy Lee and Thomas Leighton, not catching, but breaking away from 4th, which is what they'll be wanting.
Yeah, it's good consolidation of points at the moment for Thomas Leighton and Tommy Lee. I've got to say, Keaton Ford has been a driver who's impressed me so far this season. He's had some good, strong runs. I also just quite like that CRG suit, if I'm being honest.
It's a classic one.
It is a nice one.
I'm a big fan of Thomas Leighton's with the very nicely named Zesty Drink Racing.
Well, with Zesty Drink Racing on the front, and I don't know if you've seen that we had a little chat, a very quick chat with Thomas. You could just see the tufts of ginger hair popping out. He explained the story that basically at the railway that he does a lot of volunteering and work at, that his nickname is Beaker. He explained it. If you missed it, watch it on the Paddock Walk earlier on. But that is Beaker from the Muppets just popping out from the back of the seat. Oh, I thought Tommy Lee was going to slip one down the inside there into hairpin 1. Maybe he's just waiting for hairpin 2, which is a higher probability chance of making the overtake. But it's still quite slippery down the inside into hairpin 2 there, Jake. Jake, I assume, in all of your BUKC racing times, you must have raced around a damp, cold, wet Buckmore Park for Warwick over the years. You know, in the dry, hairpin 2's a gimme, isn't it? Because you just stick it down the inside, but not so much in these conditions.
Not at all. I mean, there's always different kinds of conditions here. Well, I've raced here in the frost, where that hairpin was completely iced over. That inside line was the only line. But in this case, what I've seen, when that inside is damp, the only thing that works is launching into it and parking it on the apex.
Yeah.
Because if you let them cut back or go around the outside, move for 3rd place. Very tidy move from Keaton Ford. The pack's starting to bunch up, and it's producing results side by side. Now, is Tommy Lee going with Toby Edelston. Manages to fend him off, and they all stay in position. But yeah, there's no chance of, if you don't, you have to stop them making the cutback or even the launch around the outside. They can hold it round there and get the run into the chicane. You have to be so aggressive on the move. Tommy Lee goes aggressive on the defence, but that allows Luca Nick to go up the inside of Toby Edelston, makes the move stick just about there side by side, but he does make it work. And now this battling is bringing this pack, making it spread out. Keaton Ford and Thomas Layton now breaking away in second and third. And Keaton Ford all over the back of Thomas Layton. Thought he was going to have a look there, but doesn't. Still just under 2 minutes left here, so a couple more laps for some moves to be made. But yeah, some good racing there.
This is some good racing indeed. I've got to say, I'm surprised to see Tommy Lee on the defensive in this race. He's had some really good performances in the SP40 North Championships. Really looking forward to the continued expansion of the North Championships in 2026. And that's not just because I'm from Yorkshire, but seeing sprint racing, we were having a little discussion about it earlier. Those 4 new tracks that we've never had sprint racing round in any form at all. Warden Law, Rowra, PF, and of course the brand new kart circuit at Silverstone. Really, really looking forward to all of that. What out of those circuits are you looking forward to, Jake?
Well, Silverstone naturally, because it's a new one, and I have seen it from afar, and it looks brilliant. Good elevation change. But a personal favourite I have raced at before is Warden Law.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic track, especially in the wet. It's very, very technical and a massive track. Plenty of opportunity for overtaking, which we might see here from Tommy Lee. And he does go up the inside of Gardner, but there's no grip. A little bit of contact, and that's going to compromise both of them. Keaton Ford keeps third position, but that's allowed Thomas Layton to run away with it. And I'm assuming this will be the last lap. Joseph Simcock through 3.5 seconds ahead now with the fastest lap, and we're down to 48.6s, only about 1.5 seconds off of dry times. Actually 2 seconds, sorry. But actually, Keaton Ford back on the back of Thomas Layton, potentially going for another move, but goes defensive, fending off Tommy Lee. Manages to just keep it, but Tommy Lee might have a run around the outside if he doesn't get forced off side by side into the chicane. Can't quite hold it, but does. Oh, bit of contact and maybe someone off in the background.
Edelston in the wall. I think he just got caught out there as it all concertinaed up, but no problems for Joseph Simcock. This is going to be a great victory for the driver of kart number 21. Took it from pole position, absolutely nailed it. Not the first time we've said in 2025 that this heat goes to Joseph Simcock, but the driver 16th in the points heading into today could very well be on course for breaking into the top 15. He actually has a lot of drop score space to run into because he missed round 3 at round 3 and round 5. So every single score counts. So that's a full 25 added to Joseph Simcock. We'll have to do the maths later. Simcock might still have a chance at the top 10, in fact. Right, that's everybody having raced once. Let's break into round 2. Heat 6 is next. So, heat number 6 then. Let's take you through the grid for this one, see how they line up. Hugo Beals and Rob Crawford there on the front row. Josh Wood and Jack O'Neill go from row 2. It's then Harry Jones and Jeremy Deeks on row number 3. William Henn and Nick Casas start on row 4. Christopher Powell-Taylor is the second of the C1s. He's joined by Jonas Klimas on row 5. Owen Hollowell and Jack Hopkins row 6. Stoltz, Edelston, Kahn and Frey complete the grid for this one because we are good to go for heat number 6. 2 C1s in this one. Jack O'Neill is probably going to be the favourite again. Ooh, one driver out of the tram lines there. Not quite sure what's happening to, I think that was William Henn in the number 71. We're away and racing for 7 minutes in this one. It's a great start from Robert Crawford. Robert, who's had a really, really promising run in Club 100 in 2025. It's made early gains in this one there. Oh, as round goes Wood. That was a close moment with Jack O'Neill. But Josh Wood facing the wrong way at hairpin number 2.
I think there was a tiny bit of contact on the entry, but nothing they could do. It's just where you're pitching the car in side-by-side contact. But as you say, great start for Robert Crawford. Bit of confusion at the start. I think it spread to the rest of the pack, and braking formation for William Henn. That was the driver you saw in the middle as they Constantina into Garda. I think it's still a bit damp as Robert Crawford goes skating across the inside. That is quite clearly track limits, but keeps it all together. And Jack O'Neill now looking up the inside to make a move on Hugo Beals into second, pointing to make progress as Jonas Klimas makes a move, or attempts to make a move to follow him through, but they're still side by side together. I think Hugo might hold on here, and he does. But Jack O'Neill now on the charge to catch Robert Crawford. Obviously we saw him winning his first heat by, I think it was 12 seconds in the end. Very quick, very accomplished driver, and he was very quick rounder yesterday.
I was going to say it's good to see Jack O'Neill back in Club 100 action. He's not run a full programme this year, so he's not going to be our SP60 champion for the first time in quite a while. Contact warning for Josh Wood. Got to say, this is a really good drive from Jonas Klimas, C3 driver. I don't think he's going to be C3 for very long based on this performance. Running up in fourth place and ahead of some experienced hands. Penalty. Oh, and just as I say that now, complete. Well, welcome to the DDMM commentary curse, Jonas. There you go. That's what happens when you don't bring us cake. And that will be +6 positions.
That is unfortunate.
It's a tough game, isn't it?
I was about to say I'm pleased I haven't done that yet, and then I thought I shouldn't say that because I'm just going to curse myself. Jack O'Neill now bringing up, closing in on Rob Crawford, right on the bumper. Not going to have a look into turn one, but potentially going to have a look into the next couple corners where it's a bit less greasy on the inside line. Plenty of people have been making moves there, so it should be clearing up now. No move into hairpin one because that opens you up for hairpin two, but I imagine, no. Keeping it line astern. They do have the pack quite close behind them, but bump and pass penalty for Owen Hollowell in 10th. Unfortunate for him.
I mean, in a way, it's credit to how Roberts is driving. That Jack O'Neill and all the races and all the championships that Jack has won in Arrive and Drive karting, well, has now gone for the race lead. But, you know, that Jack didn't go straight away on that. He tested the pace of Robert Crawford for at least half a lap to see, right, do I follow this driver? Who, to be fair, Jack probably hasn't raced too much with.
Yes.
So yeah, full credit to Robert there for being able to fend off Jack O'Neill for a good lap or so, and will now try and sit on the rear bumper of the Titan Motorsport man and bring home a second place. But look at this from Jonas Klimas. Yes, it's going to be a result that gets semi-scrubbed with that CTO penalty, 6 positions, but can't ignore that the race pace that another one of the novices has got here, Jake, is very, very impressive indeed.
It's been a stellar showing from them. I'm imagining that some of them have been here before, because if they haven't, then I would be incredibly surprised. But breaking away a little bit, but like you say, sticking with Jack O'Neill, who, as we said, very accomplished driver, and dragging Jonas Klimas with him. And it's a great run. I have to say, Jack is very considerate to working together.
Yes.
If he doesn't...
Nick Lacasas round. I think that was him going for a 4th place on Hugo Beals, but that did not work out at all.
I can imagine that's washing out on the inside and making contact. That's quite common there in these conditions, but really unfortunate. There's just no option to make a move there without that happening.
And not an easy place to recover as well, because you've got drivers pretty much coming at you head first, full speed. You, in dry conditions, are full throttle pretty much all the way from this point of the circuit, up the hill, round Cafe Corner. As you say, it's a blind corner on entry. You keep the throttle pinned all the way until you maybe give the brakes a little tap just before Conway's. You definitely will be giving the brakes a little tap today. Heading into a greasy turn one. Where is it? In fact, Lacasas has only lost 1 position in all of that, so has recovered very well, has got a contact warning for his troubles.
There was about 8 seconds in between 6th place and 7th place, so he actually did luckily have a very big gap to come out on without causing too much trouble, so he's made good use of that. stays in 6th. Honestly, not too bad for a spin out, losing
No.
2 positions. Quite fortunate there. Minute and a half left, and I'm wondering if we're going to see Klimas start to make a move on Robert Crawford. They're running out of time, no point working together anymore. I think they've accepted that Jack O'Neill's going to get ahead with no traffic to contend with, and I highly doubt he's going to make a mistake. But now Rob Crawford looking over his shoulder, aware that the move might be on, but Klimas goes wide onto the wet paint. That's not ideal when he's already lost a couple kart lengths. That's all it takes, and that might be enough for Crawford to secure second place.
I've just noted across the visor strip, Jonas has got the Junior Karts Championship, so this is no complete rookie to karting. The championship run by Darren Beavers and the team. Really, really good series for drivers looking. In fact, we see a lot of drivers, in fact, go and race. If they've done Club 100, they go and have a go in that as their first kind of dabble with national level owner racing. I talked a little bit about that 2 weeks ago with the likes of Jude Putterfoot and others in the cadet and junior championships. But here in the seniors, I've got to say I'm really impressed with both of these drives from Crawford and Klimas. As you mentioned it earlier, Jake, last time we saw Jack O'Neill out on circuit, he was double figures down the road, and he's still going to probably win this race, but he's been kept honest by the 2 youngsters behind.
Fantastic work, really fantastic work. And that, as we round into Garda, last chance for Klimas to look for a move, but thinks better of it. Unfortunately, like we said, with that penalty. But Jack O'Neill comes round, and like you say, only 0.6 of a gap last time round, but it's still a win, which is 2 heat wins for Jack O'Neill. And a salute from him, which is lovely as always. Hello to you too as well, Jack. Robert Crawford in second, third place for Jonas Klimas with a penalty, but with the fastest lap. Chris Powell-Taylor in fourth place, with Hugo Beals following in fifth. Macassa sixth, Will Henn very close behind in seventh. Jack Frey in eighth behind them as well. Battle over the line for the lower positions, but that's Josh Wood in ninth, Jack Hopkins in 10th, Jeremy Deeks in 11th, Stoltz 12th, Jones, Edelston, Hollowell,
and others.
And one more.
Indeed.
On to the next race.
Heat 7 up next then for the lightweights, and I think the floodlights will be on very, very soon. Public safety announcement, get your clear visors on if you're watching in the car. Michael Reeder has pole position for this one. Ewan Thomas alongside on the front row. Sebastian Connolly and Andrew McWilliam on row 2. Dan Campbell and Caleb West go from row 5. It's then Toby Edelston and Alex Forward on row 4. George Lorner and Jack Steele on row 5. Rachel Clark and Austin Johnson on row 6. Michele Pasquariello will be next up on row 7 alongside George Ferrari. Glenn Williamson completes the 15-strong field. And in fact, yes, the floodlights are on. So those tinted visors will be disappearing away in the next 10-20 minutes or so as we go into nighttime racing. Have you done nighttime racing around this circuit?
I have, yes, yeah. The BUKC obviously held in winter, so
yeah,
similar conditions to this. It's quite tricky, the visibility. I mean, it's bad enough at times with the elevation changes, but when you come around the corner and all of a sudden everything's there, can be very tricky to point out. I will recommend the amber visor. Brilliant for night racing. But I think we should be going round here. Michael Reeder taking us through the track. Away they go. Good start from both sides of the grid. No one breaking formation this time. Good start on both sides. Looking around the outside is Ewan Thomas going to hold it, but contact with Michael Reeder, gets caught up, potentially loaded, and they're 3 wide going down the straight. Andrew McWilliam in the sandwich, and they all keep it together, but that has allowed Ewan Thomas to drive up the road. Almost 3 wide again going into hairpin 2. And Andrew McWilliam looking around the outside. But that is a good start from all the drivers. Brilliant start for Ewan Thomas. Michael Reeder down to 4th. Andrew McWilliam, sorry, down to 4th. And who is that in second?
I think that's going to be might be Dan Campbell, in fact, as broken through into second place in the 186, but that was a really brave start from Ewan Thomas. He kept the throttle, he kept it pinned. If he'll have felt that little tap on the rear right, if he jumped off the throttle, that could have been him going round. So full credit to Thomas there to stay committed to the cause. George Ferrari on the inside there, the number 27 in the black suit and the black helmet, is moving up from the rear of the field. George Lawler, oh dear, well, he's in even more trouble now. Was that a bit of contact with Jack Steele, possibly, in the number 41? Apologies if I'm... no, it wasn't Jack's there. It was the next driver behind. I think it was Sebastian Connolly, the similar black suit and white helmet combo. 5.5 minutes to go. Drivers hopping their way out of Paddock Corner towards Garda. More grip appearing now on the inside of that corner. That corner could actually grip up quite a lot, I reckon, Jake, in the next race or so, because we talk about the top end and the bottom end of this circuit, don't we? The bottom end of the circuit, that little bit more open, in my experience, maybe retains a bit more grip even as we go into the night.
Yeah, it's away from the trees, so especially when it starts to dry up, that's the bit that dries up the quickest. But I think as it starts to get colder tonight and damper,
true,
sun's gone in, the track almost certainly isn't going to dry anymore, so I think we could see certain patches start to get a bit less grippy, potentially less so with the amount that they are racing. But and a wide moment there. Always see that corner, I always think they're going to hit the cone. But wide moment for Ewan Thomas in the lead, and that's allowed Campbell to catch back up, and McWilliam is right on the back of Campbell. So big battle for the lead forming as Campbell has a look down the inside, gets on the damp stuff, and that allows Andrew McWilliam to get up the inside and into P2.
I just wonder if that's a little bit of inexperience on Campbell's part. McWilliam won this championship at this very venue 12 months ago, gave him the number 1 plate for this season. He just held back a little bit there on corner entry. Could sense there was an attack coming in from Dan Campbell without having to work too hard. He's got second place now in this race. He's going to try and set his sights on Ewan Thomas ahead for the race lead. This race is really not going well for George Lawler, and this is a problem because George Lawler is in the top 10 in the points at the moment. This is just the kind of race that can start to unravel a whole day. And here's a challenge for the race lead. Thomas was deep through the exit of turn number 1, and once again over the top half of the circuit, Andrew McWilliam gains a position, takes the race lead. Thomas versus Campbell now on the exit of hairpin number 2. Good racing room left there by the two youngsters. Who won out in that one though? Campbell got it. Really good start. Will have been a committed move from Daniel Campbell round the outside into the S's.
Cool, I was holding my breath a bit there. Going too wide into that chicane is tricky in dry conditions, let alone in these slightly damp conditions offline. So great racing from the two of them to keep it facing the right way. But that has allowed Andrew McWilliam to pull ahead 0.8 of a second as they move into just under 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time for stuff still to form up here. But these front three haven't cost themselves too much time still together. But actually, Campbell right on the back of McWilliam again. I'm wondering if he made a slight mistake into turn 1. Battle here between Alex Forward and is that
Caleb
Toby
West?
Caleb West,
180.
who wins out in that one, manages to keep hold of 5th position. And that's going to allow even more breathing room for these. And Michael Reeder potentially, if they start battling, might come into the fray. But yeah, I think that they're washing out on that turn 1. I'm wondering if it's getting slippy already and they're just trying to gather it up and losing time, because Andrew McWilliam had a good gap and it dwindled immediately.
Did indeed. Just to finish the book, we were talking George Lawler earlier, weren't we? 11th on the road and now a CTO penalty. So at the moment it's going to be 15th. This is going to be a drop. He's not going to improve on his score of 11.47. There's another change for the lead. Campbell back through then. So the reigning champion having to really work quite hard here. He knows that number 1 place is going to be going elsewhere at the end of tonight. Right now, this is a really, really impressive start. As I say, Daniel Campbell has not raced in senior sprints before. Has lost the lead again to Andrew McWilliam, but I don't think that's a massive problem. Second place behind a very well-known driver in terms of ability and performance here, Jake. You know, you don't just get given the number 1 plate, you have to earn it. And earn it McWilliam did last year, and still Daniel Campbell keeps coming back. He's going to have another go here, potentially into hairpin 1. No, thinks better of it. This is a properly impressive run.
This is fantastic. We were talking about him in his first heat, saying he was being chucked in at the deep end with 6 Class 1s, but he is absolutely relishing in it. Brilliant stuff. Chopping and changing for the lead with last season's champion, and still 2 laps to go, or potentially, 2 laps to go, and in with a good chance of the lead here on this form. Let's see where they are. Andrew McWilliam pulling a couple kart lengths on him that lap, but as we said, he's been gaining time on that first corner, so we'll have a look as they go through onto the final lap to see where he comes out heading towards the hairpins, because if he is on the back of him, I'm sure there'll be a move of some sort.
I'm going to throw a bit of a theory in here. That'll be interesting to what folks think about in the chat. We talked about this with Henry Lopez Gracie in the heavyweights. Henry had come through the juniors, seems to have found his home in the heavyweights. That is this now a path that we're starting to see for your junior driver who has had a proper growth spurt? Naturally, I was talking to Riley Cranham last night, and it's like, flipping it, Riley, you've grown again, and it's like that's why he stopped karting, because he's now too tall to be competitive karting, and he's gone to cars. You've got quite a difference in the weight categories between the juniors and the seniors. Is this going to be something that we see a lot more of in the shape of Dan Campbell? It's going to be another race victory for Andrew McWilliam, but for me, the star of this race is the driver in second place. That is a properly good run from Daniel Campbell and from Ewan Thomas in third place. Those kind of results could see them straight through into the A final this evening. Michael Reeder, P4, Caleb West, P5, Alex Forward, Toby Edelston, Glenn Williamson, George Verardi and Jack Steele all in the top 10. George Lawler, that's not good. P11 and penalties. That will be a drop, so he won't have to carry it, but he misses out on an opportunity to improve his score, and he's going to be under a bit of scoreboard pressure, I fear, from others looking to get in the top 10 and qualify for Genk next year. We've got to move on, because Heat 8 is up next. Next set of drivers out on circuit then. We'll continue on with round 2 of the heats. We're into the second half of the heats here today for the lightweights. Let's take you through the grid. Lukanik and Toby McAllister Brown. There on the front row. Rob Starley, Sam Lovelace, that's row 2. Phil Holmes will be hoping for a better start from the third row of the grid this time around, alongside Callum Martin. Row 4, Bobby McGurr and Rana Menon. Tommy Lee and Joe Milburn on row 5. Finn Paris, Phillips and Jason Munson on row 6. Ben Tompkinson Gray and Bertie Wellesley on row 7. James Barker and Chris Foxton on row 8. And Aidan Marsh completing a 17-strong field. So we've got some strong C1s in this one in the shape of Lovelace and McGurr. Jacob Harris rejoins me in the box. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like they're getting going straight away. Lukanik leads into turn 1. Good start from pole position on around the outside. Goes Toby McAllister Brown. That's fantastic. He's pulled it off around the outside of the double apex turn 1. Sam Lovelace up into third as well, challenging Lukanik instantly. Lovelace follows into hairpin 2 as there's moves there. That's the 39 at the inside of Phil Holmes, who's fared a lot better than his first heat, if I remember correctly. These lead 2, though, take us down into the sweep. Field spreads surprisingly wide this early on, at least at the front. At the back, it's still tightly packed. Everyone's still facing the right way and in contention for places. But good start from second from Toby McAllister Brown. He'll be a leader for lap 1.
Oh, bit of an error though out of the final corner. Lukanik is right there, but news, penalty, braking formation penalty. I thought that one might be called. Now, Luca did come back into the tram lines, but for me, he just drifted out wide too much on the run to the line. Penalty for Bobby McGurr as well. ABC bump and pass. So second and fourth on the road in this one have demotions in terms of places to come towards them in the second half of this race. But yeah, it's you sometimes see in owner racing a drift out and then back in. If you do that motion before the lights go out, you get away with it. But that's not the rule that we have here in Club 100. It's got to be a full, continuous run through those tram lines to the control line, to the timing line. That's the rule. That's how it's written. And Luke and Nick just drifted out a little bit too much. That's why that's been called as braking formation. 5 minutes of this one to go. McAllister Brown leads from Nick, Lovelace, McGurr, Menon, Tommy Lee. Looking for another good haul of points here. He's currently in 6th. And a better start this time for Phil Holmes. He's running nicely at the front of the second group in 7th place.
Yeah, a bit of misfortune earlier for Phil Holmes, and he might have been on the receiving end of that Bobby McGurr ABC bump and pass. It was either him or Callum Martin, who's lost out significantly, down in 9th place from a 6th place start. So I think it might have been one of those involved with Bobby McGurr early on, but I'm sure the results will say for sure. This front three haven't really tested each other yet. Perhaps they are happy to work together for the first phase of this race. But Toby McAllister Brown isn't pulling away here from Luke and Nick. Sam Lovelace may not know. I doubt he'll know of Luke and Nick's number to know he's got a penalty. So Sam Lovelace will still be thinking, I've got to get myself ahead of this guy to score some more points. Tommy Lee with the fastest lap though, down in 5th place. Let's see what kind of pace everyone is setting next time around. Tommy Lee now pushing Bobby McGurr around the track. Toby McAllister Brown sets the fast lap at front, but Tommy Lee takes it straight back. So he and Bobby McGurr realistically are at the level of pace that they need to be at the front of this one. But they're too evenly matched, Andrew. The top 5 are lapping way too similarly to A, seeing overtake, and B, seeing them closing up.
Yeah, I'd fully agree with that. As I say, it's so tricky to overtake around this circuit at the moment because of the conditions. 3 minutes and 5 seconds of this one to go. Fugada once again. This is where Toby will be trying to use that experience that he's got around this circuit, not just in Club 100 machinery, but it's done a lot of racing with the Sodi fleet here. I've got to say, if you are in the southeast of the country, they haven't asked me to say this, honestly, it is out of full respect for the team here at Buckmore Park. If you want to have a proper outdoor racing experience, if you want to try and get to this level, but you want to try something a little calmer, shall we say, first, get down here and get in a session in the Sodis. It is, in my view, one of, if not the best fleet of Sodis in the country. The way they're maintained, the way they are serviced, always testament when they hold the the Buckmore Park 24-hour here. It is a really properly good circuit to go racing around in the 4-stroke Sodis, and many of the drivers who've done that, done a fair bit of it, like Toby, have then eventually moved up into something like Club 100. So do give the circuit a call. Very dedicated team here in the southeast of England. 1 minute and 40 seconds of this race to go. Toby McAllister Brown is your race leader by 3/4 of a second from Sam Lovelace. Luke and Nick, Bobby McGurr, Tommy Lee on right now for quite a useful points haul here, Jacob, because once those penalties for McGurr and Nick are applied, Lee's going to be on for a 3rd.
Yep, currently 8th place in the standings, so very helpful. He's actually behind Sam Lovelace, who's up in 2nd, so he might not be making up much ground in that respect, but certainly solidifying his place in the top 10 and his route to Genk next year, if he's that way inclined. Lovelace now looking for the lead from Toby McAllister Brown. Goes to the outside of hairpin 2. McAllister Brown is defending, but Lovelace just takes him around the outside. Oh my word, Andrew. That's quite the loss for Toby McAllister Brown. He's down in 4th place.
Yeah, that's tough on Toby. Sam Lovelace sorted him out there, and then he was off the main dry line, and everybody else just ran through. He had to wait for his turn to get back in without causing any further contact. At the moment, though, it's not a complete disaster from him, because again, he's got 2 drivers ahead of him who both have got penalties, so effectively second in this race right now. This is the last lap. This has got a potential to be heat of the day so far, because Sam Lovelace hasn't got this one won yet. The biggest threat is probably track position again, whilst Luca Nick behind has a penalty. If he shuffles Sam Lovelace out of the flow and out of the train, this could be trouble. Lovelace holds in there. Bobby McGurr tries to get involved as well. That's all. Concertina did it apart a little bit. Keep an eye on Ranamen on there as well in the black suit and the white helmet in 5th place on the road. Tommy Lee could still stand to gain something from all of this. Through Garda, through Senna, on the power now. Sam Lovelace, by the skin of his teeth, is going to hold on here and take a heat victory, further solidifying his position in the championship. Nick and McGurr 2nd and 3rd on the road, but have penalties, so McAllister Brown will move up the order. I reckon Menon will as well. Tommy Lee makes it the top 6, covered by a 2nd.
Yeah, first heat win for Sam Lovelace since round 3. Had a really strong start to the year, did Sam Lovelace, and has not quite hit the heights since, but he'll be glad to see the checkered flag in that one. Really well battled.
There we go then. So that is all of those drivers. Their 2nd heat done. 2 more heats to go. And we've still got some big players to talk about before we get to the end of round number 2. Brunton still to race, Dillon still to race, and the Chapmans as well. Let's move on to heat 9.
Here we go then for heat number 9 of the day. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Starting on the front row will be Leola Castro and Sid Brewerton. Ben Sanders is in 3rd place, Thomas Layton in 4th. Keaton Ford starts this one in 5th with Logan McAllister alongside him on row 3. Douglas Smith, who had a mechanical earlier, will start in 7th. Dan Shaw is in 8th with Ed Yaxley Aguirre 9th. 10th is Richard Pike, 11th James Ball, and 12th Alexei Storzev. Eric Viru is 13th, Ben Brewerton 14th, Leo Cusden 15th, 16th Lewis Sills, and 17th Clifton Malcolm. Here we are then, leading them away is Leola Castro on the inside. Great start from his side of the grid. The 115 takes us into turn 1. A little bit of shuffling there, middle of the pack, but the Castro is away with this one. Ben Sanders follows him through. Doug Smith there, again a good start. The number 84 goes to the inside of hairpin 2. I don't think there's enough grip there to be doing that, as we saw in the last race. Toby struggling to get anything like a purchase from the tarmac on the inside of hairpin 2. So Doug Smith has to settle for 4th, but he'll be happy with that from a grid of 7th. Round we come, Garda for first time. The track furniture is getting rearranged there in the background. Not quite sure who that one was. I think that's Nicky Richardson down there. Keep an eye out though, so I'm sure he'll be able to call it. Leo Castro has a quick look over his shoulder. He's got a 0.74 second gap to Ben Sanders side by side. That's Dan Shaw overtaking Douglas Smith into turn 1. Lots of argy-bargy. I think that's Logan McAllister getting involved as well. He's on the outside of the 137, which is James Bull. Thomas Layton getting involved with that as well. He's the main beneficiary of that, as Logan McAllister still battles. The 62 tries to get involved. That's Leo Cusden. Oh, there's 2 carts round and 3 in the barriers, if you want to include those as well. I think Ben Brewerton lost out there. That's not what we want to see. Hopefully all the drivers are able to recover and rejoin the race, but it was kind of getting that way with the way the midfield was going in this one. The Castro still has a decent lead out in front from Ben Sanders, but Sanders is catching up to him. we'll keep an eye out for any changes in the lead that might happen over the next couple of laps. We see Leighton challenging Doug Smith for 5th place.
Do indeed. Some very experienced drivers in this one at various different pathways. Some of them have, of course, come up through from the cadets and juniors. Logan McAllister now, of course, has done all 3 age categories of Club 100, making us feel very old here in this box, Logan. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Looking further down the order, who's made good progress? Good to see Leo Cusden had some troubles in the first round of heats. The driver with the number 62 is up 7 places in this one. Now running in P7. Just to the back of this group with Leighton and McAllister. There is your race leader, Leo Lacastro. Very solid drive so far from Leo. Ben Sanders just behind. Ben had a good run, if I remember correctly, last week for Derby's team at the BUKC qualifiers.
He did. Derby ran very well. I think probably their best result.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a good run though. That's very wide. He'll get a track limits warning for that one. A significant track limits breach, but only the one warning, I would imagine. Let's just double check that doesn't come across as any type of penalty. I haven't seen any track limits warnings coming out for him, but that was certainly one of them, or worthy of one of them, shall we say. Got quite different lines to Leo Castro through these first few corners. See him going a bit deeper there into the corner. He takes a very shallower line, or at least did last time round. Yeah, you can see him going slightly shallower as the grip appears on the inside of that corner, but doesn't seem to be making significant headway now that he's got close to Leo Castro. Keaton Ford is very much there as well, isn't he, in the 1-2-1 behind them, ready to pick up the pieces should they start to battle. And oh wow, there's been a mistake, I think, for Leo Castro. He's just completely dropped back, and Ben Sanders has taken the lead.
Yeah, that was blink and you miss it. That's Leo Lacastro drops to 2nd place and is now going to have to deal with Keaton Ford. Ben Sanders over the line, your new race leader with 2 3/4 minutes to play. What happened there? Was that down through Paddock? Was it a bit of a moment down in the second half of Simon's sweep? Either way, the result is Lacastro has lost this race lead. This will still be good points. I wonder as well, is an element of this the driver with more experience in the owner ranks versus the driver in Club 100 ranks? You can see Ben uses that very aggressive turn-in style, getting the kart to slide. I know it's karting at the same time. You have to get the kart to slide anyway. I mean, a certain current reigning world champion was talking about that about a week ago, wasn't he? But like Leo coming from the owner ranks is a bit more deft perhaps and smooth at the wheel, because that's how, to a degree, you have to be with owner karts, which have got a little bit more grip from the tyres generally. It's interesting how they're pretty much able to produce the same lap times. 48.177 from Ben Sanders last time around, 48.162, the new fastest lap of the race from Lacastro. Down the hill once again, changes further down the order. Cusden's got 7th place back, ahead of Thomas Leighton, and Edmund Yaxley Aguilar as having a good race as well. 9th place. We've not mentioned too much on Lewis Sills. Lewis Sills doing a good job here. Just needs a nice solid day in C3, and he should hold on to the C3 points lead. He is in this race, but right now another solid amount of points coming in with P10. Just see there, Ben turns in, the back end of the kart slides. He uses almost the slide of the kart, the pressure against the side wall of the tyres to slow the kart down. It looks like he's about to lose it at any moment through turn 1, but he's clearly got a lot of pace and a lot of control.
Yeah, there's a back marker just getting out the way there. I'm wondering, Andrew, if perhaps there was a little bit of water dragged onto the racing line in Paddock.
Maybe, yeah.
Or something similar to that. Because we saw both our lead 2 drivers make a mistake in that area, one lap after the other. Ben Sanders running really, really wide on exit, and Leo Castro having some sort of issue. Perhaps just for a lap or so there was less grip than they expected, and that could be an explanation as to what happened. We are on the last lap though, so it looks like Ben Sanders will win this one. Leo Castro's got to hold off Keaton Ford for second. They're a long way ahead of Logan McAllister in fourth, who's got Dan Shaw and Douglas Smith for company, two BUKC drivers themselves. But yeah, LaCastro looks to have the better of Keaton Ford for now as they round the street for the last time. This time through Paddock looks to be no drama whatsoever. So once through Garda and Senna, Ben Sanders will win heat number 9. Up the hill he comes. Very wide on the exit for Keaton Ford, trying absolutely everything to close that gap, but it's going to be Sanders to win. Leo LaCastro second, and Keaton Ford holds on to come home in third. Logan McAllister should be next after the back marker. There he is, Dan Shaw hunting him down with the fastest lap, unable to get past. There's Doug Smith, a retirement earlier, but a solid 6th place for him in this one. Leo Cusden finishes 7th, Sid Bruton 8th, Thomas Layton 9th, and Lewis Sills 10th. We're going to be moving straight on to heat number 10. There's 6 more heats to go.
So, last heat of round 2. This is going to be a big one. Here is your grid for the next 7-minute heat. Fraser Brunton has pole position. By our calculations, if he wins this race, he is champion. Max Chapman is on the front row as well. Jake Chapman is there as well, needs a good result. Those two are tied on points at the moment in C2. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes on the outside of row 2. Joseph Simcock and Thomas Northcott on row 3. We'll just cut away from this because I think we might be good for a race start. This is a really, really talented heat. Here we go then. Can Fraser Brunton close out the championship? That's a very good start for the C1 points leader. He will lead out of hairpin 1, and you will have noted as well, Dante Dillon, this is from his middle of the grid start. He has to make progress here. He has, for me, Jacob, to go on full attack.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a very good start, but he wants to make up more positions ASAP here. He's got a difficult front 3 to make his way through. The C2 leaders, as well as Fraser himself. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, we said, is pretty much a C1 level driver. So while you only see 2 red plates in this one, the one, Dante Dillon, ducks up the inside of Garda. That's another place for him. While you're only seeing 2 red plates, I'd say there's 3 drivers who should have them, or at least will have them next year. One of them goes very wide there. That would be a track limit for Jake Chapman, Max Chapman, under pressure there from Thomas Northcott.
This is a great opportunity for Jake Chapman to strike back in this quite intriguing battle with his brother. If you missed the first round of heats earlier, problems for Jake Chapman. It was a dropped score for Jake, but it allowed Max Chapman with a 3rd place in his first race. Those were separate races for the points gap of 3 points at the start of the day to evaporate. So effectively, they are tied now. It is a straight run. It doesn't, to a degree, it doesn't matter what has happened for the last 8 1/3 rounds. It is these 2 next heats and their respective finals that will decide who wins the C2 championship this year. And right now, it's early advantage to Jake Chapman, 2 positions ahead of Max. And with Ethan Saunders-Wilkes in between them, and he has been very, very quick so far today. Fraser Brunton, though, we should focus on him right now, because if the result stays this way, we're calling this one. Fraser Brunton, by our calcs, needs to go and gain another 4 points on top of his tally right now. A race win here, as there's a challenge for 2nd place. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes trying to go through past Jake Chapman. Jake holds on right now, but he's going to have to work hard as they come up the hill, as here comes Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. They're going to be side by side through Cafe Corner. This is tricky. This is treacherous. Max Chapman's going to get involved as well. Whoa, that is some really, really fearsome racing. Thomas Northcott is part of this. This is all the youngsters. These are all the drivers who've been stepping up from the junior categories in the last 12 months. Going to battle. That's a great move from Max Chapman. He kind of needed to do that, not only for himself, but his brother. He's still not got it done, though. Back comes Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Retakes second place. I'm getting the feeling again, Jacob. 2 weeks ago, we had a very tense pre-B final in the junior lightweights where it was all on the line. It wasn't for the race victory. It was in the group behind them all fighting for second, third, fourth, fifth. This could be a big moment in both championships. Fraser Brunson's gone. Fraser Brunson's got this race won. If he can just bring it home now with 3.5 minutes to go, he needs 4 more points to close out and go beyond anything that Dante can do. If he wins this race, he gets 5 more points to his championship tally, but it's all kicking off behind in this C2 battle for second place.
Yeah, the 2 fastest drivers on track last time around. Fraser Brunton building a gap at the front. Dante Dillon frantically chasing down this battle. He can see it in front of him, and it's about to kick off again into Garda. Jake Chapman goes defensive. Saunders-Wilkes on the cutback. They're going to be side by side again, going through Cafe Corner. Wide goes Saunders-Wilkes. They're on opposite sides now. Saunders-Wilkes off the track. Both of them off the track. Max Chapman looking to get involved. He's weary that he failed an overtake earlier and lost a bit of time on his brother. This is going to run to the end. Dante Dillon is right on the back of these now. He needs to be careful not to pick up any penalties or any unfavourable contact, because he's got to stay in the game here.
He has. There is a penalty, though, for a driver in this group. It's the number 15, Ethan Saunders-Wilkes. Advantage by track limits. So that'll be 2 places. It won't actually drop him out of this group. It'll drop him to 5th place behind Max Chapman and Thomas Northcott. And Dante Dillon's coming into this as well. Well, if he's not going to be able to take the title fight beyond this heat, he's going to want to shore up second place in the championship, and he's going to want to do it in style. Can he take the fight to these 4 youngsters? Dante Dillon. There's a lot of training of the juniors as well. There's a lot of work with the kart testing of the cadets. That's not the order of action today. This is a properly entertaining duel. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. 3.1 seconds is the advantage. I'll tell you what, this group have got pace as well. There's a yellow flag out down the hill for a bit of resetting of the curbs on the inside and the cones. This group, despite fighting, are actually quicker than Fraser Brunton right now by about 1/10.5 a lap.
Yeah, I think had they all signed an agreement at the start of the race to not battle each other whatsoever, then maybe Fraser wouldn't have so much of a 3-second gap out in front. It's 3.2 on the last time round. They'll be about 2 laps after this one, so I don't think Fraser's in any danger. Saunders-Wilkes looks a bit sideways through there. They've settled down a bit, Andrew, over this last lap and a half. No one seems to be making any moves or lining anyone up thus far. We'll see if that changes as the clock ticks down and potentially mistakes start to creep in towards the end of what can feel like a really long sprint race when you're under this much pressure. Thomas Northcott's having a good one in this one. I'm going to take this little lull in action to mention that solid drive from him. I think he's just been biding his time, waiting for the 3 in front of him to do something, rather than try and make too many moves himself. We are on the last lap now. If something's going to happen, it's got to happen in the next few corners.
Has indeed. Joseph Simcock there, just saw on your screen, has received a racing under yellow penalty. Set a personal best. Not on the last lap, the lap before. Will have gone past the yellow flag. I think that was for the reset of the cones. That's generally how it's played, that if one of the observers resetting the cones feels like someone was taking liberties as they were in a dangerous position or a precarious position, if they set a fastest lap, that's going to be a penalty. That's what's happened to Simcock there. But Fraser Brunton, he had his eye on the prize at the start of the day. He's going to do it in round 2. Fraser Brunton has got the title back. Fraser Brunton wins Heat 10, and by our calculations, that's it. He's won the championship in sprint lightweights. Dante Dillon with 6th place in that race. Even if he wins his 3rd heat, even if he wins the A final, and Fraser doesn't score any more points, he can't be beaten. Fraser Brunton does it again. Last time was 2021, of course, but he's got it back. The number 80 becomes number 1 for 2026.
Yeah, excellent season from Fraser. He's been winning everywhere he goes, and I'm sure we'll see more of that in the next round of heats and indeed the finals. For now, though, we're moving on to Heat 11. Let's quickly run you through the grid for Heat 11 then whilst these drivers line up. Tony Edelston will be on pole position with Chris Powell-Taylor next to him, Bobby McGurr third and Robert Crawford fourth. Josh Wood is in fifth with Hugo Beals in sixth. Keaton Ford and Logan McAllister are row four. Sam Lovelace starts ninth with George Verardi for company. Aidan Marsh is 11th and Rachel Clark 12th. Jonas Clemas is 13th, Eric Vieiro is 14th, Ben Tompkinson-Gray will be 15th, and Walter Stoltz 16th and last in this one to start. And it does look to me like we will be starting this time around as well. Toby Edelston on the right hand side of your shot now. They are going round again. We do have a little bit of time to breathe. Chris Powell-Taylor will be looking to take that grippy outside line that we've seen work so well for a few people today into the lead of this one. Bob McGurr will be hoping that the inside is gripped up sufficiently enough to maintain his third or even go better than that. You can see the 44 plate there on the inside. So 4 C1s in this one. Powell-Taylor and Bob McGurr, you can see. Logan McAllister and Sam Lovelace, who won a race earlier, have that to consider. The 31 there of Hugo Beals might cause us to roll around again. I can't quite see where that was, but he's certainly not in line with the other karts as he should be at this part of the formation. We are indeed rolling around again. I'm sure once Hugo is in place, which is 6th place, we'll get going. There he is, the 31, coming through now to slot into position. I think the 47 of Josh Wood. Yeah, he's 5th place. So we seem now to have all 16 karts where they should be, ready to get going. Slightly slower pace this time round. Keep the pace nice and slow at the start is always the instruction from the race officials. And we will see them come through the cut through just after the sweep and rise around Cafe Corner to start this heat. Heat number 11, the first of our third round of heats for these lightweights. There are 5 heats to go before we get onto our 4 finals. And we're actually running again. Not quite sure what the issue is. I did see an official running across the track there. It could be to reset this track furniture that we're seeing here. And indeed, there's Logan McAllister. Perhaps Logan had an issue with his kart during these many running up laps that he's decided to duck into the pits and have rectified. So once Logan McAllister catches up, then we will have 16 karts in the order they should be, I believe.
Just to note as well, we are keeping on top, or at least trying to, keeping on top on championship point deductions for any driver who has accumulated 15 places worth of penalties or more across the season. Fraser Brunton's quite safe on that, unless he goes a little bit crazy in the third round of heats and the A final. I don't think that's going to come into play at all. And of course, Dante Dillon's max possible has dropped now as well with that 6th place in the last race. So, yeah, right now the buffer for Fraser Brunton in the maths is 9 points now. We're also keeping an eye on that in terms of the Chapman brothers. So Jake Chapman retakes the lead in the standings by 3 points. So we're back to where we started from those results and how they work out with the drop scores. Should note though, Jake, 9 places worth of penalties across the course of the season so far. Max 12. So Max, a little bit of danger there. 15 is the point at which a -5 championship point penalty can come into play.
You'd hate for it to be decided by that.
Yeah, we really don't want it to be,
clean
but we should acknowledge it. Yep.
Here we go then for heat number 11. Toby Edelston leads the group away. It's a good start from pole side as well. He and Bobby McGurr have got away really well. Chris Powell-Taylor's had a good second phase of that getaway though. Bobby McGurr's been turfed right out to the outside. He's nearly in the barriers on the exit of turn 1, and he's going to be lucky to come out in the top 5 for this one. They all get a bit bunched up into hairpin 1. It's a very good start for Logan McAllister. He's up into 3rd place. Bobby McGeer has just about held on to a decent, respectable place. That's Sam Lovelace, the number 5. Sam Lovelace from 9th on the grid. I think he's up into 3rd place. He is indeed. Excellent start from Lovelace and Logan McAllister, 8th and 9th on the grid. And they found themselves 3rd and 4th before the end of lap 1. Very wide there for the 59, Aidan Marsh. He remonstrated as if he was forced out there. I'll let the observers be the judge of that one. But great start from the front row. The front row are 1st and 2nd still. And then great start from 8th and 9th. They're 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Sam Lovelace just seems to be in a good zone today. Driving a bit more in a bit more of a relaxed manner as Wood down the inside of McGurr gets that position, goes through. By the time they get to hairpin number 1, that'll be Wood now up to P6. Still in the early stages of this race. A little bit wide there for Lovelace, but holds on to it. Good speed off of the corner. So Wood gets shuffled out there, and he's going to lose quite a few positions in that exchange. Through goes McGurr. Aidan Marsh might have nipped through as well. Indeed, did so in the number 59.
Bobby McGeer up the inside of Keaton Ford into Garda and looks to have made it stick. I think I missed Keaton Ford out of my calling of that first lap. There's your front 3 miles ahead. Toby Edelston, Chris Powell-Taylor and Logan McAllister. Sam Lovelace is now 4th. Keaton Ford has dropped back down since I forgot that he was involved in the mix on the first lap, but still running pretty well. Bobby McGeer has recovered to 5th now, Keaton Ford in 6th. That's the group that we're following through here. So McGeer in the red plate leads Ford out of hairpin 2 as they're 3 abreast going into the chicane. That's not going to work out for you guys. 27 of George Ferrari seems to have got the best of that. The 47 in behind him is Josh Wood. There's Keaton Ford with the 59 of Aidan Marsh going through Garda. Let's have a little look then to see what the front of this pack is doing. So I think there's a battle for the lead ongoing. Logan McAllister has made his way up into 2nd place, and we'll be thinking about Toby Edelston very much so. There he is, Logan McAllister. Toby Edelston, the black-plated 140. Logan McAllister, the red-plated red and white suit, red helmet. And Chris Powell-Taylor, the blue, black and red number just behind them. We rejoin the battling pack further down the grid. There's Sam Lovelace in 3rd, Bobby McGeer. Those two have got a little bit of breathing space in 4th and 5th. This is 6th, 7th and 8th, I believe, coming through Garda now. Fair bit of field spread halfway through this heat. As I said, the first of the last round of heats. This is heat 3 for all of these drivers, and we will have 4 more of the same after this.
Apologies for the technical problems. Just to run through your entire field at the moment. Logan McAllister is your race leader. You're watching the battle in around 6th, 7th places at the moment. And Jonas Klimas started to, actually no, a little bit further back actually, P9 this fight. So McAllister leads, Edelston 2nd, Powell-Taylor 3rd, Lovelace, McGurr, that's your top 5. Ford, Marsh, Ferrari, Wood, Crawford in the top 10. Klimas, Beals, Tompkins and Gray, Stolsch, Clark and Vieru. Just to say as well, really good improvements from Rachel Clark. Rachel just fell off the first, the lead lap in her first race and has improved to a 52.413. So he's comfortably looking to be on the lead lap again in this one. There's a move there from Sam Lovelace through past Christopher Powell-Taylor for P3.
Bobby McGeer fancies it as well, but I think Chris Powell-Taylor has held on. He's not too far behind Lovelace either. He really hasn't lost out too much at all there in terms of position. There's your leading 2. Lovelace there in 3rd. Powell-Taylor might fancy him back into Paddock or Garda. Let's have a look, see if he does. No, not quite. Going for a move. Bobby McGeer in very close contention as well. They head up the hill now. There's your 2nd place driver. So it's Lovelace, Powell-Taylor and McGeer. McGeer looks to the inside, but thinks better of it. for turn 1.
Mechanical flag, sorry to cut across there, Jacob. Unfortunately for Hugo Beals, Hugo is going to be out of this race. So that's why the number 31 is falling down the order. Not quite sure what the cause of the mechanical flag is, whether it is kart or driver's equipment.
Logan McAllister's got a 2-second lead out the front now with a minute and a half left. I'd fancy him to keep that. Toby Edelson's reasonably comfortable. He's got a second back to Sam Lovelace. There's Logan McAllister. There's Toby Edelston. And there's Sam Lovelace, Chris Powell-Taylor and Bobby McGurr. Toby Edelston is probably sat there praying that Chris Powell-Taylor and Bobby McGurr make Sam Lovelace's life as hard as possible so that he can hold on to his second place. If those guys work together for a lap, then Toby's position of second might be under threat. So far, so good for him and this man here, Logan McAllister. He's driven a great race so far. Grid 8 for Logan. That's his middle grid. To turn that into a win is really impressive.
Yeah, I say Logan McAllister in the course of this 2025 season, he's always been a quick driver. I remember watching Logan back in his owner racing days when he used to do Honda Cadet, and as I've said for many years, if you want a real test of a driver's race smarts and their speed, Honda Cadet is always a very good indicator for that. And this was in the previous era of Honda Cadet. I know that the numbers aren't necessarily as large as they were, back end of the 2010s, but this year Logan's really matured. Really matured. He, of course, won one of the cadet titles 2 years ago. Had that initial struggle that sometimes drivers, when they go from a cadet or an interclass, I know I talk about it a lot in owner racing, but it's the same here in Club 100. Getting used to the bigger karts, it is so hard. And you do sometimes see drivers it takes 6 months to get up to speed with that. Logan McAllister is definitely up to speed now and takes another win, this time in the seniors. A really accomplished drive. He's beaten some strong challengers there, and he's beaten them easily. 4 seconds clear ahead of Toby Edelston. Sam Lovelace third, Toby McGurr fourth, Christopher Powell-Taylor completes the top 5. It's then Keaton Ford, George Ferrari, Aidan Marsh, Rob Crawford, and another good drive from Jonas Klimas, all in the top 10. Wood, Stoltz, Tompkins and Gray, Clark, Vieru, all in the top 15. All drivers there in the top 15 finishing on the lead lap. Some really good improvements from some of our newer drivers in that race. Hugo Beals, a retirement after that mechanical flag with 5 laps completed. There we go then. That's another one done. On to Heat 12.
Straight on to heat number 12 then. Let's have a look at the runners and riders for this one. Or you can just hear me read them out if you want. You don't have to see them on screen. Dante Dillon starts this one on pole position. As Andrew said, we think the championship is done and dusted, but Dante still has the opportunity to spoil Fraser's party this afternoon. Tommy Lee is alongside him. Will Henn is third. Fourth is Toby McAllister Brown. Ben Sanders fifth. Luke and Nick sixth. They are running again, so I will go through the whole grid. Ethan Saunders Wilkes is in seventh. Jeremy Deeks in eighth. Here you go, visual for you, just to confirm the top 6 there. And I got it to 8th, so I can continue from 9th, which is Harry Collins. We don't know who's in 10th. That's some sort of glitch that I don't know how to correct. Myself, Rana Khan is 11th, and 12th is Lewis Sills. 13th will be Noah Lockwood. 14th, Jack Hopkins. Bertie Wellesley in 15th, and Ben Brewerton is 16th overall. We will let you know.
A Stormtrooper has joined the race. TX120.
Stormtrooper.
Yeah, because they all have WI800, CX512. I'm going back to AIs on Star Wars Battlefront back in the day. If you know, you know. Dante Dillon. So championship's gone. We think he's got second place already secured. So now it's just a race for trying to get the round win.
Yeah.
And Dante could really do with a race win here to get something going. He's had
to your point earlier about the title decider being the last race.
Yeah.
In that vein, you could say you're only as good as your last race.
True.
And if Dante wins the round today,
maybe so.
Yeah, round they go again. Let's have a little look if anyone's got in touch with us on the YouTube, which we haven't done for a bit. I'm not sure if you did it with Jake earlier. We're not ignoring you. It's really
the
frantic.
computer is very slow. My computer. Hello to Jamie again, Jamie Moore. Thank you for all of your support, Jamie. And we're going to go around again. Support for George Verardi coming in. Hello, Peter. Hello to Martin.
That is indeed Cardiff's own Sid Brewerton.
How did Cardiff get on in the BUKC qualifiers?
Not as good as those comments would suggest. They edged their way into the mains championship. I know that much. I want to say they were A's in mains, B's in inters, and but that was the bubble. That was the cut-off. I might be misremembering that. All I do remember is when I read out the results at Wilton Mill last week, my Welsh accent came out really strongly when I said Cardiff, and I had to pause for a moment to steady myself and articulate myself in a reasonable manner.
What did you do when you said Swansea?
Not the same.
Throw up?
Not the same. Managed to keep it perfectly eloquent for that. All right, then here we go. Dante Dillon is going to lead us round for heat number 12, and that's a significantly big advantage that Dante had there. I'll leave that one to race control to determine what happened, but Tommy Lee has held on to second place. Third is the number 40 of Ben Sanders, who you mentioned as well, running well last week, Andrew, for Derby University. A little bit of contact there, middle of hairpin too, as we see the very stripy helmet of Mr. TMB, Toby McAllister Brown, mid-pack there too.
So the exasperated ooh was there was a cart on the left-hand side pointing rightward. There was a cart on the right-hand side pointing leftward. Has everybody got through? Or I think Rana Khan's had a problem. It's been delayed through sector number 1. Oh, it's both Dillon and Lee out wide there. Contact warning for William Henn. It's just a single notification on our screens at the moment. Dillon and Lee both do with the points here. Dillon for the context of the round. Lee for the context of making sure that he finishes the season in the top 10. Could also be third in C2, of course. He's fighting for that with Ben Sanders. So the non-Chapman C2 title. Who's had a good start in this one as well? Lewis Sills has had a good start. That's good to hear. Lewis Sills trying to just at least consolidate this lead in C3 for the novices, and he's doing a very good job of it at the moment, is Lewis. Up to P9 in this one. Still going to have to go and do a job in the final, I think, but right now it's going in the right direction. New fastest lap has just come in. Toby McAllister Brown. 49.244 that last time around for the driver in 6th place.
Yeah, Dante Dillon not breaking away at the front. Tommy Lee keeping him very honest within 3/10 there. Good to see the original, the OG meme number doing so well today, Andrew. No runners of the 6-7 plate in either lightweights or heavy, so it's been the 69 doing all the meme weightlifting today. And yeah, Tommy Lee running very well here, and probably thinking, I might have a go at Dante Dillon here before the end of the race. For the best, maybe just to push him along for now, but if he's built out a bit of a gap back to Ben Sanders and Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, both very capable drivers, then perhaps the man who's just set the fastest lap as well will fancy it. He's 1/10 behind Dante Dillon. He's certainly going to be thinking, can I go faster if I'm in front of him? Although, not quite sure what happened into turn 1, because that's not a 1/10 gap at all. I think he got turn 1 a little bit wrong, safe to say, because that gap has extended out to more like half a second now.
4 minutes of this this race to go. This is more like it from Dante Dillon. I hope can have a really good run to the end of the season. say, the A final 12 months ago when the title was a finger's tip away. I wouldn't say he had it in his hands. If anyone remembers that A final for the lightweights, the culmination of the 2024 season, well, how could you forget it? It was one of the most dramatic races of the year. We're not going to get that level of championship drama, well, at least in C1 we're not going to get that level of championship drama here today. But I do hope for Dante that he can have a free-spirited race now that Fraser Brunton has got it all sewn up and done. And as I say, championship drama still could be ahead of us in C2.
Yeah, there's a little way to go there. Ben Saunders might get track limits warning on that last lap. Just to note, in case anyone was still wondering, nothing from race control on the potential jump start from Dante Dillon, so I think he's been deemed to have started legally. The gap has closed right up again. Well, briefly fastest lap for Tommy Lee there last time round. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes takes it off him. So these front four really on the pace. Dante's no slouch himself, but within a tenth was Tommy Lee last time round, and surely he knows that those two behind them are getting closer and closer. Perhaps he's wondering that Dante might fight it a bit too hard and they'll get sucked into the clutches of Ben Saunders and Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, but he might just find himself next time round thinking, I've got to make this move sooner rather than later before Ben Saunders makes a move on me.
Indeed. Just to note, before it might already be in the comments already, 2022 was the last time Fraser Brunton won a sprint title, not 2021. Apologies for that.
I did wonder.
Yeah.
I did wonder.
2021 was Jack O'Neill.
Oh, there's a move up the inside. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes takes third place from Ben Saunders. He obviously thinks that he's got a better chance of overtaking Tommy Lee and Dante Dillon than the Derby University student, and snatches third place in the hairpins. It's given a little bit of breathing space to Tommy Lee, who was again a 10th behind Dante Dillon last time round. He's got to start thinking about that overtake now, though.
Yeah.
He's going to be coming up to the penultimate lap this time around, I think. There's not long left in this race, and I think Dante knows he hasn't quite got the pace to gap him, so might start going defensive soon as well.
That could bring these drivers in third and fourth into play. It's been a pretty quiet race so far, this. Just to note, still a good job being done by Lewis Sills, holding ninth place. And the good news is that he's always first or second in the C3s. Coming forward again and again and again, and continuing to improve his score. We'll see how they all shake out when we get into the finals. Remember, 4 finals, 4 levels of final for the lightweights this year. We will, of course, see the format change for 2026.
Here we go then, final lap. It's going to be very tight at the front. Has Tommy Lee got what it takes to overtake Dante Dillon? He might be a bit more worried about what's behind him. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes is a lot closer to Tommy Lee's rear bumper than Tommy Lee is to Dante Dillon. Into the hairpin 2, up the inside. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes can't make the move happen. He's lost a bit of time as well. Ben Saunders is going to come back at him. He'll defend into the chicane. Down the sweep they go. Tommy Lee's got one last look at Dante Dillon into Garda, I reckon. Can he get the run out of Paddock? He can't. It's going to be Dante Dillon to win this one. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes will hold on for third place as well. Very much threatened to turn into a really good battle, this one, Andrew, but has fizzled out. And I'm sure Dante Dillon will be happy that it has, because he's won his first heat of the day. Tommy Lee comes home in a second, well-deserved second, by all means. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes, third. Ben Saunders, fourth. Fifth with Harry Collins. Then we've got Toby McAllister Brown in sixth. Luke and Nick, seventh. Will Henn, eighth. Lewis Sills, ninth, as you mentioned, Andrew. Noah Lockwood rounds out your top 10.
Dante needed that. I think that will get him onto the grid for the A final, but the fact that I'm saying the word I think tells the fuller part of the story. 11th, 6th and 1st for the driver second in the standings means, as I say, he should make that automatic qualification. We'll see later on, of course. We've got a few more heats to go. Heat 13 is next.
Let's have it then. Heat number 13 is coming up now. You've got a 17 kart grid. Let me tell you who that's made up of. Firstly, Alex Ford on pole position with Rana Menon for company. Douglas Smith is at third place and Sid Bruton in fourth. That's 3 BUKC drivers in the top 4. Seb Connolly is in 5th. Fraser Brunton, our champion-elect, in 6th place. Daniel Campbell is in 7th. 8th, Joseph Simcock. Andrew McWilliam is 9th. Chris Foxon is 10th. Jack Frey 11th. Leo Cusden 12th. James Ball, Jack Steele, Richard Pike, Max Davidson and Gleb Novikov are your 17 drivers in total. That's the order that are in front of you now, and they are about to get underway racing. Alex Forward leads them forward into turn 1. He's on the inside line in the 94 kart and gets a good start on that side of the grid. Rada Mena, oh, there's contact there between the front 2, and there's contact between a lot of karts. Really, I'm struggling to see who was the beneficiary of that one coming out in front. I think it might have been Douglas Smith. No, Douglas Smith, I can see is purple in the middle there. It's all pushing and shoving for now. It's the 94, sorry, it is Alex Ford who managed to get round that outside line and maintain the lead for now, that is.
I don't think anyone really benefited from that. They all just seemed to get in each other's way.
Well, it looked to me like Alex Ford and Rana Menon came together and lost out significantly, but here they are first and second, so that shows what I know about commentating.
End of the first lap then. For all of these drivers, this is their final heat. Of course, final time they'll go for 7 minutes in a single race this year. Forward, Menon, Campbell again. Daniel Campbell, I've got to say, this is a really impressive run. As Menon goes to the race lead, that's a nice move. That's a really nice move into hairpin number 1. Campbell on the attack now.
Fraser Brunton up the inside of them both.
Difficult moments for Alex Forward, who drops now to P4.
I tell you who has lost out is Sid Brereton. Sid Brereton started 4th and is down in 15th. So perhaps it was him on the outside of that first lap melee. Dropping down the order, unfortunately, for the Cardiff University man. But the former Cardiff University man, Fraser Brunton, is up into 3rd and looking good value, Andrew, for pole position in the A final. He's already had a couple of good results. This will be his his 3rd top 3 result, I believe, of the day, should he maintain position. I reckon he fancies a look at Daniel Campbell and Rana Menon before the end of this one as well. There's still 5 minutes.
He had pole position in round 1 here with a clean sweep through the heats on that day.
That's a 2 for 1.
Yeah, oh, he's done it again.
That's a 2 for 1.
Wow. Through into the race lead goes the champion-elect. Brilliant stuff from Fraser Brunton. He really has been on top form this year. As wide goes Alex Forward. May lose positions there. It's definitely going to not gain advantage from that. Oh dear. Sadly for Alex Ford, I think he's down to P7 now. Through came McWilliam and Simcock. Jack Frey was in the mix there as well. It's a really strong run for Jack Frey. Jack Frey, one of the novice C3s. I'd say he's pretty much on the pace of the leaders. I've really enjoyed this today, how many times we've said, what a good run from one of the C3s. New drivers coming into the championship and looking strong.
Yeah, it's a really strong field this year in a lot of ways, isn't it, in general? We talk about C2s who could be C1s, we talk about C3s who could be C3s
for long,
and we talk about grids that are just stacked with talent. And it's only going to get better and better as the junior categories keep on feeding the lightweight category. As you mentioned, next year we are switching to lights, middles and heavies, but I think all 3 grids will be really, really talented next year, both across south and north.
I'd say William did very well there to not collect a piece of the track furniture. Slightly wide out of centre. Had a little look at Simcock there for P4. So Jack Frey just behind there. The triple digited karts, P6. That's red, white and blue helmet. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. A few changes in the second half of the field. Gleb Novikov is through past Jack Steele for P12. Max Davidson on the move as well. Davison up to 14th ahead of Sid Brereton, and Sebastian Connolly as well. Connolly has taken 16th place away from Christopher Foxon.
This race is a great advert for promotees from BUKC, isn't it? I mean, Fraser, I think it was Club 100 before he was BUKC, but Rana Menon has been racing BUKC for the last couple of years as well. You've got Douglas Smith, you've got Max Davidson, who's a current UE driver, Sid Brewerton from Cardiff's current team as well, and that's not to mention the drivers we've got elsewhere in lightweights as well. There's a fair few this morning in the heavyweights as well. It's not always this volume of drivers going through. You know, we've had years where we've had one or two perhaps, but there's a significant percentage of the field now coming through from our university's feeder series, which you can call it now as a feeder series. Times in the past you would say they were almost completely separate, but a lot of overlap these days as Fraser Brunton extends his lead out the front from Rana Menon. The fastest driver on track though is Joseph Simcock. He's looking to make an impression on Daniel Campbell. He's just a tenth off him actually for third place. That battle for second, third and fourth really is raging. We are looking at it now. Simcock just about ahead of Daniel Campbell there. McWilliam through as well. Is that Jack Frey looking to get involved at the back of this as well?
Yeah, Daniel Campbell did very, very well there to hold on to that one. It all kind of concertinaed up again, right through the S's. Campbell checked up, made sure he kept control, got through Simon Sweep. Fearsome sequence of corners when he come out of hairpin 2. Rana Menon still holding second place in this race, but here goes Simcock. Simcock down the inside, looking for P2. He's got it.
McWilliam fancies it too, Andrew. They're going to be side by side, Menon and McWilliam. Menon on the inside, I think, is going to hold position. Can Daniel Campbell come back at Andrew McWilliam? He can't. He hasn't got the run off the corner. So it's Simcock up into third. Fourth is still Rana Menon. Simcock over into second. Third is still Rana Menon. Fourth is still Andrew McWilliam. Into Garda. Oh, McWilliam has got the better of Rana Menon. Just as I clarified that Menon's held on his position, and Menon's really lost out there. Unfortunately for him, he's lost a good couple of positions. I think McWilliam must have taken him into Paddock, and then Daniel Campbell and Jack Frey skipped past through Garda as well. So it's all changed in the top 6. And Jack Frey is having a look at Daniel Campbell as well. Not quite going to make anything happen to turn 1. Rana Menon fancies one of his positions back into hairpin 2, and again finds that there's no grip on the inside of hairpin 2.
And understandably frustrated there is Rana Menon, because all of that hard work's kind of been undone with that move. We are on the last lap of this one. Well, Fraser Brunton is doing this in style, isn't he? Up the hill towards the finish line. It's another win for the number 80, Fraser Brunton. Could well be on pole position for the final here this evening, the A final. Fraser Brunton takes another heat win and closes out his heat runs with second, first. His standards are dropping, Jacob. It's not a clean sweep like he did at round 1 here at Buckmore Park. But no, it is I think that's his second best, equals second best heats performance of the year. Matches the one that he did at Shennington last time out. Could it be another victory for Brunton? We'll find out later on in the A final. Plenty to go before then, though. Next up, Heat 14.
Here we go then, Heat 14, our penultimate heat of the year, as well as the penultimate heat of the day. Nick Lacassa starts out on pole position with Ed Yaxley for company in second. Thomas Northcott will be third, Max Chapman will be fourth. Rob Starley starts in fifth with Michael Reeder alongside him in sixth. Seventh is Phil Holmes. Callum Martin will be eighth, Jack O'Neill in ninth. Probably Fraser's closest challenger for pole position in that A final is Jack O'Neill. Glenn Williamson is 10th, Preston Malkin is 11th, and Owen Hollowell is 12th. Sky Lee starts in 13th, Dennis Smirnov 14th, Michele Pasquero is 15th, James Barker 16th, and Bradley Pike, last but not least, in 17th. We're going to get going straight away for this one. Nick Lacasas will take us into turn 1. Indeed, he does get a very good start, moves over to the racing line. Northcott in behind him. Around for the 75. That's Ed Yaxiakia, second place, and takes Chapman with him, does he?
Yeah, Max Chapman was involved in that tussle through turn number 1. Well, Jake had his misfortune earlier in the first round of heats. Is it now the turn of Max Chapman to have to do a little bit of a damage limitation? Braking formation penalty for Dennis Smirnov. So that'll be a couple of positions for the 164. Now, where has Chapman fallen down to? There's the points from Jack O'Neill to the number 55 of Michael Reeder, and Glenn Williamson in there as well to let's work together, because there is a gap for the top 2 to defend here. I don't think it's as bad as what happened to Jake earlier on for Max. I think he's going to end up around 12th on this lap, 14th. But he's still part of the pack, so if he can get back to P7, we'll try and work out what kind of score would improve his tally. There is the number 16 of Max Chapman.
I think he's just made up another position, so he should be in 13th now. He's got a bit of work on for the end of this race. One thing that is going well, I say going well for him, one thing that's working in his favour is he doesn't have a stacked pack as we've seen earlier today. There's only one C1 in this, and that's Jack O'Neill, who I think is beyond his reach for this one. One question I am going to ask, goes round again, goes Chapman! At Garda, trying to catch up with the pack. I think he might have himself to blame for that one, does Max? He could argue otherwise, and we'll see what the observers say about it. But he drops down the order once again. Very unfortunate for Max Chapman. Sad to see that. It would be great to see him and his brother resolve this championship fight in our finals. Could still happen, Andrew. I'm sure you're working out exactly how. But for now, Max Chapman has it all to do in the finals.
Well, it could. Strangely, I think they're going to end up, well, it depends how Jake does in his third and final heat in Heat 15. They could end up on pretty much exactly the same part of the grid, because effectively now they've both had a race. They've had a lap 1 incident and then another incident that's followed up a couple of laps later. This is going to be a drop for Max. He would need 4th place or higher to further improve his score. So what we're saying is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, doesn't matter. Anything lower than 4th is going to be a drop.
But it very much does matter for his grid position for the final, which is probably what's going to decide who finishes 5th in the championship.
And to remind, Jake Chapman was 16th in his first race. So
and Max is currently 16th.
Is 16th in this race. So it could,
but battling.
Yeah, could move up the order. I say these one-off positions are going to be key now in terms of. I think they'll make it through to both make it through to the A final, but they're going to be probably around 15th, 16th, 17th on the grid, if not lower than But it's all reliant on Jake getting a similar, like a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th when we see Jake in the next heat. But it's not done yet. It's not over for Max Chapman. And as you say, you can use the next few minutes to gain some places back. He's still in this.
I've got a question for you, Andrew, and you might not know the answer, but I'm sure you'll be able to find out. What are Jack O'Neill's previous 2 scores? Because he's closing down on Thomas Northcott for the lead of this one. He's the fastest driver on track. He was 1.6 seconds behind last time around. He's 1.2 this time. He's still got 3 minutes, so there is a chance that Jack O'Neill gets another heat win. What are we saying, Andrew?
2 wins. So at the moment he's tying with Fraser Brunton. So in that case, we would be going to fastest lap across the course of the day so far. So actually, this could be a bit of an advantage for Jack O'Neill, because the track's pretty pacey right now. The fastest lap in this one is a 48.236, set by Callum Martin. I should just note as well, another good couple of C3 drives. Glenn Williamson again here on your screens, currently fighting with Nick Casas for P3. That was a huge cone hit. If that was spotted, that's going to be on, I think, the number 4242.
Gap for the lead down to 4 tenths, Andrew. Jack O'Neill is gunning for pole position in the A final. I spoke to Fraser Brunton in the Paddock show, and the one driver he named who could potentially take the round win here, if not the championship, was this man, Jack O'Neill. He's all over the back of Thomas Northcott now. He's got a couple of laps to size him up. Northcott has a little look over his shoulder. He sees the red plate of Jack O'Neill. He knows he's going to be under pressure towards the end of this one. Through the sweep they go. Is Jack O'Neill going to stick one at the inside of Paddock or Garda? Certainly not Paddock, but Garda's coming up now. Northcott goes defensive, Andrew, I think. Oh, not defensive enough, though. There's a little bit of a gap. And to the outside now is Jack O'Neill. Can Northcott stick it up the inside of Cafeconi? He can, but he's going to be disadvantaged going into turn one. He's going to have to go defensive again, Andrew. I think he's got 2 laps of defensive driving if he wants to win this one.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Thomas Northcott. Just to mention, Bradley Pike having a really good race, trying to keep the C3 title prospects open. It's up to P5 in this race. Cone warning for Glenn Williamson. As we thought here in the box, Northcott gets through the first 2 hairpins with 2 laps to go. Is still keeping Jack O'Neill behind. Glenn Williamson there in 3rd place could still have a chance in this kind of circuit, Buckmore Park, where if 2 drivers go 1v1, they can lose a lot of time very quickly. Gotta say, Thomas Northcott is doing a great job here to keep Jack O'Neill behind. That's perfect defence,
He's doing
in my
fantastically,
opinion.
isn't he?
He's not defending too hard. He's keeping it resolutely to the middle of the road. He's done it for 1 lap. Can he do it another here? This would be a real feather in the cap for Thomas Northcott if he could hold Jack O'Neill off. This is for pole position for Jack O'Neill. If he could get through, take the clean sweep, he'll be on pole position for the final. He's looking to the outside through hairpin number 1. Can he get brilliant defence again from Northcott? Here comes the attack from O'Neill. He knows there was contact. I think that's going to be done. Northcott's got a gap now. Jack O'Neill had to go all in there, and it didn't work.
Yeah, respectable from O'Neill, though. He owned up to the contact as soon as it happened. He had to go for the insides of that corner, to be fair to him. Well, you're not a racing driver, don't go for the inside of that. But to let him back. And he's tried the undercut.
No, he's over-defended. Oh, Thomas Northcott, he didn't need to defend that much. Oh, and Jack O'Neill's going to be let off here. Gets a 3rd win. Gets pole position. Gives us away. Oh, Thomas. He didn't know.
He did the hard pit.
He did everything right until Garda corner, and just that's what we mean. He just drove a little bit too far to drive us right. Meant he was weak off of Garda. Brilliant driving from Jack O'Neill. Sweeps around the outside, grabs pole position.
Max Chapman there clearly and have his fastest lap of the race, and it's only good enough for 13th from him. We're moving swiftly on to our final heat of the day. Final heat of the day, final heat of the year. Let's have a look who our drivers are for this one. We should have 16 of them in this race, starting with Dan Shaw on pole position and George Lawler in 2nd. Ian Thomas is in 3rd with Jake Chapman in 4th. Leo Castro starts this one in 5th and Harry Jones in 6th. Row 4 is Caleb West in 7th and Thomas Layton in 8th. Thomas Holland starts this one in 9th. Josh Mulley in 10th. Finn Paris Phillips in 11th, Jason Munson in 12th. Then it's Joe Milburn, Zach Edelston, Austin Johnson and Alexei Storazev, 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th. That's your grid, and they are about to get going for our final heat, as we said, of the day, of the year. Away we go here at Buckmore Park. Dan Shaw gets a brilliant start from pole position, and Ian Thomas follows him through into 2nd place. George Lawler holds on to 3rd. We're going again, I think. Yeah, that might have been called as a false start. It may have been that the one side of the grid got more of an advantage than the other. I think Dan Shaw was quite clear ahead there of George Lawler, so perhaps that's what's happened. It may be something that I haven't seen, though, so we'll accuse Dan Shaw of anything at this moment in time. Round they come again. Will we be lucky enough to get going straight away? They're all very much near enough to where they started, and yeah, it looks to me like the pace car hasn't bothered to pick them up, so they'll go once more. Dan Shaw gets just as good a drive on that inside line, and it's as you were. Bit of a better start for Lawler this time. He's managed to fend off Ian Thomas just about Thomas towards the inside of hairpin 1, but he's too far back to make a move on Lawler here. Through then Shaw, Lawler and Thomas, 1, 2 and 3 as they were on the grid. Jake Chapman, he's after a strong result. He's in 4th at the minute. We've just seen Max struggle in that one. They've both had a race of misfortune, but 2 third places, I should say, for Max on the scoreboard. Jake needs to do the equivalent here with 1 second place in the bag already. This would have them neck and neck in their respective final, wherever they land on those grids. Big sideways moment for Dan Shaw through Cafe Corner there. Lawler looks to pounce on the opportunity. He's gone to the outside of turn 1, gets the switchback. Great move from Lawler, but a double switchback as Shaw then gets the switchback on him. It's such an interesting corner, that turn 1, especially in the changing conditions that we have here. The grip is just wherever you can find it, and evidently they're finding it in different phases of the corner there, as this top 4 battle really gets close with those chopping and changing moves happening. And Leo Castro is out of this one. Leo Castro was running fairly highly in this one. He was as high as 5th, I think, at one point, but he seems to have come to a stop over the start finish. There's all changed for the leader. Shaw defends through Garda. Still George Lawler in 2nd. Yellow flags here will neutralise this for the while, so they'll be as they were last time around. Leo Castro recovers on the inside. Lawler's gone really wide there. That's an interesting one, because it's after the incident. It was almost as if Lawler looked to duck up the inside of Dan Shaw and then got all out of shape, really thinking maybe I'm not out of the yellow flag zone, and he's lost 2nd place. He's down into 4th. Chapman to the inside, takes 2nd. Does he take 2nd? They're side by side still going into the sweep, and yes, Jake Chapman up into 2nd place. Wide goes the 180, I think, of Caleb West, that was. Really curious lap or so this. Is there still yellow flags coming over the start-finish straight? We'll see now as we come round. There are, so we'll be neutralised again for the moment, but I think the track is clear to race. So you see the light on the Marshall post. You can't see it from this angle. It's to the right-hand side of your screen. Not clear as to whether or not there'll be anything done about those overtakes. The car is still out on the track, so there'll be a yellow flag until they're able to recover that. I think the confusion, a little bit of contact there from Jake Chapman. I think the confusion that George Lawler had on that lap was he saw the light on the outside and thought, oh, maybe I'm not out of the yellow flags. Because Club 100 rules, Andrews, I'm sure you're aware, are as soon as you pass the incident, you are allowed to resume racing. But there's a bit of a grey area once you pass the incident before you've reached the next Marshall post to know if you're out of yellow flag conditions.
Well, it all depends, of course, if there's 2 incidents. That's why you need to keep looking up the road to the next Marshall post to make sure, the rest of this zone is clear. So
no yellow flags this time around.
No,
it's
back to
full racing speed.
Back to full speed. Dan Shaw, this would be a big win for Jake. To say, the tides have really turned here. He's got this 3-point lead back, and he's nearly got this race lead. Side by side with Dan Shaw. Dan's going to try and fight that, but no. Can't win that battle. Oh, Ewan Thomas down the inside is going to go wheel to wheel now with Shaw. Through Simon Sweep towards Paddock. This is all good for Jake Chapman because he's gone. Jake Chapman's gone. This squabbling's great entertainment as George Lawler's going to get both of them through that part of the circuit. Contact warning for Shaw. But look at how the difference a lap makes to this race. Chapman's got a 1.6 second lead now. What a time to put the fastest lap in. And the points difference now, the day started terribly for Jake Chapman, but 16th, 2nd and 1st. I reckon he's going to have a 10-point lead over Max going into the final race. Now, they still could very well pretty much be on the same part or in a similar part of the grid for the finals. It's still going to go to that final race. But instead of a 3-point lead at the start of the day, it's now going to be a 10-point lead for them, for Jake. 1 minute to go. This could be a decisive race in the C2 battle.
Yeah, Still haven't clarified whether it's Yayan or Ewan, Thomas.
I defer to you.
Yeah,
You're
I'd go Yayan, but
okay.
I would always want to ask the man himself. Jake Chapman, though, 2.7 seconds ahead of George Lawler, looks to have this one sewn up. We're on the penultimate lap. We will get one more after this as a mechanical flag comes out for Zach Elston, who's unfortunately down in 13th place and will have to come in to the pits for that one. Yayan Thomas stays with Lawler, but neither of them can stay with Chapman, who's really going for it in this one. He's set a new fastest lap this time round, Andrew. The sector times are showing up for me as personal best. He was personal best lap last time around. If he hooks up this last part of the lap, he might even be into the 47s. Let's have a look now as he comes around. He is indeed 47.82. I'd be surprised if anyone's gone much faster than that today at all. Certainly in heavyweights, no one went faster than that. I know that much. Here's Lawler then with Thomas for company. Dan Shaw's dropped back a bit off the back of these. As you said, he had a contact warning, but other than that, there's been no penalties in this race, which really is a testament to the talents of these drivers. We are now on the last lap. Lawler looks to fend off Thomas for second place. Chapman is gone. He's got a 3.5 second lead. Let's see if Lawler can hold on through Paddock and Garda as we watch Jake Chapman round Garda for the last time. He's taking a bit more of a conservative approach this time round, bringing it home round Cafe Corner. It's a terrible start to the day, but a fantastic finish to heats for Jake Chapman. He wins our final heat of the day. It's neck and neck between Lawler and Thomas, but Lawler beats Thomas for second place. Dan Shaw's in fourth. Thomas Layton is fifth. And it's Finn Paris-Phillips, Caleb West, Joe Milburn, Jason Munson, and Josh Mully, your top 10. Austin Johnson finishes 11th. Alexei Storzev is 12th. Harry Jones will be 13th. Tom Holland 14th. 15th is Zach Huddleston, and Leo Castro, having retired, is classified 16th overall. Great set of heats from our lightweights, Andrew, and we'll have a little pause now before our D final.
Yeah, and the fact there were no penalties in that one should mean it's a pretty quick turnaround ahead of the D final that will kick us off, because there won't be a lot for timekeeping to do and process those results and get them confirmed. Drivers who are towards the front will of course get weighed. Keep your comments coming in. Hello Sal Newman, who had a very good run last time out at Shennington.
That last comment is an affront to the Welsh language, though, Sal, I'm afraid to say. We'll be having words after this.
No, I think these finals, these last 4 finals of the year, are going to be really, really interesting. As I say, the C1 battle is done. We know that Fraser Brunson has got that one, the first time since 2022. And I think he's got it by he's going to have quite an advantage, I think, at the end of this. He's still not won this round, of course. He's still got to go out and beat the likes of Jack O'Neill. He's going to beat the likes of Dante Zillin, and Andrew McWilliams going to want to have a strong finish to the year as well. I think both the Chapman brothers will be through to the A final with those results. So 16th, 2nd and 1st for Jake. 3rd, and 13th for Max.
Well, the same average, isn't it?
Pretty much the same average, yeah, of the two. But we should note that first place, a little bit more weighting on the points for a first place and a second place. So I reckon Jake might be a few points further ahead than Max when we tally that all. Well, I say we, the hard-working team right there in race control. Making sure that everything is checked, present and correct. C3 as well. We'll wait and see where our front runners like Bradley Pike, Lewis Sills, where they're going to be. In fact, we've already got the grids for our finals. So the A final will look like this. O'Neill, Brunton, McAllister, Lovelace, Northcott, Saunders, Wilkes, McWilliam, McGurr, Sanders, Simcock, Campbell, Thomas, Ford, Reeder, Lacasas, Martin, Powell-Taylor, Nick, McAllister Brown, Edelston, Leighton and Dante Dillon. The Chapmans do not make the A final yet. Jake is on pole for the B final. Then it's Rana Menon, Tommy Lee, and Max Chapman P4. We're going to get it again, folks. It's going to be like 2 weeks ago for the cadets and the juniors, for the junior lightweights. We're going to have a very, very interesting B final, like we had at this very venue. That was an Alpha Live Race of the Week 2 weeks ago. So they both on balance should probably still make it through to that A final, but it's not going to be an easy road for them. And everybody's going to know that they're fighting for a championship as well. So they're going to be giving it everything. Now, the other interesting note is where second half of the B final grid, has Lewis Sills made it straight through to a B final? He has. So that's very good news. Bradley Pike is there as well. So Bradley's still in the mix. But the key point here is Lewis Sills started the day with a good probably 40 points or so over Bradley Pike. So as long as Lewis Sills can pretty much stay in the same kind of area, well, he's only dropped 3 points to Pike through the first part of the afternoon, and yeah, it's still looking good for Lewis Sills to take the C3 honours. Looking reasonably good on the roads for the drive home as well from Buckmore Park here this evening. Keep with us for the rest of the finals. 4 races to go through. What's been your favourite part of the day so far, Jacob?
Sharing breakfast with you,
Oh,
Andrew. It's always a treat for me to sit across the table from you, especially.
What's been your favourite part of the season?
Favourite part of the season? Oh, good question. I really enjoyed Chennington.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great round and really enjoyed Wilton as well. We were Alpha Live Race of the Week for Wilton, weren't we? I want to say.
I trust you on that one. That was many moons ago.
Which was a first for me. I missed UIG, the live stream.
Yep.
So I would have to pick one of those two. What would I pick? Let me have a little look at the results and get back to you on that one, Andrew.
To those in the comments, what has been your favourite part of the season so far? A little bit of wind over the circuit. I don't think it's raining out there. So a dry night for us here at Buckmore Park.
I'm going to go with lightweight A final at Chennington.
Yeah.
I think that race was really, really good, if I'm remembering it correctly. Obviously, we still had the championship up for grabs. There's a couple of heats, actually. I think one of the heats, rather, was race of the week that week for Alpha Live. But, yeah, the lightweights at Chennington was just... both lightweights and heavyweights at Chennington was super entertaining. Obviously, the heavyweights, we had the... how do I put it? The spanner in the works of Sam Pooley, should we say, as opposed to the championship challenge of Anwar, who was away. So it was an intriguing battle from that respect. And the lightweights was just super, super close, as it always is. So I'd probably go for Chennington, as much as I enjoyed Wilton over the summer, and watching GYG from afar when I was away earlier in the year.
Of course, 2 trips to GYG next year as part of the Northern Championships. As a Welsh, how good is it to see? I say we normally, back to when we used to race in the BUKC days, it's like 1 trip to Wales for BUKC.
If you're lucky.
If we're lucky. And then 1 trip to Wales for the CLUB100 Championships. And now we've got 3.
3 in CLUB100. Yeah, it's great to be back at Landau. Obviously missing off the calendar entirely for 2025, but it's my home track. It's the only one I can get to within an hour of my house, even though it takes 40 minutes-ish for me. But love to be at Landau, love to be at GYG as well. What a wonderful part of the world that is. And it's a great drive from South Wales. If any of you are listening and you travel to GYG from London or the south of the country, do yourselves a favour. Don't go up the M5. Don't go up through not Chester, the likes of Hereford and
The flat bits.
Shrewsbury, that kind of area. Don't go up through those boring A roads and motorways. Drive yourself down to Cardiff and
Yep.
go plough your way up through
Through the
Brecon
Brecon
Beacons, through the middle of the country. You'll have far better a time, even if you add on an hour to your to your journey time. I promise you, the views, the roads, the sites you can stop off at are far better. And with 2 rounds at GYG next year, admittedly they are northern rounds, so chances are of people coming from London for those are slim. But anyone who
Come to
might
support.
be going to spectate or even work, highly recommend that. You can even stop off at my house on the way if you want to. I'm in Newport, so do get into my DMs if you're interested in coming round for a little chit chat on your way up to GYG.
Good
next
food
year.
at GYG
I might be
as
out.
well.
I might be out. But yeah, there's also good food at GYG. There are a lot of tracks with decent food these days. To be fair, it's not the 90s when you'd be lucky to get a greasy frozen burger out of a van. It's track food really is at a high standard in this day and age.
I'm looking forward because it's a while since I've been to Llandau, and I'm not sure I'll be able to make it on that weekend because it's that stage of the year where I'm doing juggling with calendars.
I'll be there.
But I hear there's been a good amount of development and renewal at Llandau in recent years, which is good to hear. So as I say, that'll be the weekend of the 5th and 6th of September for part of the Southern Championship. If you weren't with us earlier, here is your calendar for the senior sprints and the SP60 and the SP40 South for next year. So kicks off on the weekend of the 14th and 15th of February at Buckmore Park, back here for the start of the season, the traditional place to start a Club 100 season. The weekend of the 28th and 29th of March at Clay Pigeon for round 2. Round 3 at Wilton Mill, because you've got to have a round at Wilton Mill, in there on the weekend of the 16th and the 17th of May. Then a bit of a gap before we get to Ella Park for the 11th to the 12th of July. 22nd to the 23rd of August will be at Lyd. Love Lyd. And as I say, that could be a bit of a warm one at that time of year. Watch it be an absolute washout now when we go down to the southeast. But that's the weekend of the 22nd and the 23rd of August. Llandau, as mentioned, on the weekend of the 5th and the 6th of September. Then the new ones, Dunkeswell, weekend of the 3rd and the 4th of October. And then pending track finishes, contract confirmations, all of that business, all the admin. 7th and the 8th of November, season finale for the South Championships in the seniors at the brand new CIK standard karts track at Silverstone. A lot of excitement in the room at the British Karting Awards about that last night. There could be races there. Well, BUKC's hopefully, Touchwood, going to be one of the first, not the first, but it's going to be one of the first. We've got rounds of the North Championship even earlier than that, potentially. So the 1st of March for the Senior North running at Silverstone TBC for hopefully everything being confirmed in due course. The 12th of April for round 2 of the North at Wilton Mill. First of the GYG visits on the 10th of May. Then up to Rowra for the 19th of July. Brilliant picturesque circuit there. And the Lake District, albeit in Cumbria, we're quite nice in the middle of July, weather-wise. 16th of August, back again at GYG. The August bank holiday weekend for PF International. That's the Sunday-Monday meeting for the seniors on one day, on August 31st, and then the cadets and juniors on the other. I'm just going to try and work out. I think that means that's the 30th is the Sunday. The 31st is the Monday. I'm sure the comments will correct me if I'm wrong on that one. And then the season finale for the senior North competitions up at Warden Law. That's another good one for Grub from the Cafe on the 27th of September.
The Monday's the 31st.
Monday's the 31st. Okay, so Sunday, so the younger ones on the Sunday the 30th, the older ones on the Monday the 31st. That is a bank holiday.
It's my mum's birthday, the 30th of August. I can treat her to
bring it to PF.
Cadet and Junior
Yeah.
Day at PF International.
What
4
more could
hours
you
away
want?
from her home.
Karts on track then. Let's get ready then. D final up next.
All right, then the first of our finals will be the D final. 15 drivers to compete in this. They are Denis Smirnov in first place, Harry Jones in second, Gleb Novikov in third with Bertie Wellesley in fourth. Eric Vieru is fifth and Richard Pike is sixth. Seventh will be Michele Ascariello and eighth Sebastian Connolly. Ninth is Christopher Foxon, 10th is Rana Khan, 11th will be Jack Steele, 12th Clifton Malcolm, and three more drivers round out your grid. They are Thomas Holland, Ben Brewerton and Zach Edelston. They are following the pace car round there, as you can see, and it looks to me like all 15 are in place, and so we should be getting going. Let's have a look, see the pace car pull off to the left-hand side now. Smirnov and Jones on the front row. Smirnov in the blue, white helmet on the inside, gets a good start for this one. And they all drift out to the outside. There's lots of opportunity up the inside here. And I think that's second place Harry Jones, who's made the breakaway. It is indeed. That in the red suit is Michele Pasqualiero, who started in seventh, is now up to third, going in for second place. And very nearly round. I think pretty much was round before they were righted by another kart. So a bit argy-bargy in the middle of the pack there. Pasqualiero has dropped back a fair bit. You can see the distinctive red suit in the middle of the pack there. But great start for Harry Jones. There is Harry turning into Garda. Looks like he's in prime position to repechage up into the C final. Remind me, Andrew, how many places? Two positions
go up.
Will go up into the next one, and there's a hand in the air from the 120, Eric Vieru.
And nearly an attack for the race lead there from Vieru.
There is one coming here up the inside of hairpin 1. Smartly done.
So a new race leader then, the 120 of Eric Vieru. Harry Jones still there in second place, Connolly third, and Richard Pike fourth. So you'd imagine that it's two from this four right now, because there's a bit of a gap back to Gleb Novikov's not completely out of this, but then there is a much wider gap to Smirnov and Bertie Wellesley. Bertie first run. Is that a second? Yes, it is a second contact warning for Michele Pasquariello, who's not had a good start to this race, unfortunately, down in 10th place. 10 minutes of this one to go then. Vieru leading this one under the lights here at Buckmore Park. But not for long. There was a mistake through Henry's Bend. Opens the door for Jones. Jones will take the race lead. Now can Connolly take second place? May have some smart positioning here into the next couple of corners. Trying to get the switchback, but there once again it's Vieru. Brilliant racing. So back to the race lead goes Eric Vieru. They resume in the same positions they started this lap here, Jacob. But all of that squabbling has brought more into play.
Always really satisfying for me, Andrew, when they swap positions about 9 times and end up exactly where they started a few corners previous. And that's exactly what they've done. Round we go for another lap. These finals are slightly longer. They are 12 minutes as opposed to the 7 minutes of the heat. So these will seem like they're going on for a bit longer. You can see 9 minutes still left for this one as Vieru leads us round. Harry Jones second, Connolly third. Up to fourth is Denis Smirnov, but Smirnov is not going to make it into the final because he's got an advantage by track limit penalty. So he's got the fastest lap at the moment. He started on pole position, but he will not be going through to the C final because of that dropping a couple of places at the end. There's a penalty as well for Zach Edelston. That's forcing a driver wide, FTW stands for there.
Yeah, not a great way to finish the season. Eric Vieira starting to stretch things at the front of the field. It's more than half a second clear of Harry Jones now. It's going to leave Jones in a bit of a vulnerable position. Jones on the bubble. Remember, it's only the top two at the end of this race who will proceed onto the back of the grid for the C final. Good speed from Vieira through the first couple of corners. And here comes Connolly. Connolly's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. Patience, I think, is key here, Jacob. Plenty of time to get this move done.
Yeah, there's still 8 minutes left. This is the full duration of a heat and then more. I think most of these guys will be thinking, though, if I'm in the C final, or if I deserve to be in the C final, I'm the fastest guy in this pack and should be the one leading the charge. Eric Vieira certainly showing it at the moment. He's good value for his lead. He's got a good half a second gap back to Harry Jones. We'll see what that's like as they come round across the timing beacon once more. It's an extended lead for Vieira to the inside. That's Connolly on Harry Jones, but not quite how he imagined that move going in his head, I would imagine. Denis Smirnov in fourth is closing in. As I said, Smirnov carrying a penalty, but we'll still fancy as good a result as possible to finish the year out, will Denis Smirnov, and that means overtaking as many cars as possible. Contact warning for Seb Connolly, possibly for that move into turn one that we just saw.
Yeah, just the classic again of trying to use the inside space available there through turn one, going for it and realising, oh dear, there's not a lot of grip down here. You can't just slid from underneath him. Did make contact, didn't gain lasting advantage, so carries on with just a warning to his name on that occasion. I wonder if that's woken Harry Jones up a little bit here, because he's just taken 3/10 out of the race leader, starting to close in, maybe realising, well, I'm not quite comfortable sitting here in second place. I'd rather be in the race lead, have a little bit of a buffer, if so possible, with 6.5 minutes of this race to go.
I think it's quite natural, Andrew, to close the gap in situations like this. You can see where the other driver's quicker than you.
Yeah.
You can see where you're quicker than them. Put the two together, and in theory, you should start closing in. When your pace is this evenly matched, and the carts are this evenly matched, there goes a bit of the track furniture. That was one of the top 5 or 6 rearranging that for us. Luckily, there was an observer stood right there. Vieira, I think, extends his lead there, and yeah, it's not a great lap for Harry Jones. He's right back into the clutches of Sebastian Connolly, who himself falls back into the clutches of Denis Smirnov. I think these guys, and we can include Bertie Wellesley in that as well, fastest lap, 5th place, cone winning for Ben Brewerton. That was. I thought it was someone further up than Ben Brewerton who touched that cone. Maybe I'm
Smirnov's had one as well.
Yeah, that'll be the one that we did see on the stream then. So these top 5 really are bunching up, with the exception of Vieira on that last lap, who's slowing right down for this yellow flag here. There's a slow kart on the outside of this corner. I think it's not quite got going yet. Is that Pascal Vieira?
Didn't see the red suit of Pascal Riello. I wonder if it's Thomas Holland.
There's a change, Andrew, for the leader. What's happened to Vieira there? They slowed down for the yellow flags, and there's a cone penalty for Denis Smirnov, who's still running in 4th, but our race leader has dropped out of the repechage position. Oh, that was a brave lunge. I say brave. I might think it is verging towards ambitious and other such adjectives. Wasn't really on there, and is it Jack Steele or Bertie Wellesley?
I think it was Bertie Wellesley who made the attempt there. Rana Khan has not come through sector number 1. Pascal Riello also. Pascal Riello hasn't been through for a while, but unless my eyes are really getting bad, I didn't see the bright red suit there of the kart that was slow through the last couple of corners. Sebastian Connolly's had a cone warning now as well, so they're all playing with fire a little bit here. Harry Jones, though, has the lead of this race. Eric Vieira, I just wonder, was it Vieira off the pace, backed out of the rev range, and then just bottom outed, didn't quite have the bottom end to propel him up the hill, and got out-dragged by Connolly and Jones?
There's a cone warning for Chris Foxon coming in. I'm wondering, Andrew, maybe he was too focused on the corner to realise the kart on the outside of the track, or maybe it just hit a kind of a blind spot that the floodlights don't capture, and he was in the dark. I just missed the fact that he'd gone past the incident.
Yeah.
Everyone else saw it and carried on. There's that cone warning for Dennis Smirnov. I think that's the second one for Smirnov. There's a penalty coming in, Andrew, and it's for second place, Seb Connolly. It's cones.
So that'll be one position. So right now, Vieru is back in position, but this is the only penalty that you can get and still make it through to the next race. But he's now got to win this race on the road. He's got to find a way through past Harry Jones. So he'll drop from first to second. Right now, second to third will not do. We'll see Connolly's season end here. And Jones is a little bit wide going down the side sweep. This could be the chance for Connolly to get through. Jones doing really well to hold on, but has the outside line here. And through goes Vieru. Vieru, take a look at Jack Steele coming into play now. Jack Steele has been making his way back up the order. Still has a chance here with 2.5 to play.
Eric Vieru leads. Dennis Smirnov has a penalty in seconds. Oh, there's contact! There's contact! And I can't quite tell who that is without seeing the number plate. Unfortunately, the suit it doesn't give it away. But was that Jack Steele? Or Gleb Novikov?
I think it might have been Novikov in the 171.
No, Steele's still there. So, yeah, I think it's Novikov on Steele. Steele just about managed to keep his kart facing the right way. Novikov, unfortunately, is out of this battle now. So, leader is Vieru. Then you have the 164 of Dennis Smirnov, but has a penalty. Then you have Connolly, who also has a penalty. So Harry Jones, I think, might just find his way into the C final if he can hold position here. We've got less than 2 minutes remaining of the D final.
Indeed. This is going to get close down towards hairpin number 1. Smirnov still holding on to second place on the road, but he's run wide, really wide there for Dennis. That's going to allow Connolly back through. Jones probably doesn't know what the penalty situation is fully because there's a lot going on in this race. He's going to take the position on the road. Connolly and Smirnov take each other out of contention. Just didn't give each other the space there through the S's, and that is the end result.
Yeah, unfortunately for those drivers with their penalties, it was a hard chance. Dennis Smirnov wouldn't have made the C final, and it's going to be tough for Connolly to catch up with Vieru. His gap is now 2.5 to Harry Jones. So Jack Steele's in with a chance of getting in there, but I think it's between the top 3 now.
Yeah, Jack's been making nice progress. Made the C final last time out at Shennington. Actually went on to finish in the top 10 in round number 8.
There we go then. This is the battle for the final repechage position. And Jack Steele looks like he fancies it. He's all over the back of Harry Jones, who's been there or thereabouts for the majority of the race. Here they come through Garda. We'll get one lap after this. So Eric Vieru will lead us round one last time and looks to have this one sewn up. He'll get a D final win and a place in the C final. Harry Jones is a little bit of a gap now to Jack Steele, but Jack Steele is going to come at him in this first part of the lap through turn 1. A shallower line for Steele into hairpin 1. No chance of an overtake there. Can he dive up the inside of hairpin 2? I think he's set up for it. No, he's too far back. It's going to have to be down the bottom of the hill unless there's a mistake from Harry Jones. Another cone warning for Seb Connolly. His day will be over at the end of this race. They are very close. Is there a move to be made into Paddock? There's Vieru, your race leader, and the move potentially was on, but it hasn't come off for Jack Steele. Try as he might, can he get the cut back there, as we saw Jack O'Neill do earlier? No, he can't. It is going to be Harry Jones, but Eric Vieru takes the D final win. Great drive from him, and he's super happy with it. That was a great shot. 154 of Harry Jones does take second place. Those two drivers, we'll see them again in the very next race. Jack Steele comes home in third. Dennis Smirnov ends up fourth overall, but with a couple of penalties, I can imagine. Zach Edelston had a penalty as well in fifth. Chris Foxon, I think I saw, had a penalty. Bertie Wellesley, seventh. Seb Connolly in eighth. Ninth, Richard Pike. Clifton Malcolm in 10th. Ben Brewerton, 11th. 12th for Gleb Novikov. Tom Holland in 13th, Rana Khan 14th, and Michele Pasquiliero rounds us out with 15th.
Good drive there from Eric Vieru on the third appearance of the year. Makes sure that he at least made the C final in every single one of those appearances. Harry Jones on debut goes through as well. Good dealing with the pressure there under attack from Jack Steele, who was up 8 spots. Biggest mover in that race was Zach Edelston, up 10 places. So Vieru and Jones, they will rejoin us in a moment's time for the C final. That'll be our next race. C final is going to be an important one for those wanting to finish well up the order in the C3 category. Credit as well, just to mention, whilst we've got a bit of a pause, we've mentioned it a few times. We've got a few drivers here today who were part of it. Well done to everybody who competed last week at Team Sports Warrington for the national finals of the British Indoor Karting Championship. And a number of the winners and strong performances from drivers that week will be rewarded with championship seasons or championship entries for the full season in Club 100 for 2026. So if that was any of you, well done. We'll very much look forward to seeing you on the grid for next year. So as I say, the C final will be up next. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Harry, who's cheering on Joe Milburn out on circuit today. Jack Sawson as well, very much enjoying that result for Harry Jones. Well, yeah, Nick Flan, yeah, leave the key on the mat, and he's just popped out. But yeah, pop round for a cup of tea to see Jacob down in South Wales. And keep the messages coming in. And remember as well, all of the action, if you missed any of it from today, if you missed any of it from any of the previous Club 100 broadcast days so far this season, you can watch it all back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And December as well on the socials, we'll have lots of reviews, lots of celebratory graphics and stories of the season for our drivers. Basically all of our drivers who will be at the awards in Birmingham on the 10th, Saturday the 10th of January. That whistle indicates though that we're ready for our C final. Time for the C final. Another few spots on the grid for the B final up for grabs in this one. And let's take you through the grid. It's a big grid, it's a busy one, and quite a few C3s in this field. Josh Wood will start on pole position for this C final. 45 points across the course of the 3 rounds of heat. Sid Brewerton alongside on the front row. Jonas Klimas and Jack Hopkins on row 2. Jason Munson and Noah Lockwood go from row number 3. It's then Aidan Marsh and Austin Johnson on row 4. Sky Lees, Walter Stolz on row number 5. Phil Holmes and Max Davison on row 6, ahead of Owen Hollowell and Rob Starley row 7. Josh Mulley and Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray on row 8. We're not going quite yet, because the pace kart is a good way up the order. We'll just bring you into, the spinner towards the back of the field. Row 9, Jeremy Deeks and Hugo Beals. Row 10, Alexei Storoshev and James Bull. James Barker and Rachel Clark on row 11. And then our 2 qualifiers through from the D final, Eric Vieru and Harry Jones.
We've got a thumbs up. We are ready to go racing. Just once more around the loop for these guys, and we will get going for our C final. Another 12 minutes of racing action. 47 of Josh Wood on pole position alongside Sid Brewerton or the 169. Here we go then. Josh Wood in the red leads us away. Brewerton in the lime green helmet to the outside. Ooh, finds the grip just about, but I think it's the driver in 4th place, Jack Hopkins, who's had the best start there. And, or is that Jonas Klimas at the front of this one? The 47 of Josh Wood is very much still in 2nd place. And I think that's Jonas Klimas behind him in the green. So, yeah, I think Jack Hopkins has stormed into the lead from 4th place. Someone off into the pits there, was that?
It might have been Rory O'Regan in search of his keys.
Might have been, yes. It is indeed Jack Hopkins to the front. Oh, that's an unwise attempt at an overtake, I would say, Andrew. That driver was always going to be turning right there for the right-hand corner. Penalty for restarting off crash. You don't often see those in Club 100, but the 99 of James Barker, perhaps a little bit too keen to get going again. That's an exclusion at the end of the race, I believe. One of the cardinal sins of Club 100. And we see here the 47 of Josh Wood holding off Jonas Klimas for 2nd place. And once again, Andrew, the repechage positions.
2 going through then to the B final. And goes up in the B final. It's 4 for the run to the A final. Toby Deeks has had the track limits warning in the early stage of this one. Jack Hopkins doing a very good job as here's a move for 2nd place. Klimas down the inside of Wood. Wood might still have a chance at the next corner, and that's going to open things up for Sid Brewerton. Here comes Brewerton. He's going to have the advantage for the next corner. 2 by 2 over the line. Here comes Phil Holmes as well in the bright blue suit, number 39. Wood holds on, but look at this scrap for the last spot in the B final. Hollowell's getting involved. Aidan Marsh is there as well. As look at this. Klimas down the inside. Now it looks like he's got 2nd place.
You started saying someone else got involved, Andrew, just as about 9 other drivers started to get involved.
They're all
I was
involved.
wondering how long that sentence was going to take you. Look at that gaggle of carts. It's really hard to tell who's going to come out on top of this one. Jack Hopkins is gone. A superlative start, and he's carried it on for the first couple of laps. He's making his way to the B final, surely. Jonas Klimas looks most likely to join him at the minute as Josh Wood tries to hold on. I think that's Phil Holmes in the blue suit, is it, Andrew, coming through as well, the 39. Let's have a look what your order is as they come over the line. Jonas Klimas, Owen Hollowell, Phil Holmes, Josh Wood, Sid Brewerton, Walter Stoltz, Aidan Marsh, Austin Johnson, Hugo Beals. The top 10 are all in with a shout, I'd say, of that B final at this moment in time, given there's 9 minutes left of this race.
Plenty of time for them to sort everything out. In terms of performances so far this season, where he saw a lot of personal bests in the cadets and juniors 2 weeks ago. Jack Hopkins has been to a B final earlier this year. Last time out at Shennington. It's in fact the first time that Jack Hopkins got to that tier of final. So looking to go back-to-back to finish off the year. Cone warning for Sky Lees in the 1:05 for Jonas Klimas. Of course, this is a season debut for Klimas, so no finals records to beat here. New fastest lap of the races. Yeah, that was Josh Wood.
Sorry, Andrew, to talk over you there. I was going to say, look who's up into 11th, which is our winner from the D final. Looking to make right on cue. Speaking of progress, in with a shout still of a B final from the D final, which is certainly getting your money's worth. We've picked him up here at the back of this train, just a couple of places behind Josh Wood now, who, as we know, Josh Wood started this one on pole position.
Yeah.
So that's front to back, merging in the middle.
Harry Jones similarly up to 13th place, so maybe a bit of knowledge of how the track is driving at this present point is helping the D finalists into the C final, and that could be an important point for later on when we get to that B final in particular. You've got some very, very quick drivers at the front of the grid for that one. If they can make it through, watch out for them then in the next race after that in the A final. That could be a real talking point when we get to the biggest race of the day later on. 7 minutes of this one to go. Hopkins looking comfortable, but Klimas starting to set purple sectors. 2 of them on this lap so far, extending the gap to Hollowell beyond 1.5 seconds. Oh, now have we got slow procedure?
We have.
We have. Yellow's all the way around the circuit. Not quite sure what this is for. Max Davidson has not come through.
He's been a lap down for a while. I think he's in the pits.
Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray is 2 laps down, so the race is neutralised. This is rotten luck for Jack Hopkins and Jonas Klimas because all of their hard work evaporates away.
Yeah, Jack Hopkins is the major loser in this scenario, isn't he? As
there is Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray, so good to see that Benjamin is okay, but has clearly had some form of incident that has put him out of this race, and that's a shame. That's not how you would want to end the season. There's been some really good drives from Ben across the course of the year. He has been an ever-present. Right, so that looks to be driver's right out of Cafe Corner. That is not that's not a happy place to have an off. So good to see that that Benjamin's okay.
This one's going to be interesting, Andrew, when it gets going again. Yeah. If you think it was feisty earlier, try again with only a third of the race time left. As we said, anyone in that top 10 could be making it into a repechage position the way they were battling earlier, and that includes, well, Jack Hopkins and Jonas Klimas are the ones in the hot seats at the minute, but Owen Hollowell, Phil Holmes, Sid Brewerton, Walter Stoltz, Austin Johnson, Josh Wood, Aidan Marsh, Hugo Beals, and Eric Vieira in 11th, I think, will be fancying their chances here.
Now Jack's doing something he's doing one thing, and it's very good on 2 points. One, he's slowed the pace right down. That's good. That means maximum amount of time for the observers, for the marshals to put the repairs in place to make sure the barrier is good to go for further racing. The other side is a nice, calm, slow procedure lap just ekes more of the time away, doesn't it?
Yes.
To potentially defend. You often see this with a slow procedure. Now, he doesn't want to go too slow because then you risk the kart starting to oil up. You can see Jonas Klimas there, just trying to pump the throttle a little bit, trying to make sure that everything is still reacting. Now is that Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray?
He's back in his car.
Going to go back to the pits.
We'll keep an eye out, but the track is going green, so yes, that nice slow pace. You'll see Jack Hopkins, the benefit of it. I think it'll take him half a minute to get back round, so we'll lose half a minute, and he's carrying on at the back of the pack. So we'll lose a bit of time. There'll be just under 4 minutes remaining when this race gets back underway. Let's see if Jack Hopkins can power away again. Klimas had a decent amount of pace, actually. He was the fastest man on track, so it'd be interesting to see what happens there with the front 2 repechage positions. But as I said, there's at least 10 drivers who think they might be able to get into those top 2 positions in this one. How is Jack Hopkins going to do on the restart?
We're about to find out. 3 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. We go back to green. 100% throttle then towards Conway's, and here immediately the move trying to come in there from Hollowell from 3rd place. Keeping the pace up now through hairpin 1 and hairpin 2 is going to be key for our top 2. Hollowell really having a go here for 2nd place on Klimas, side by side off of hairpin number 1. This is great for the race leader. They can start to break away. Hollowell has made the move. Good attacking intentions early on there from Hollowell. Everybody else is now going to look at Klimas and go, you're new round here. We're going to try and pounce on you. Because look at the top 2 now. They're breaking away. Oh, Hollowell spins. Oh, Hollowell spins. Tried to go down the inside of Hopkins. And all of that good work in the first half of the lap after the restart is gone.
What a shame. Very unfortunate. He's going for the race lead as well. Just think he got ahead of himself and wasn't quite weary of the changing conditions on the track, I think. Went for a move that potentially wasn't there also. And Jack Hopkins' lead lives to fight another lap. He's got his old rival with Jonas Klimas still in 2nd place. That's not over by any stretch. As we said, Klimas has gone faster than Jack Hopkins in this race. Let's see how that one develops. We've got Sid Brewerton back in the mix. Sid dropped right down the order, having been on the first row at the start. He's now in third and fancy himself one of those repechage positions, just as he would have been at the start of this when you can see him there in the lime green helmet. Phil Holmes as well is there in fourth. The two of them will be looking to reel in these front two as quickly as they possibly can. There's not long left now. This one now, Andrew.
And I was about to say, Klimas has got to make the move quick if he's going to go for it. He's gone down the inside for the race lead through hairpin number 1, but this is a good fight from Hopkins to the outside now. Will be Klimas. He's out wide there, and he's going to have dirt on his tyres. This is going to be tricky through the S's. Brilliant from Sid Brewerton. Takes the opportunity. Hopkins within his own right, of course, to defend for the race lead. Oh, maybe just working with Hopkins would have been a better strategy for Jonas Klimas, but I can understand why he went for it, because he had better pace going into that lap. 1 minute to go then. Still all up in the air. Who's going to continue on into the B final? Whose season ends here in the C final? 2 more laps of this one. Good line through the first couple of corners from all of the top 3. Phil Holmes still there as well in P4. Josh Wood keeps fighting back. Is there in 5th place. Here goes the move from Klimas down the inside. No, that's not going to work. Big hit from Holmes behind. That's going to bulk him down in the number 39. Through as well as come. Where's Hugo Beals come from? Beals now up into 5th place. But this is good for Jack Hopkins. He can start to relax now. The job isn't quite done yet, but the numbers behind him are dwindling.
It's going to be last lap next time around. Is anyone going to try and make themselves a hero on the last tour of the circuit? Like you said, Andrew, if not, their season ends here. Hopkins has got a bit of a gap. Brewerton follows him through. Klimas is going to make one last-ditch effort, I think, to try and get that last repechage spot back. I think Phil Holmes is too far back unless something significant happens between the two in front of him. Nothing into hairpin 2. It's going to have to be Paddock or Garda by the looks of things, unless there's a mistake through the chicane or the sweep. There's battling going on behind between Stoltz and Beals. That won't count for much. It certainly won't count towards the B final as through they come. Hopkins leads them through Paddock the final time. Brewerton surely goes defensive, doesn't have to. Follows Hopkins through, and this is going to be your top 3. I think, Andrew, coming over the line, they're neck and neck. Wow, how close is this for a C final? Hopkins wins, Brewerton second and through to the B final. Klimas misses out just about. Phil Holmes is in 4th, Hugo Beals 5th, Walter Stoltz is in 6th. Eric Vieru, our winner of the D final, makes his way up to 7th, which is an admirable effort. Austin Johnson is 8th, Aidan Marsh 9th, Josh Mulley is 10th, Jason Munson 11th, Josh Wood 12th, James Bull 13th, 14th for Jeremy Deeks, 15th for Harry Jones, Noah Lockwood is 16th, 17th will be Alexei Storazev, Sky Lees finishes in 18th, Robert Starley 19th, 20th is James Barker. Owen Hollowell, having flown so close to the sun, ends up in 21st, Rachel Clark 22nd, Max Davidson down in 23rd, and Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray 24th overall in this one. I'm just checking for penalties that might affect. Eric Vieira unfortunately did get a bumper pass in that, so that might drop him out of the top 10. And there's a penalty for our driver finishing in the last place, Benjamin Tompkinson-Gray. The only other one is a James Barker restart off grass, which, I mean, he's excluded from 20th. Great C final, Andrew.
Really good race there, and well done to Jack Hopkins and Sid Brewerton. Hopkins, that's back-to-back B finals now for the end of the season for Sid Brewerton as well, on his second appearance of the 2025 campaign. We'll look to beat the 16th place that he got last time out at Shennington. B final's going to be a big one, of course, not just because it's 4 places available to go through to the next round, but this could be where we see the C2 Championship decided. The grids are ready, we're ready in the box. The B final is up next. Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures here at Buckmore Park, getting ready for the B final, and there may be another developing story here at Buckmore Park. Regards are, well, everybody really. Jacob Harris, has there been a recalc of the scores, do we think? Because there are names in the B final that weren't in the B final before, i.e. they were in the A final. We are looking for another name, though, in particular.
Jake Chapman appears to be missing on my list of drivers. He's found his way up to... I can't see him in the
I can't see him
either. Oh, there he is, 7th.
Ah!
He must have got points for position.
Points for position, yes. If he's got points for position for the first race. Now, to be clear, well, do you want to explain the rule?
I thought you were about to, but
No,
I can do the honours. Points for position is when you have a mechanical issue in the first half of a race that isn't your fault. I did mention when it happened that it looked to me like a battery, which can sometimes happen, as I said at the time, from making contact with other drivers and loosens a connection, and you just need to reconnect it to get going again. But I should stress that I am as far from a mechanic as you can possibly get while still being employed in some capacity by CLUB100. Therefore, my technical analysis of that situation was severely flawed, and it could well be that whatever the root cause of the issue was determined to be, it was thought that Jake should get points for the position he was in at the time of that breakdown, as is written in the CLUB100 rules. So it wouldn't have been obvious to us at the time, and doesn't necessarily have to be applied straight away, but that means a reshuffle of the grids sees Jake Chapman in a prime position, 7th in the A final, to take that C2 title. His brother Max Chapman is still 5th in the B final and has a lot of work to do.
So this is actually quite big now in terms of the championship. It now means it's absolutely critical that Max makes it through here, because not only is that points in the event, it's points in the championship. So that gap that we were talking about earlier, that has just grown. To be clear, 2 drivers have had this from the very first heat of the day. Doug Smith has also been given, that was the radiator cap that we saw come off. So
that one needs changing, is it? No.
I've got a special column for this situation.
Oh wow, okay. Well, I'll take us through the grid whilst
you take us through the grid, and I'll do that.
You will now, well, you can't quite see actually who's out there because we're still waiting on a specific car, but the grid for this one will be showing in front of you now. Thomas Layton starts on pole position with Dante Dillon for company. Dante is bumped down into the B final due to that points for position for Mr. Chapman. Rylan Menon starts 3rd, Tommy Lee 4th. Max Chapman, the man with it all to do, starts 1 place below the repechage positions in 5th. Robert Crawford will be 6th for this one. Caleb West will be 7th. Will Henn is in 8th. Harry Collins 9th. Doug Smith, there you go, he had points of position. He's up to 10th in the B final. Glenn Williamson is 11th. George Lawler will be 12th. George Verardi starts this one in 13th. Joe Milburn 14th. Dan Shaw will be 15th with Bradley Pike alongside him on row 8. Leo Cusden starts 17th. Finn Harris Phillips starts in 18th. 19th is Jack Frey, 20th Ed Yaxley-Agria. Lewis Sills starts 21st and Alex Ford 22nd. Jack Hopkins and Sid Bruton are your 2 repechages from the C final. They are 23rd and 24th overall and will join the back of this grid. So, big story is Dante Dillon drops down into this B final, which he will be adamant that he should be winning. However, Max Chapman has got to make one of those 4 places as well. Let's see how they get on. They're about to get underway here. Layton on the pole side leads them away. It's a good start from the pole side of the grid. Dillon round the outside looks to hang on to as top of position as he can. Chapman's had a fantastic start. Dillon's been washed out to the outside there. Be interesting to see how he can recover. But Chapman challenging for 2nd place into hairpin 1, has to settle for 3rd. Dante Dillon's on the outside of the corner again, And, there looks to be like there's contact between the 74 and the 28. He's trying to let him back through. He does indeed, but Chapman's going through as well into second place. There's all sorts of argy-bargy at the back there. The 69 getting in all sorts of a pickle in the middle of a three-cart sandwich. Through then, Thomas Layton into Paddock. Chapman now shaping up into Garda, goes for the lead, takes it. What a decisive start this has been from Max Chapman.
It didn't work though on corner exit. Max Chapman's down to P4 with that. I fully understand why he went for the move. But I think there was a little bit of contact just on corner exit that shuffled both Chapman and Layton down the order. Doug Smith there up to P5. Now the top four could work together here, Jacob. Dante Dillon's going to go down the inside of William Henn to take second place. There's still plenty of time in this race. Chapman through as well, past 10 on the exit of hairpin number 1. This is tricky round the outside. This is similar to what we saw in the junior lightweights a couple of weeks ago. Dante takes the race lead. So Dante Dillon into the race lead, and we'll just need to time trial this now, surely, to get through. Max Chapman, though, is the driver that we need to keep an eye on there in third place. He's not going to go for the move this time. William Henn defends into, and that's going to lose out again for Max Chapman. Someone sent the cone flying as out wide goes Doug Smith.
It's tough to call this one, Andrew. I think Chapman was forced to the outside as it was Tommy Lee, was it defending? Thomas Layton? I can't keep track of who's in which position.
Layton was defending on lap number 1 a little bit.
Rana Menon's in the mix now. He's up into second place. So it's as we see Chapman recover third. So it's Dillon, Menon, Chapman now. That's Will Henn in fourth, the 71. Then you've got Thomas Layton. So there's Dante looking to pull out a bit of a gap. Rana Menon wants to go with him, as does Max Chapman. So far, so good for those drivers. In fact, Rana Menon's had pretty good rub at the green there, or at least positioned himself very well. Started in third, still finds himself in the repechage positions, having dropped out initially from what I could tell, and now is going around in second. So Max Chapman has the fastest lap there and has the back of Rana Menon for a view. Very, very close as they go through the chicane. Has Chapman had enough of battling for now? Wouldn't surprise me if he has. He's not quite seen much of that battle come off for him recently. He's going to follow Menon into Garda. Doesn't go to the outside, even though Menon defends. Any more defend? I think Menon probably sees Dante Dillon, a championship contender, going into this round ahead of him and thinks I'm better off defending than I am trying to attack. Round to him when they go. Chapman, very wide line. Let's see if the drive out of it is better. It's not quite, so a little bit of a mistake there from Max Chapman, but I'm sure he'll learn from it. Still in contention is Will Henn in fourth place. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Thomas Layton. I'm just going to have to take a sip of water because my throat is struggling.
That's all right, because I've got a maths update. So, the points that Jake Chapman got back for the technical fault, not the fault of the driver rule, it's obviously benefited him in the context of the round. It's got him back onto the A final grid. However, the tally of points that he's received is still a drop score. So it hasn't changed his championship score.
I see.
So what was a really bad drop is now just a not so bad drop, but it's still a drop.
And currently Max Chapman is in the A final.
Yeah, currently Max Chapman is in the A final. So at the moment, it's still the grid position situation. Yes, that has changed massively, and that will be a big plus for Jake going into the A final. But in terms of how many points does Max need to overhaul versus his brother when we get to that A final, that situation is still very much what we had before, but Max Chapman needs to make it through to that A final first of all, and this is the problem now, because had we noted, penalty, forcing driver wide, Max Chapman, P4 right now, he's not going through. He's not going through as things stand, is Max Chapman, forcing driver wide. He needs second on the road. He needs second on the road to still be in the top 4.
No, Andrew forcing the driver wide is -4.
It's -4. He can't. That's it. That is it. Oh, Max Chapman's C2 championship bid will end in the B final. And I'll say another thing as well. If that's +4, that turns his cumulative 12 to 16. That's -5 championship points, I reckon. Oh, that is a real shame for Max Chapman, and you can see, I think he knows now. He's still going to keep fighting on. As who was that wide? I don't think it was Dante Dillon. So it wasn't Sodi Suits. Through goes Chapman into 3rd place, but oh, you hate to see this on the last day of a season. We wanted this one to go all the way, but it's not going to do so on this occasion. He's still looking good for a top 10 spot and a place to go to Genk, but yeah, this is drama here in this B final.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Club 100 rulebook is not a script; it's a rulebook, and but sometimes that means you get exactly what we've got here. Chapman, though, potentially getting into 2nd place there. I think Will Henn was all out of shape, and there you go. They're side by side going into turn 1, and yeah, Chapman 2nd on the road. Rana Menon, Rana Menon's round. Rana Menon is round. I think that's a racing incident, is my view of it. But Chapman now clear in 2nd place. Will Henn will inherit 2nd place, and there's Douglas Smith now, who could be in for a repechage.
He could. He could indeed. Glenn Williamson could be going through to an A final here. We should note, what's the story going on in C3? Lewis Sills is ahead of Bradley Pike, so I think that's going to be okay for Lewis Sills to take the honours in C3. There hasn't been a big turnover of points today against Lewis Sills. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Dante Dillon's lead is 4 seconds. But I tell you what, the scrap for the last spot in the A final is going to get fierce here, Jacob, because Smith, Williamson, Leighton, Lawler, Shaw, Frey, and Jack Frey's the fastest driver on circuit at the moment. They're all covered by less than 2 seconds here. Edmund Yaxley Aguilar is the latest driver to get a forcing driver wide penalty. Where is Edmund at the moment? In 14th place on the road.
Little note for current 11th place man, Sid Brewerton, 2nd in the C final, 11th in the B. Decent drive from him. It might be a little bit too much of an ask for him to catch up to the group in front and force his way into a repechage position. But we'll see what happens as they start fighting. Fastest lap for our race leader, Dante Dillon, in the 47 still, which is great pace for the drop in temperature at this time of night.
Jamie Moore makes a very good point. Max may not know what the penalty is for. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, it's the old cliche, isn't it? If in doubt, flat out. If you're Max Chapman, you've just got to keep pushing on. But we know, of course, that sadly, and I mean this genuinely, sadly, his title bid for C2 is going to end here. This is not how the Chapmans would have wanted it to end.
No.
But that's the reality of sport sometimes. Oh, there's a spin. Out goes Glenn Williamson. And that was with Dan Shaw, who has already picked up. And Thomas Leighton's gone round. So they're dropping like flies now in this fight for the last spot in the A final. That was just too ambitious for me from Dan Shaw. And, well, now he's in the wall. That's not great. Not great at all. Already got multiple contacts, already got a penalty.
So
what I will say, though,
position. Go on.
Dan, have a look at Albi Lapper in Junior Rotax as an example of how to develop into 2026. Reduce the penalties, the speed is there, and you'll get some really, really good results. It can be done.
There you have it. A word of warning. Dante Dillon still leads this with 2 minutes to go. Max Chapman sits in second, but with a -4 penalty, which means Will Henn is net second, Doug Smith is net third, and Jack Frey is net fourth. And the last one going into the A final. He's got George Lawler right behind him. Unfortunately, Sid Brewerton was in the mix behind those guys, but since I've mentioned him, seems to have slipped further back a bit. Yeah, Jack Frey and George Lawler now fighting over the final repechage positions. That's Doug Smith, and then we wait here now. There they are. That's Jack Frey and George Lawler. They've got a bit of a gap now, so it's very much between the two of them. There they are. I very much doubt George Lawler knows this is a battle for the last spot in the A final. There's going to be 2 laps remaining as they cross the start-finish line. He'll certainly be thinking about an overtake. Will he know the significance of it, Andrew? I'm going to say almost certainly not. And
it's
okay.
a bit strange.
He's got a black flag.
ABC times 2. Yep.
Yeah,
so Jack Frey's out of this one.
2 ABCs is a black flag, and you're out of the race. As I was explaining to a couple of drivers last weekend at the BUKC, so that puts George Lawler in the A final.
Will indeed. So 40 seconds. Dante Dillon has driven brilliantly in this race, and this will get him nicely in the groove for the A final. Could we see a charge from Dante from the back of the field when we get to the A final in a few moments' time? He's on the last lap now.
Yeah, when I spoke to Dante earlier, he said, I think I pretty much need the perfect day, and for Fraser not to have a perfect day. And it's just the opposite has happened for him, unfortunately. As you said, I'd very much love to see Dante in the groove, charging through from the back of an A final to the front, challenging with Fraser and Jack O'Neill, which I'm pretty sure is going to be our front row for that one, and challenging them right at the end. Hopefully it'll happen. Those are 2 very good drivers, though, so to catch up with them from the back of the grid would be no mean feat. Dante, though, rounds for the final time, takes the B final win. Checkered flag. Max Chapman second on the road. Will Henn knows he's in the A final, as does Doug Smith. He's very happy with that, having got points for position earlier. And George Lawler makes it in as well, by our count, to the A final. So we'll see him again in a minute. Final results elsewhere. Harry Collins is 6th, Glenn Williamson 7th, Ed Yaxley-Aguirre is 8th, 9th is Joe Milburn, and 10th is Tommy Lee. I will stress these are before penalties are applied, and there were a fair few in that race. 11th was Caleb West, Alex Ford was 12th, Sid Bruton ended up in 13th, Robert Crawford 14th, Thomas Layton 15th after that spill, Lewis Sills 16th, which I think ties up C3. I'll let you cover that, Andrew, once I've finished going through the order. George Verardi is 17th, 18th for Finn Paris-Phillips, Jack Hopkins, our winner of the previous race, in 19th, Bradley Pike 20th, Rana Menon 21st, having been challenging for those repechage spots all the way through, Jack Frey 22nd, Dan Shaw 23rd, and Leo Kersden in 24th.
Well, there we go. Those are the scores. So that means, I think, once again, all of our titles are decided. Lewis Sills, we reckon, has got C3. Fraser Brunton, we saw earlier, has got C1. And only unless it's not unheard of for a penalty to be rescinded, but it's very rare. And obviously there has to be sufficient evidence or, a discussion between drivers. I know, sometimes in seniors, if a driver has received a penalty and the driver who was the...
There are no appeals.
There are no appeals.
If there's disagreement amongst the observers and the driver's testimony leans in favour of one observer
the penalty
or the other, i.e. rescinding the penalty, then yes, it can be overturned. It's a unlikely sequence of events.
Yes,
is one way of putting it, and would have to take a lot to get Chapman back into contention.
Into the A final. I must say, keep an eye out for. We had camera system on trial last week at the BUKC qualifiers, and I've got to say, from an observer's perspective, my colleagues in the British Champs obviously have a lot of that technology. It's the first time I'd ever observed with that technology to back it up. It is really good. It makes the calling of, what was that 50-50 moment a lot easier, having those cameras. It made a real difference last week. That's in development at the moment for Club 100 level. Speeding it up so we can use it for a sprint race is going to be a high task order, so keep your eyes peeled for that one, because what we don't want is what sometimes happens in owner racing, where we're all sat here for 3 hours waiting for the result to finish. That's not what anybody wants, so that's why it's not coming in straight away as of yet. Right, a final up next, last race of the year. And I think similar, well, I've had a little chat with some of the drivers off camera after the heavyweights, and yeah, they kind of knew championships were all done, so they just went for it in their last final, and I think we're going to get the same again here.
Yeah, we've got a top 3 or 4 who've been running really well today. Jack O'Neill, Fraser Brunton, Logan McAllister, and Sam Lovelace. It'll be great to see those guys go toe-to-toe. Thomas Northcott's had a really good day. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes and Jake Chapman are the next 3 battling out for the C2 podium. Jake Chapman would love to be on the top step of the podium to go with his top step of the class overall for the year. Andrew McWilliam, our reigning champion, starts in 8th with Bob McGurr alongside him. Be interested to see if those two can make up any significant ground early on. Ben Sanders has had a great day as well, rounding out the top 10. And then there's 14 other solid drivers, 16 other solid drivers who will be contesting our final race of the year. Lots to look forward to. It's going to be 12 minutes of pure action, I hope. Let's hope we don't get a replay of... I say hope we don't get a replay of the A-final. He's more than welcome to, but don't want to see one of the O'Neills drive off into the distance.
No.
Fair play to him if he does, Jack O'Neill. But it'd be nice to see a bit of Dyson.
It would. I say we're going to have something quite remarkable, I think, for Jack to disappear away from that top 4. As I say, those young drivers as well in C2, been really impressed with Thomas Northcott and Ethan Saunders-Wilkes today. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Peter Verardi, cheering on George. P17 for George in that final race of the season. Really good effort from George. I suppose we might see George as a C2 driver next year. Hello, Greg Smith. Greg Smith tuning in for the A final. Hope you're doing well, mate. Greg I think he's planning to do some other series for next year, but keep in touch, Greg, as to how you're getting on. Thank you for tuning in. Jamie Foster as well, cheering on our driver starting 11th on the grid for this one, Joseph Simcock. Jack T. Is that Jack Thompson there from our cadets? I'm just about sorry, Jack. My eyes are bad these days, and your little picture is in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. But some great results for Jack here a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, just going through the last few motions, weighing those drivers who are going to be going through. And hello to JP as well. Thank you very much, JP. And looking forward to the A final as well. Last in real life DDMM commentated race of 2025. It's been a busy year. It's been a challenging year at times, but we made it, didn't we? Just about.
I like the way you said "we" as if I've made a significant effort.
Yeah.
I've certainly commentated on a few rounds of racing, but nothing compared to the mammoth efforts you go to describe and articulate racing around the globe. At least try to. No, Andrew, you are very well respected as a commentator in many a series, and we are thankful for all your globetrotting efforts, the planes you catch, the hours you drive. It really does translate into fantastic broadcasting.
Many Ryanair landings rated out of 10 this year. Hello to Joe Craddock as well. We'll try not to curse anybody. I'm going to go Doug Smith, because Doug Smith brought us Jaffa Cakes. We didn't quite beat the BUKC 2023 tally. So 120 Jaffa Cakes in one day is still the record. That's very specific to when I'm in the box. Other commentators prefer other things coloured orange. Mr. Baudet, for example, always prefers his iron brew. That's what we need to find. We need to find what your bribery piece is.
I was waiting for the right moment to say this, and I think I covered this at Chennington, but for any avoidance of doubt, cold hard cash is what I prefer more than Jaffa cakes. As I mentioned to you, Andrew, off the cameras earlier, the mixture of orange and chocolate just has never worked.
It doesn't
for
do
me,
it
whether
for you,
it's
does it?
Terry's or Jaffa. So yeah, money is what I would prefer to receive in the comms box. Any denominations, as long as they're not metallic, is fine with me.
What's wrong with metallic?
No one wants coins these days, do they, Andrew? Who wants giving someone coins, giving someone change in this day and age is offensive, isn't it? Plastic's absolutely fine. I do take card payments, but yeah, imagine. I'll tell you what, Andrew, I got £3.50 in 20s and 10s here for you. You'd be like, oh, cheers, Jacob, £3.50. It's more of a hassle than it's worth, isn't it? That might be me being a bit middle class about it, saying £3.50 is not even worth having. But yeah, I wouldn't want that jingling around in my pocket for the next 6 months before I get the opportunity to spend it, because I keep forgetting that I don't want to pay by card. Absolutely no way. Saw that coming a mile off, Jacob. Yeah, Jake, you know that I'm a cash kind of man. Can't believe you're in need of money after winning Tipping Point. £3,800 doesn't go a long way. I needed that jackpot counter over at the end. I should have watched
that pays the tax bill.
I should have watched that Paul Thomas Anderson film and got that question right, or at least known a bit more about the sport of polo. That's the whistle. We're about to get ready for the A final. We'll come back to my prediction after the stinger.
It's time for the last race of Club 100 2025. It is the 9th round final for the senior sprint lightweights. The championships may be decided, but we've got one more winner to crown. Really can't call this one as to who the favourite is heading into it. Jack O'Neill has been perfect so far today, but he didn't have everything his own way in the third round of heat. He starts from pole position. Champion-elect Fraser Brunton is alongside on the front row. Keep an eye on Logan McAllister, wanting to make his mark here today. Starts this race from third on the grid, and Sam Lovelace very much seems like he's back in form. Probably the kind of form that we saw at the start of the season, and he likes this place. Starts P4. Ethan Saunders-Wilkes has been awesome today. Starts P5. Andrew McWilliam has got one more race for now with the number one plate. He starts P6. Bobby McGurr wanting to follow up third at the BIKC National Finals last week. Starts P7. Jake Chapman is our champion-elect in C2. His brother Max has not made it through to the A final, so he takes that one. He will want to win C2 in class at least here today. Row 5, Ben Sanders and Joseph Simcock. Daniel Campbell has been superb on debut. Starts this one on row number 6 alongside Leo LaCastro. Ian Thomas and Keaton Ford go from 7. Michael Reeder and Nick Casas row 8. Callum Martin and Christopher Powell-Taylor go from row 9. Next up on row number 10 we find Luca Nick and Toby McAllister Brown, another driver to keep an eye on in this one. Toby Edelston and Dante Dillon, they go from row number 11. And then, now, hang on a minute, it has been rescinded. Max Chapman's penalty. We said this could possibly happen. We didn't give it much chance, but Max Chapman has made the A final. He goes from the back of the grid. He's joined by William Henn. The title challenge is back on. Wow. To confirm, we're seeing it on our screens. Douglas Smith will form out at the end of the grid. I am reading my screen just to confirm it, that this is not some kind of timing glitch. Number 16, Max Chapman, is on track. They're doing their practice. There he is. We just saw him go through shot. There it is for your eyes. So the championship is back on. Right. Maths time. 10 points is the deficit for Max against Jake. We will keep you up to date as this one goes along. I'm kind of glad this has happened, Jacob.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'm kind of glad, because that would have been no way after this great duel between these two brothers who support each other fantastically. Obviously, commiserations. There's one driver who's now not made it. It's George Lawler, isn't it? George Lawler's not made it through to the A final as a result of that change of decision. But we get a championship scrap for one of our classes going into the last race of the season. Formation laps behind the pace cart are underway.
Yeah. One last twist in the tail, Andrew. Or is it? Could there be more after this? Max and Jake Chapman will go head-to-head. It's still a mountain to climb.
Oh, yeah.
It's still a mountain to climb for Max from the back. He's got to catch up with his brother, who is in 7th, I believe.
Yep.
Sorry, he's showing in 9th on my grid now, actually. I'm not quite sure. What? Yeah, he's showing in 9th now, is Jake, which is... I'm sure he was showing in 7th before this race. We will figure out exactly what's going on once lap 1's been and done, because where they start on the grid doesn't matter for much if they're not there come the timing beacon at the end of the first lap. So there's one Chapman brother with Doug Smith, Dante Dillon and William Henn for company at the back of the grid. Around comes the other Chapman brother. Oh, wow, okay. Obviously switched karts to find his way back up to 7th or 9th, wherever he's starting. Well, we're just gonna have to keep a close eye on this, Andrew. Who knows what's going to happen here in terms of our C2 title? The C1 is, in theory, wrapped up. I still think, with going back to my prediction, that Dante Dillon is going to win this race and Fraser Brunton is going to fail a drugs test, having dipped into the O'Neill's supply of performance-enhancing drugs. But that's just me going out on a limb because I criticised Benji for playing it safe with his predictions earlier on during the lunch break. Fraser and Jack O'Neill are at the front, and they see the thumbs up from our pace kart driver, Elliot Alt. They will be racing this time around. Are you ready, Andrew?
No, I'm not. Oh, this is going to be... don't take your eyes off this, folks. This could be a race of the week contender. This could be a race of the year contender, depending on how the next 12 minutes go. One more time in 2025. We're going to go Club 100 racing here at Buckmore Park. The lightweight A final is underway for 12 minutes here at Buckmore Park. It's a very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Look at Andrew McWilliam trying to make the inside line work. There's a little bit of chaos in the second half of the field. None of it involving the Chapmans. Jake Chapman P2 in the early stages of this one. Bobby McGurr's been thrown out the pack. Fraser Brunson's on the inside there. Joseph Simcox nearly going round. Terrible start for Logan McAllister. And look at Max Chapman has already made up about 10 positions.
That's exactly what Max Chapman needed. That's exactly what Jake Chapman needed as well. P2 is a fantastic start for him. Out in front, Andrew, is Thomas Northcott, I think. Thomas Northcott leads this one. We've got two C2s at the front of this pack. It's an absolutely fantastic start for them. All the C2s. The C1s just seem to have got bogged down at the start. Northcott leads. Chapman is in second. Sam Lovelace is third. Dante Dillon's in fourth. I told you he was going to win.
On earth has Dante Dillon done that?
I've no
idea. And he's now going on the attack on his former endurance teammate Sam Lovelace. He's got third. Dante Dillon wanting to put the ghosts of 2024 to rest round this place. Fraser Brunson's now fighting back in there. It's all-out war out there on this circuit at Buckmore Park because they know no championships on the line for the C1s, just a race victory. What a start to this race. Sam Lovelace is out wide. Is not going to gain advantage there. Dante Dillon down the inside. Andrew McWilliam getting involved there. Ben Sanders also. Look at Max Chapman. Max Chapman's already up into like the top 10. The trouble is, it's 3 wide. That's not going to work, guys. That's not going to work towards Cafe Corner. 10 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Max Chapman P7 right now, but it's still Jake Chapman's championship at the moment.
Yeah, we follow Max here. He's in 7th overall. Jake Chapman's not going to be comfortable in 2nd place with the likes of Fraser Brunton, Andrew McWilliam and Dante Dillon behind him. There's certainly more to play for in the last 10 minutes there. And, I mean, how hard will it be for Jake Chapman to get sight of his brother in this race? He's got Fraser Brunton all over the back of him at the minute, but I think Dante Dillon is going to try and close in as well and bring Max Chapman with him as part of this group of 5. Fraser shaping up on Jake Chapman. Fraser Brunton wants to win the championship and the round today. Dante pushing hard now in 4th place. There's a 2.5 second gap up there. As to the inside goes Ethan Saunders Wilkes. Chapman a bit leery there as Fraser Brunton has taken 2nd place from him. And Saunders Wilkes loses out. McWilliam now is holding on to 5th, but Chapman's up to 6th, Andrew.
He is indeed. Now, obviously this is not coming into play at the moment, but a really important thing to note here.
Fraser's taking the lead. I think there's a mistake from Thomas Northcutt. I think Fraser Brunton has taken the lead. Northcutt's just ahead of Chapman. There we go.
He has. So Chapman down to 3rd. This is still fine. The critical thing now is, though, Max Chapman has now got himself into a position where if something were to happen to his brother Jake, if Jake Chapman was to drop score, it's not happening at the moment, Jake Chapman's got to go out and finish this race, because Max Chapman is now outscoring a potentially drop scoring Jake Chapman result. So if I think it's 16th place, Jake Chapman's got to be in the top 16 to further increase his score. Right now he's fine. He's absolutely fine right now, because this 3rd place elevates him from 14.02 up to 14.22. Max Chapman has gone from 13.92 to 14.06. Wait, make that 14.07. This one is not done yet. Jake Chapman has track position though. That's the most important thing right now. 3rd place, be more than enough.
Dante Dillon is closing though on that last lap. He took 3/10 out of the gap. The gap is 1.3 seconds. We will see those guys battling if that carries on towards the end of the race. We've got bump and pass coming for Daniel Campbell. That's the only penalty so far this race that we need to be aware of. And I can't see where he is on the order. It doesn't look like to me like he's in the top few positions. In fact, he's 22nd, so that won't impact this. Is that McWilliam wide?
Yeah, McWilliam wide and down to 6th place. Max Chapman has gone through. Oh, he needs to be careful though. He was out wide there. So Max Chapman up to 5th place now. Another question that might be asking, Andrew, what does Max Chapman need to do if he can get past his brother? Well, that's still on as well. He's got a lot of work to do, But if he could win this race, Jake would need to be 3rd, and they would still be tied on points. This is not done yet. Do not take your eyes off this screen for the next 6.5 minutes. Right now, importantly though, still, to reiterate, Jake Chapman has track position, and also Fraser Brunton right now is spoiling the party for anybody else by taking the lead in this race, looking to secure yet another round victory. Did it last time in front of the Alpha Live cameras at Shennington. He did it here for the start of the season at round number 1.
Briefly fastest lap for Max Chapman. He's putting the pace down. Fraser Brunton's not extending his lead out the front,
he's not.
He did briefly, but he's back within half a second. Leo Castro there up into 6th place, we should mention, as Max Chapman went past Andrew McWilliam with that little problem. Dante's still trying to reel in the carts in front of him. He's within a second of them now. And as I said, Max Chapman was quicker than all of them last time around. You can see the gap now. Look at them. They're in the same shot. The top 5, 6, 7, 8 there, all on screen at the same time. It's going to be a titanic final 5 minutes of the season.
This is an inspired drive from Max Chapman. Whether he wins this C2 championship or not, this is an inspired drive. How? I do not know, because he physically, the science of karting, he should not be able to do this. He should not be able to close in on it. He's got no help. He's got no one giving him a shake and bake behind, but somehow he is bringing back that top 4 towards him because he knows it's all out. 20 minutes ago, he thought his season was over. He thought his C2 Championship bid was over, but he's clawing. Oh, but he's running wide there. That's going to be a track limit warning. Needs to be careful with that. Don't think he's had any so far. So we're going to use all the get out of jail free cards here today. Bobby McGird's had a penalty for too many excursions outside of track limits. 4.5 minutes to go. 14.80 for Brunton. 14.80 for Northcott. 14.7.9 for Chapman. Jake Chapman. 47.8 for Dylan. But still faster than all of them, or just about, is Max Chapman. This one's still in the balance. Jake Chapman still has the advantage by 12 points. That sounds like a lot in some scoring systems, but when you consider it's 1,422 points, and was that Jake Chapman in a spot of bother? He's lost third place. He's lost third place, and now his brother's directly behind him.
He's not lost out as much as he could have there, but look how close the brothers are. Dante wants to win this race. I knew he was going to go for that move beyond Jake. He just has to move up past both Chapman and Northcott now if he wants to catch up with Fraser Brunton in the remaining 3 minutes. I think he might even have the pace. I think he can see Fraser not pulling away at the front, and he knows there's an A final win on the cards for him today if he drives absolutely perfectly, and he did in the B final. Here he is in the A final, but it's the Chapman battle that we switch to now. Coming down the sweep, they are bumper to bumper. This is where Jake Chapman lost the position last time round. His brother Max shapes him up into Garda. Not this time round. Thinks better of it. Can we get a look up into turn 1 or potentially the hairpins? They're going to follow Dante up the hill. Dante's not caught up to Northcott as much as he would have wanted to over that last lap. Does Jake Chapman know that that's his brother behind him? Has he had a little look over the shoulder? He has now. He has now. They're very, very close into hairpin 1. Fraser's got a second at the front of this one. He's reasonably comfortable at this point, but can't afford any mistakes.
The trouble for Max Chapman now, though, is he can't really, for championship, I'm thinking back to Abu Dhabi a few years ago and Nico Rosberg's Formula 1 championship, he can't really work with his brother as Dante's gone through into second place. This is Max Chapman's chance. He's got to go for it down the inside. That's fine for me. That's fine. He was alongside. Jake tried to turn in, found his brother there. They've swapped positions. This championship gap has gone from 3 points to 0 points to 3 points, back up to 10 points to done, completely over. Then the penalty in the B final was rescinded for Max Chapman. It's come down to 10 points. It's now going to be, and the crucial thing is here, track position is now in the hand, is 6 points. It's 6 points. Jake Chapman's now just got to sit on his brother's rear bumper, and he'll win the C2 Championship by 6 points. What a finale we have in here, but hang on a minute. Look who is directly behind Jake Chapman. Andrew McWilliam doesn't want to finish his season with a number 1 plate outside the top 5. Ethan Saunders Wilkes has got really good speed here today. For me, obviously we've got the benefit of the points in front of us, Jacob. If an attack comes in from Andrew McWilliam and you are Jake Chapman, I think you've got to let him go. The last thing you've got to do right now, tactically, is start fighting and bringing more numbers into this dangerous game.
Yeah, Max could go higher. I'm conscious that I think he did a track limits on the exit of hairpin 2 last time around, which would be 2 by our count. Not sure what the observers have seen. He goes to the inside. Oh, he thinks better of it this time round. He's lost out a bit there. He might not get another shot at Thomas Northcott. Andrew McWilliam might have a shot at Jake Chapman. Are we on the final lap? We are indeed. Dante Dillon isn't going to be able to close up to Fraser Brunton to challenge for the race lead. That would have been a sight to see as well, but it's still an absolutely phenomenal drive from Dante. Can we see into hairpin 2? Is the grip going to be there on the inside? Oh, that's not
he had to go
what
for
we
it.
Want to see. He did have to go for it. There's all sorts of trouble letting him back through. McWilliam comes through on all three of them. And Chapman's switch position again. It's all gone wrong for Max Chapman. He did the hard work. He had to go for it, as you said, Andrew, but Jake is back in front, and that's the way they'll finish, I think.
Fraser Brunton is going to finish the season in style. Fraser Brunton is your 2025 lightweight sprints champion. Dante Dillon, what a drive to second place. McWilliam on the podium. Jake Chapman, P4, that's it. Jake Chapman wins the Battle of the Brothers and is your lightweight C2 champion for 2025. But what an effort from Max Chapman, from down, out, not even on the grid for the A final. He gave it his best shot. In the end, the gap will be 10 points. They flipped those 4th and 5th places back round. 10 points over the odd 1,400 odd points is the difference. What a race, what a way to finish Club 100 2025. Fraser Brunton, rack 'em up. It's another victory. He started the year with one here at Buckmore Park. Had a bit of a fallow period in the middle of the year, but then he sealed this championship with a run of 3rd in round 6, 3rd round 7, and then 2 victories to finish it off. 2nd place for Dante Dillon. Great drive today from Thomas Northcott, well deserving there of a position high up the order. So 1, 2, 3 for the C1s, Brunton, Dillon and McWilliam. Chapman and Chapman 4th and 5th, Saunders Wilkes 6th, Logan McAllister 7th but does have penalties, Leo Lacastro 8th, Thomas Northcott 9th, Callum Martin 10th, Sam Lovelace, Jan Thomas, Joe Simcock, Toby McAllister Brown and Nick Lacasas all in the top 15. Bobby McGurr, Keaton Ford, Ben Sanders, William Henn, Luca Nick all in the top 20. Toby Edelston, Dan Campbell in 22nd. Christopher Powell Taylor, Doug Smith, Michael Reeder, and we don't even know what happened to Jack O'Neill. Early stages of that race. Didn't go beyond lap number 2. What have we just seen, Jacob Harris? What have we just seen?
We nearly just saw the 2 drivers who missed out on the C1 title and the C2 title beat the people who beat them on track. I think on another day we run that race,
in an alternate universe.
We run that race again. I'm not sure Dante Dillon and Max Chapman get quite so far up on lap 1, as that was very impressive. But another 5 minutes maybe we'd have seen Dante challenging Fraser for the round win. We would have seen Max potentially climb even higher and Jake potentially fall into the clutches of Andrew McWilliam, as they did, had Max not had to make that move towards the end for additional points.
As I say, I know our job is all obviously to sell it and build the excitement, but there really was, folks, a danger there for Jake Chapman, that if Jake had started falling into the clutches of those behind and consecutively losing more points, dropping away from his own score, and ironically, Max had to try and make that move for the next position because he just needed as many points as he could. So I totally understand why he went in there on Thomas Northcott, but in the end, that's actually what brought Jake back into it and swapped him back round. But that's racing, that's sport at times. They gave it their all, and the Chapman family can be very, very proud of their boys' achievements. That's us all done then for Club 100 2025. Thank you very much, everybody. Big thanks from myself to John Viger, Molly Viger, Will Chew. They've all been at Kartmania this weekend. James Small has been running the show here. All of the staff, Barnaby, Nikki, so many names. Too many names all to mention, but they really are the best in the business at this. That's why they're running such a big event with Rotax next year, which will of course be a big part of our coverage for 2026. Any last words, Jacob, before we sign off and go home?
I think we've said it all, Andrew, haven't we?
We've said it all. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. If you've enjoyed Club 100 this year, give the broadcast a like. Make sure you've subscribed if you enjoyed the commentary at @MM, at Andrew Mather Commentary as well, across your social medias. We will see you in 2026. From us all here at Buckmore Park, big thanks to them as well. all the marshals, all the crew out on circuits, from all of us here involved with Club 100, have a lovely Christmas. Have a lovely holiday. We will see you in the new year. Safe travels home. Bye-bye.